Hey, story seekers. Welcome to Fanfic Adventure. Today's gem is titled What If Naruto Was Reincarnated in the DBZ verse and used sage magic to become stronger than Jiren. If you find our content valuable, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support inspires us. Now, let the magic of storytelling begin. Chapter 1, The Fox Among Stars. The swirling vortex tore through Konoha's sky, a gash of black and purple that seemed to devour the very light around it. Buildings crumbled as the gravitational force pulled everything toward its maw. Screams filled the air as villagers fled, many already swept up in the destructive current. Naruto Uzumaki stood atop the Hokage monument, orange sage markings encircling his eyes as he faced the dimensional anomaly. His blonde hair whipped violently in the wind, and his tattered Hokage cloak fluttered behind him like a battle flag. "Kurama, we're going to need everything," he said, feeling the familiar burn of the Nine-Tails chakra course through his veins. The fox's voice rumbled in his mind. "This isn't natural, Naruto. Whatever's on the other side of that rift, it's not from our world. Doesn't matter. If we don't stop it, there won't be a Konoha left." Naruto's hands flashed through a complex series of seals. "Everyone's evacuated. It's just us now." Below, Shikamaru shouted up at him, voice barely audible over the roar of the vortex. "The barrier team can't hold it. Whatever you're planning, do it now." Golden chakra erupted around Naruto's body, taking the form of a massive fox as he activated his six-path sage mode. The power felt different this time, strained, as if fighting against the pull of the anomaly. His chakra arm stretched outward, attempting to contain the edges of the rift. "I can feel it trying to pull my chakra in," he grunted. With a surge of will, Naruto created hundreds of shadow clones that formed a golden chain around the vortex. Each clone channeled sage chakra, attempting to balance the natural energy disrupted by the anomaly. For a moment, it seemed to work, the rift's expansion slowed. Then, with a sound like reality itself tearing apart, the vortex pulsed. The clones disappeared in puffs of smoke as the real Naruto was yanked toward the center. "Naruto!" Sakura's voice cut through the chaos from somewhere below. He could see his friends, his family, watching in horror. Naruto forced a smile, the kind he always wore when facing impossible odds. "I'll find a way back," he shouted. "I always do." As the vortex pulled him in, Naruto gathered every ounce of sage chakra and Nine-Tails power he possessed. If he was going in, he'd take this thing with him. With a final, massive surge of energy, he created a counter-vortex of pure chakra. The last thing he saw was the dimensional rift collapsing in on itself as he was swallowed by darkness. Pain. Disorientation. The sensation of falling through endless nothing. Then, consciousness. Naruto's eyes snapped open to blinding sunlight. He gasped, lungs burning as if he'd been underwater too long. The ground beneath him felt solid, dirt and grass, not the cold stone of the Hokage monument. His body ached, but in a distant way, like an echo of injuries already healed. "Kurama," he called internally, reaching for the familiar presence of the Nine-Tails. Silence. Panic surged through him as Naruto sat up, taking in his surroundings. He was in a small crater in what appeared to be a park. Trees unlike any in Konoha surrounded him, and in the distance, he could see strange buildings, taller than any he'd known, reaching toward a sky that seemed just slightly wrong in color. "Where the hell am I?" he muttered, struggling to his feet. His chakra felt strange. Present but muted, as if flowing through different channels than before. When he tried to form a shadow clone, the energy swirled but dissipated without taking form. A crowd had gathered at a safe distance, pointing and murmuring. Their clothing was unlike anything Naruto had seen before, no shinobi gear, no headbands, just civilian attire of an unfamiliar style. "Hey!" Naruto called out. "What village is this?" The onlookers exchanged confused glances. One brave man in a business suit stepped forward. "This is West City, buddy. You crash land from somewhere. Should we call the police or an ambulance? West City. Naruto had never heard of it. And what was an ambulance? I'm fine, he said, brushing dirt from his tattered clothes. Just need to get my bearings. As he stepped out of the crater, Naruto felt a wave of dizziness. The world around him seemed to pulse with energy, different from chakra but somehow familiar. It flowed through everything, the people, the trees, even the ground beneath his feet. Are you sure you're okay? A woman approached, keeping a cautious distance. That was quite an impact. You fell right out of the sky. Naruto forced a smile. Yeah, just a training accident. Nothing to worry about. The crowd didn't look convinced, but Naruto had bigger concerns. Whatever had happened, he wasn't in the shinobi world anymore. The dimensional rift must have transported him, somewhere else entirely. Kurama, he tried again, reaching deeper into himself. This time, he felt something, not Kurama's consciousness, but his energy, fused more completely with Naruto's own than ever before. It was as if the fox's chakra had become inseparable from his. Hey, the police are coming, someone in the crowd called. Naruto tensed. Police meant authorities, questions he couldn't answer. He needed time to figure out what had happened. Sorry, gotta run. With a burst of speed that surprised even him, Naruto leaped over the crowd and onto a nearby tree branch. His body felt lighter here, his movements quicker. The gasps of astonishment from below confirmed this wasn't normal behavior in this world. Naruto sprinted across the treetops, instinctively heading toward the city center. If he wanted answers, that's where he'd find them. West City sprawled before him, a metropolis unlike anything in the shinobi world. Gleaming skyscrapers reached toward the clouds, and strange vehicles moved along wide streets. The air smelled of fuel and food and thousands of people living in close proximity. Naruto perched on the edge of a building, taking it all in. No headbands, no visible weapons, this appeared to be a civilian society. Yet he could sense powerful energy signatures scattered throughout the city, individuals who stood out like beacons among the general population. His stomach growled, reminding him that interdimensional travel worked up an appetite. Patting his pockets, Naruto realized he had no currency, at least, none that would be accepted here. A commotion below caught his attention. 3 men in masks burst from a building, bags in hand, while a security alarm wailed. People scattered as one of the men brandished what looked like a weapon. Nobody move. Stay down, the lead robber shouted. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Different world, same problems. Guess some things never change, he muttered, dropping silently from his perch. He landed directly behind the robbers as they rushed toward a vehicle. Going somewhere? Naruto asked casually. The men whirled around, eyes widening behind their masks. Who the hell are you? Some kind of costume freak? The leader pointed his weapon at Naruto's chest. Naruto tilted his head, examining the device. Not a kunai or shuriken, something mechanical that fired projectiles, if he had to guess. You know, where I come from, we have a saying, Naruto said, sliding into a fighting stance. Those who abandon their friends are worse than trash. But those who steal from others? He grinned. They're just trash. The man fired his weapon. To the robbers, it happened in a blur. One moment Naruto was standing there, the next he was behind them, holding the fired projectile between 2 fingers. Is this supposed to hurt someone? Naruto examined the bullet with genuine curiosity. Seems inefficient. Before the stunned thieves could react, Naruto moved. No shadow clones, no Rasengan, just taijutsu, quick and efficient. 3 strikes, 3 bodies hitting the ground. The bags of money scattered across the pavement as bystanders watched in shocked silence. Naruto dusted off his hands, frowning slightly. He'd barely used any chakra, yet he felt more drained than he should. Whatever this world was, his energy worked differently here. The crowd that had gathered erupted in applause and excited chatter. Phones were pointed at him from every direction, some kind of recording devices, Naruto guessed. That was amazing. Did you see how fast he moved? Are you one of those new heroes? Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, uncomfortable with the attention. Just happened to be passing by. A police vehicle pulled up, lights flashing. Two officers approached cautiously, hands near their weapons. "Sir, we need you to stay right there," one called out. Naruto raised his hands, showing he meant no harm. "The bad guys are right there, officers. I was just helping out." The crowd's enthusiastic confirmation of his story seemed to ease the officers' concerns, though they still looked at him with suspicion. "That was some impressive fighting," the senior officer said as his partner cuffed the unconscious robbers. "You with the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Naruto seized the opportunity. "Something like that. I'm new in town, just exploring my options." The officer nodded slowly. "Well, we'll need a statement from you about what happened." Standard procedure. As Naruto began explaining, he noticed a sleek vehicle pull up across the street. A woman with blue hair stepped out, dressed in an expensive-looking suit. She seemed to observe the situation with intense interest, particularly when Naruto demonstrated how he had caught the bullet. "And then I just knocked them out," Naruto finished. "They shouldn't be hurt too badly." The officer jotted down notes. "Well, Mr. Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. Mr. Uzumaki. While we appreciate the assistance, in the future, please leave law enforcement to the professionals. Vigilantism is technically illegal, even if you did stop a crime in progress." Naruto nodded, though he had no intention of ignoring people in trouble. As the officers turned their attention to the robbers, the blue-haired woman approached. "That was quite a show," she said, her voice confident and direct. "Not many people can move like that without being Z-fighters or at least trained by one." Naruto studied her. She carried herself with authority, and despite her lack of obvious combat readiness, he sensed she was someone important. "Z-fighters?" he asked. The woman raised an eyebrow. "You catch bullets and don't know about the Z-fighters? Now that's interesting." She extended a hand. "Bulma Briefs, CEO of Capsule Corporation." Naruto shook her hand, noting the firm grip. "Naruto Uzumaki, visitor, I guess you could say." "From where exactly?" Bulma asked, her eyes sharp and assessing. "It's complicated." Bulma glanced at a small device in her hand, then back at Naruto with renewed interest. "Your energy signature is unlike anything I've ever seen. It's not pure ki, there's something else mixed in." Naruto tensed. "You can sense chakra." "Chakra?" Bulma's eyes lit up. "Is that what you call it?" "My scanner is picking up standard ki readings, but they're intertwined with another energy pattern I've never encountered before." She pocketed the device. "Why don't you come with me? I think we have a lot to discuss, and this isn't the place for it." Naruto hesitated. In a strange world with unfamiliar rules, trusting strangers wasn't ideal. But this woman knew something about energy manipulation, which meant she might have answers about where he was and how he might get home. "How do I know I can trust you?" he asked. Bulma laughed. "You don't. But considering you just took down 3 armed men without breaking a sweat, I think we both know you're not exactly in danger from me." Her expression softened slightly. "Look, I'm guessing you're new here, and I don't just mean to West City. The way you move, the energy you give off, you're not from Earth, are you?" "Earth?" The name struck Naruto like a physical blow. "Not just a different country or continent, but a different planet entirely?" "I need answers," he admitted finally. "And I can help provide them," Bulma said. "But first, it looks like you could use a meal and some fresh clothes. What do you say?" Naruto's stomach growled again, making the decision for him. "Lead the way." The Capsule Corporation compound was unlike anything Naruto had ever seen, a massive complex of domed buildings surrounded by manicured grounds. As Bulma's vehicle pulled through the security gates, Naruto sensed powerful energy signature somewhere on the property. "You have fighters here," he observed. Bulma nodded. "My husband, for one. He's training in the gravity chamber right now, probably hasn't even noticed we have a visitor." Gravity chamber. A room where the gravity can be increased for training purposes. Vegeta's currently working at 500 times Earth's normal gravity. Naruto's eyes widened. No wonder the energy signature felt so intense. Anyone who could move in such conditions would be formidable indeed. As they entered the main building, Naruto felt another presence approaching rapidly, powerful, but different from the one in the gravity chamber. "Mom! You're back." A teenage boy with lavender hair came around the corner, then stopped short at the sight of Naruto. "Who's this?" "Trunks, this is Naruto Uzumaki. He's our guest." Bulma gestured between them. "Naruto, this is my son, Trunks." The boy approached, studying Naruto with undisguised curiosity. "You're not from around here, are you? Your key feels weird." "Trunks." Bulma scolded. "Don't be rude." Naruto smiled. "It's fine. And no, I'm not from around here. Very much not, as it turns out." Trunks circled him, eyes narrowed in assessment. "Are you here for the tournament? You don't look that strong, but your energy is different." "Tournament? The intergalactic tournament next month," Trunks explained. "Fighters from all over the universe are coming. Dad's been training like crazy." Bulma cleared her throat. "Trunks, why don't you tell the kitchen staff to prepare a large meal for our guest? He's had a long journey." With one last curious glance, Trunks nodded and dashed off, moving with a speed that impressed Naruto. "Sorry about him," Bulma said. "Half-Saiyan children aren't known for their subtlety." "Saiyan?" Bulma sighed. "You really aren't from around here, are you? Come on, let's get you situated. Food first, then explanations." The meal was a revelation, foods Naruto had never encountered before, but in quantities that finally satisfied his hunger. As he finished his fifth plate, he noticed Bulma watching him with an amused expression. "What?" he asked, swallowing a mouthful. "Nothing. You just eat like a Saiyan," she replied. "Which makes me even more curious about where you're from." With the edge taken off his hunger, Naruto leaned back in his chair. "I guess I owe you that explanation now. Only if you want to share." Bulma activated a small device on the table. "But I'll admit, I'm dying to know about that energy signature of yours." Naruto took a deep breath. "I'm from a place called Konoha, in the land of fire. It's a hidden village of shinobi, ninja, you might call them. We use an energy called Chakra for our techniques." He explained the basics of his world, the 5 great nations, the shinobi system, chakra manipulation. Bulma listened intently, occasionally glancing at her device as if confirming his words against its readings. "And you ended up here how?" she finally asked. "There was a dimensional rift, a vortex that was destroying my village. I tried to seal it, but instead..." Naruto gestured around him. "I woke up in your park." Bulma's eyes had grown progressively wider. "Interdimensional travel. We've encountered other timelines before, but a completely different dimension with its own physical laws. That's extraordinary. Is there a way back?" Naruto asked, the question that had been haunting him since he'd arrived. Bulma's expression turned serious. "I don't know. We'd need to understand exactly what caused the rift in the first place. But if anyone can figure it out, it's me." She smiled confidently. "In the meantime, you're welcome to stay here. I'd like to study your chakra, if you don't mind. The applications could be fascinating." "It's not working right," Naruto admitted. "When I tried to use my techniques earlier, something felt off. Like the energy here is different. That's because it is, Bulma explained. Here, we use ki, life energy. From what you've described, chakra is a combination of physical and spiritual energies. Similar, but not identical. A new voice joined the conversation. So that's what I was sensing. Naruto turned to see a man standing in the doorway, short in stature but with an aura of tremendous power. His hair stood up like a flame, and his arms were crossed over his chest as he regarded Naruto with suspicious eyes. Vegeta, Bulma greeted. Done training already? The man, Vegeta, didn't take his eyes off Naruto. I felt an unfamiliar energy signature. Not Frisia's race, not Namekian. His eyes narrowed. What are you? Naruto stood, meeting Vegeta's gaze directly. Something told him showing weakness to this man would be a mistake. Naruto Uzumaki, shinobi of Konoha. He maintained eye contact. And you're Vegeta, I'm guessing. The one training at 500 times gravity. A flicker of surprise crossed Vegeta's face before his expression returned to its default scowl. Humph. And what business does a shinobi have on Earth? None, originally, Naruto replied honestly. I was trying to save my village from a dimensional rift. Ended up here instead. Vegeta approached, circling Naruto much as Trunks had done earlier. Your power level isn't remarkable, yet there's something unusual about it. He stopped in front of Naruto. Show me. Vegeta, Bulma warned, he's a guest, not a new sparring dummy. It's okay, Naruto said. He took a step back and focused. If chakra worked differently here, maybe he needed a different approach. Closing his eyes, Naruto reached for the familiar well of energy within him. Instead of forcing it through the usual pathways, he let it flow naturally, feeling how it wanted to move in this world. The sage energy that had always been a part of him responded first, drawing in the ambient energy of this new world. When he opened his eyes, orange markings had appeared around them, the sign of sage mode. But it felt different, more connected to everything around him. Vegeta's eyes widened slightly. Your power level just jumped significantly. And that energy, it's drawing from the environment somehow. Sage mode, Naruto explained. It allows me to draw in natural energy and blend it with my own chakra. Interesting, Vegeta muttered. It's similar to how we gather energy for a spirit bomb, but more controlled, more individualized. Bulma was frantically taking readings. This is amazing. Your energy signature completely transformed. It's as if you're channeling the ambient ki around you, but filtering it through your own unique energy system. Naruto maintained the sage mode, though he could feel it draining him faster than it would have in his own world. In my dimension, natural energy is everywhere, but it takes special training to harness it without turning to stone. Stone. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Too much natural energy overwhelms your body if you can't balance it properly, Naruto explained. But get it right, and it enhances everything: strength, speed, sensory abilities. Vegeta's lips curved in what might have been the ghost of a smile. Perhaps you're not completely useless after all. He turned to Bulma. The woman thinks she can get you home. I said I'd try, Bulma corrected. But it won't be quick or easy. Naruto released the sage mode, feeling the drain more acutely than he would have expected. Time works differently between dimensions. I need to get back as soon as possible. Then you'll need to adapt quickly, Vegeta said bluntly. Your techniques won't work the same here. If you intend to survive while the woman figures out your dimensional problem, you'll need to learn how ki works on Earth. Naruto blinked, surprised by the offer hidden in Vegeta's statement. Are you suggesting you'll teach me? Vegeta scoffed. Don't be absurd. I'm a warrior, not a babysitter. He turned to leave, then paused. But Kakarote's always looking for new challenges. He might find your unusual abilities interesting. With that, He left, leaving Naruto with more questions than answers. "Who's Kakarot?" he asked Bulma. "He means Goku, Earth's strongest defender and Vegeta's eternal rival." Bulma smiled. "And believe it or not, that was Vegeta being hospitable. He didn't even threaten to blast you once." Naruto laughed despite himself. "He reminds me of someone from back home. Proud, intense, but probably loyal once you earn his respect." "That's Vegeta in a nutshell," Bulma agreed. She stood, gathering her devices. "I should get started on analyzing this data. In the meantime, let me show you where you'll be staying. Tomorrow, we can introduce you to the others." As they walked through the sprawling complex, Naruto's thoughts turned to home, to Konoha, his friends, and the life he'd left behind. Had time passed differently there? Were they searching for him? Did they even know he was alive? "Hey," Bulma's voice cut through his thoughts. "I know that look. We'll figure this out, Naruto. The Z fighters have faced impossible odds before and come out on top. This is just another challenge." Naruto nodded, forcing a smile. "Right. Besides, I never go back on my word. I told them I'd find a way back, and I will. That's my ninja way." Bulma regarded him with newfound respect. "I think you'll fit in just fine with our group of world savers." That night, as Naruto lay in an unfamiliar bed in an unfamiliar world, he reached once more for the connection to Kurama. "I know you're in there somewhere," he whispered to the darkness. "We'll figure this out together, just like always." No direct response came, but as he drifted towards sleep, Naruto felt a warm pulse of energy from within, comforting, familiar, and distinctly fox-like. Miles away, in a remote mountain temple, a hooded figure knelt before a dark altar. The air shimmered with an unnatural energy as the figure placed a crystal orb in the center of an intricate pattern carved into the stone. "Master," the figure whispered, "we have sensed it. A new energy has entered this realm, one that tastes of the spaces between dimensions." The orb pulsed with shadow light, and a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere responded. "Yes. I felt the ripple across the void. After all these millennia, the key has finally arrived. Shall we retrieve it, Master?" A dark chuckle emanated from the orb. "Patience. Let it acclimate. Let it grow stronger. The energy it possesses is still raw, unrefined. But the Z fighters are irrelevant. They understand power, but not the spaces between. This newcomer walks in both worlds, just as I once did." The orb flared with malevolent energy. "Watch him. Learn from him. When the time is right, we will make ourselves known." "Yes, Lord Kagetsu." The figure bowed deeply as the orb's light dimmed, leaving only shadows dancing across the ancient stones. Morning arrived with the sound of explosions. Naruto bolted upright, instinctively reaching for kunai that weren't there. It took him a moment to remember where he was: Capsule Corporation, Earth, another dimension entirely. The explosions continued, rhythmic and controlled. Following the sound, Naruto made his way through the complex until he reached an outdoor area where Trunks was training with another boy about the same age, with spiky black hair. Their movements were incredible, faster than most Jonin Naruto had known, with punches that created shockwaves in the air. They weren't just fighting, they were flying, actual flight without wings or visible techniques. "There's something else, aren't they?" Naruto turned to find a tall man with scars on his face leaning against a tree, watching the boys with a fond expression. "I'm Yamcha," the man said, offering a hand. "Bulma told me about you. Interdimensional traveler, huh?" Naruto shook his hand. "That obvious?" Yamcha laughed. "Around here? You'd be surprised what we consider normal. Those two are Trunks and Goten. Half scions, which explains the ridiculous power levels at their age." "What's a scion exactly?" Naruto asked, watching as the boys exchanged rapid-fire blows that would have leveled buildings in Konoha. An alien warrior race. Most of them were wiped out years ago, but Goku and Vegeta are full-blooded scions. Their kids inherited the power, obviously. Yamcha gestured toward the fighting. What you're seeing is just their warm-up. Wait till they go Super Saiyan. Before Naruto could ask what that meant, the boys suddenly stopped mid-fight, heads turning toward the main building. Dad's here! Goten exclaimed, his face lighting up. A moment later, Naruto sensed it too, an energy signature unlike anything he'd felt before, powerful yet somehow, pure. Not threatening like Vegeta's, but no less impressive in its magnitude. A man appeared in the courtyard, seemingly out of nowhere. Tall, with wild black hair and an orange GI, he had a carefree smile that belied the tremendous power Naruto could sense within him. Goku, Yamcha said by way of explanation. The boys rushed over, talking excitedly as Goku ruffled their hair. His eyes found Naruto almost immediately, curiosity evident in his expression. Hey there! Goku called, waving. You must be the new guy Bulma called about. I'm Goku. As he approached, Naruto felt an instinctive respect for this man. Despite his casual demeanor, there was something about him that reminded Naruto of the greatest shinobi he'd known, a quiet confidence born of hard-won battles. Naruto Uzumaki, he replied, bowing slightly. Goku grinned. Bulma says you're from another dimension and you use some kind of energy that's not quite key. That sounds awesome. Want to spar? Yamcha laughed. Typical Goku. Meet someone new, immediately challenge them to a fight. Naruto found himself smiling despite the strangeness of the situation. Actually, I could use the practice. My techniques aren't working quite right in this world. Great. Goku's enthusiasm was infectious. There's a training ground behind the main building. Nothing like a good fight to figure out how your powers work. As they walked, Goku peppered Naruto with questions about his world, his abilities, and especially about sage energy. Unlike Vegeta's suspicious interrogation, Goku's interest seemed purely born of curiosity and excitement. So you can sense everything around you when you're in this sage mode? Goku asked. That's kind of like when I'm gathering energy for the spirit bomb, but I can't fight while I'm doing that. It enhances everything, Naruto explained. Strength, speed, sensory abilities. Back home, I could sense people's emotions, track them across entire countries. Wow! That could be really useful. Goku's expression turned thoughtful. You know, it sounds a bit like what Supreme Kai can do, tapping into the energy of creation itself. They reached a wide, open area behind the main building, reinforced for training purposes. Goku stretched casually, then dropped into a fighting stance that Naruto didn't recognize but could immediately appreciate for its balance. Don't worry about holding back, Goku said. I want to see what you can really do. Naruto mirrored the stance, feeling the unfamiliar flow of energy in this world. I should warn you, I'm still figuring out how my chakra works here. Goku just grinned wider. That's what makes it interesting. Without further warning, Goku moved, faster than Naruto expected, much faster. A punch came toward his face that Naruto barely managed to dodge, the air whistling past his ear. Instinctively, Naruto attempted to create shadow clones, pulling on his chakra. The energy surged, but instead of forming clones, it created a burst of force that pushed Goku back several feet. Whoa! Goku exclaimed. That wasn't key. It felt completely different. Naruto stared at his hands in surprise. That's not what was supposed to happen. I was trying to create shadow clones, copies of myself. Try again, Goku suggested. But this time, feel how the energy wants to flow here, not how it worked in your world. Naruto closed his eyes, focusing. The energy inside him felt both familiar and strange. His chakra was still there, but it interacted differently with the ambient energy of this world. When he tried to direct it outward again, focusing on division rather than force, the result was two blurry afterimages that faded almost immediately. Almost had it. Goku encouraged. The energy split for a second there. Frustration mounted as Naruto tried again and again, each attempt coming closer but still failing to produce a solid clone. Finally, he stopped, breathing heavily. "It's like trying to write with my left hand," he muttered. "I know what I want to do, but my body won't cooperate." Goku approached, his expression thoughtful. "Maybe you're thinking about it wrong. Here, watch this." He held out his hand, and a ball of pure energy formed above his palm, glowing, swirling, yet perfectly controlled. "Ki is life energy," Goku explained. "It flows through everything living. We don't create it so much as channel it, direct it." He let the energy ball dissipate. "Try feeling the flow around you first, then add your own energy to it." The approach reminded Naruto of sage training. Instead of forcing his chakra outward, he began by sensing the energy flow of his new environment, letting it mingle with his own natural energy. As he did, he felt something click, a harmony between the foreign ki and his familiar chakra. When he opened his eyes, Naruto was in sage mode, but with a difference. The orange markings seemed to glow with an inner light, and the energy flowed more freely than before. "Now try your technique," Goku said, eyes wide with interest. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto formed the familiar hand seal, and this time, the energy responded correctly. With a puff of smoke, 3 solid clones appeared beside him, each grinning with triumph. "You did it!" Goku exclaimed. "And your power level just multiplied. That's amazing." The clones moved independently, circling Goku with synchronized movements. It wasn't as many as Naruto could typically create, but it was a start. "Let's see what else works," Naruto said, his confidence building. For the next hour, Goku and Naruto sparred, testing the limits of Naruto's adapted techniques. The Rasengan formed more easily than the shadow clones, seeming to naturally integrate the swirling ki energy of this world. Transformation techniques worked partially, enough to change appearance but not to fully mimic another person's energy signature. Throughout it all, Goku proved to be both a challenging opponent and an insightful teacher, pointing out when Naruto was forcing his techniques versus allowing them to adapt to the new energy system. "You're a fast learner," Goku commented as they took a break, sitting cross-legged on the ground. "Most people take years to develop ki control like that." "I've always been good at improvising," Naruto admitted. "Plus, sage energy seems to bridge the gap between chakra and ki somehow." "I'd like to learn more about that sage energy," Goku said. "It reminds me of something the Kais use, but more natural, less divine." Before Naruto could respond, a new energy signature approached, familiar from the previous day. "Kakarot." Vegeta's voice cut across the training ground. "I see you've met our dimensional visitor." Goku waved cheerfully. "Hey, Vegeta. You should see what Naruto can do with his sage energy. It's totally different from regular ki techniques." Vegeta approached, arms crossed as usual. "So I've heard. The woman hasn't stopped talking about its potential applications. Did Bulma find anything about getting me home?" Naruto asked, hope rising. "She's working on it," Vegeta replied. "But there's another matter that requires attention." His expression grew serious. "King Kai contacted Bulma. He sensed a disturbance when you arrived, ripples in the fabric between dimensions. You didn't come alone." Naruto frowned. "What do you mean?" "I didn't bring anyone with me." "Not someone," Vegeta clarified. "Something. When you tore through the dimensional barrier, you created weak points, areas where the separation between worlds is thinner." Goku's expression turned serious, a transformation that surprised Naruto with its completeness. The carefree fighter was suddenly every inch a warrior. Are things coming through? Goku asked. Not yet, Vegeta replied. But the Kais are concerned. They've detected energy signatures gathering at these weak points, energy that doesn't belong in our dimension. Naruto felt a chill. The rift in my world was feeding on chakra. Could it be the same thing trying to break through here? Possibly. Vegeta fixed Naruto with an intense stare. Which means your presence here might be attracting it. The implication hung in the air. If Naruto's very existence in this dimension was creating danger, what did that mean for his hopes of staying until he found a way home? We should investigate these weak points, Goku suggested. Maybe Naruto can help us understand what we're dealing with. Bulma has located the nearest one, Vegeta said. It's in the mountains north of here, near an old temple. We leave in an hour. As Vegeta turned to go, Naruto called after him. If this is my fault, I want to help fix it. Vegeta paused. Good. Because if your arrival brings destruction to this world, Uzumaki, you'll answer to me. With that, he launched into the air, flying toward the main building. Don't mind him, Goku said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Vegeta's always grumpy. But he's right about one thing, if there's trouble brewing, we need to check it out. An hour later, Naruto found himself in one of Bulma's aircraft, heading toward the mountains. The vehicle moved faster than anything in the shinobi world, covering vast distances in minutes rather than days. Inside were Goku, Vegeta, a green-skinned being named Piccolo whom Naruto had been hastily introduced to, and Bulma herself piloting the craft. The tension was palpable as Bulma explained what they were facing. The dimensional weak point is directly above an ancient temple, she said, pointing to a display showing energy readings. The temple itself predates any recorded civilization on Earth, at least 75,000 years old, according to archaeological estimates. Has anyone investigated it before? Piccolo asked, his deep voice resonating in the confined space. The area has always been considered sacred, or forbidden, depending on which local legends you believe, Bulma replied. The few expeditions that tried to study it either found nothing or, never returned. Naruto frowned. In my world, places with unusual natural energy often have guardians or seals to keep people away. Exactly, Bulma agreed. But whatever was keeping people out seems to have become active since your arrival. Energy readings from the site have increased tenfold in the last 24 hours. I'm sensing something, Goku said suddenly, looking out the window. It's faint, but, wrong somehow. Like ki, but twisted. Naruto closed his eyes, reaching for sage mode. As the orange markings appeared around his eyes, he extended his senses outward, feeling the flow of energy across the landscape below. Goku was right, there was something unnatural ahead, a disruption in the otherwise harmonious energy field. I feel it too, he confirmed. It's similar to what I sensed before the rift appeared in my world, like a wound in reality. We're approaching the coordinates, Bulma announced. I'll land at the base of the mountain. The temple is about halfway up. As the aircraft descended, Naruto got his first look at their destination, a jagged peak that seemed to pierce the sky, surrounded by dense forest. Even from a distance, the mountain had an ominous presence, as if the very rock rejected their approach. Once they landed, Bulma activated a series of defensive systems on the aircraft. I'll monitor from here. If anything changes with the energy signature, I'll alert you immediately. Stay sharp, Piccolo advised as they exited. If this is truly a dimensional weak point, we don't know what might come through. The climb up the mountain was eerily silent. No birds called, no insects buzzed, just the sound of their footsteps on the ancient stone path that wound toward the temple. As they ascended, the feeling of wrongness grew stronger, prickling at Naruto's senses. The path is well maintained for an abandoned temple, he observed, noting the lack of overgrowth or debris. Someone's been taking care of it, Piccolo agreed, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. They reached a plateau about halfway up the mountain. Before them stood the temple, a massive structure carved directly into the mountainside. Its architecture was unlike anything Naruto had seen on Earth so far, with sweeping curves that seemed to defy gravity and symbols etched into the stone that hurt the eyes if viewed too directly. "This place feels familiar somehow," Naruto murmured. Something about the energy reminded him of the spaces between dimensions he had traveled through, a nothingness that was somehow substantial. Vegeta stepped forward, his hand raised to channel energy. "I sense movement inside." Before anyone could respond, the massive stone doors of the temple swung open silently. A figure emerged, humanoid but tall and thin, draped in purple robes with a hood that shadowed its face. "Welcome, travelers," the figure said, its voice oddly melodious. "We have been expecting you." "We?" Goku tensed, ready for combat. The figure raised its hands in a peaceful gesture. "The Keepers of the Void. We have guarded this temple for millennia, watching the spaces between dimensions. What do you know about the dimensional disturbance?" Piccolo demanded. The figure's hidden gaze seemed to fix on Naruto. "Everything begins and ends with the one who walks between worlds. The sage who carries the shadow within him." Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. "What are you talking about? What shadow?" "The ninefold shadow, bound to your soul. The one who follows in your footsteps across the void." The figure extended a long-fingered hand toward Naruto. "He has been expecting you, Naruto Uzumaki." "Who has?" Goku stepped protectively in front of Naruto. The figure's hood tilted slightly. "The Lord of Shadows. The one who was banished between dimensions when the worlds were young." Vegeta scoffed. "Enough riddles. What is happening to the dimensional barriers?" "They weaken," the figure replied simply. "As they have always been destined to when the nine-tailed sage arrived. It is written in the void script, carved into the spaces between existence." "Nine-tailed." Naruto's breath caught. "This is about Kurama." "The Nine-Tails?" The figure's posture changed subtly, a tension entering its frame. "So you know the name of the shadow you carry. Interesting. Most vessels are merely prisons, unaware of what they contain." "Kurama is my friend," Naruto said firmly. "Not a shadow, not a prisoner. We fought together, saved my world together." A soft laugh emanated from beneath the hood. "How charming. You believe the fox to be your ally. Yet you do not question why it came so willingly to this realm. Why it slumbers now, gathering strength." Doubt flickered through Naruto, quickly replaced by resolve. "I don't know who you are or what you want, but if you're threatening this world, we'll stop you." "Threatening?" The figure sounded amused. "We merely observe. It is Lord Kagetsu who hungers for return. And you, Naruto Uzumaki, have brought the key he has awaited for 10,000 years." The name Kagetsu triggered something in Naruto's memory, a legend from the oldest scrolls in Konoha, about a shadow god who had been sealed away by the first users of Chakra. Before he could pursue the thought, the air around them shimmered. The dimensional weak point Bulma had detected was responding to something, expanding, pulsing with dark energy. "It begins," the figure said, stepping back toward the temple. "The first tremor between worlds. Soon, the barriers will be thin enough for influence to flow both ways. We need to seal it," Piccolo said urgently. "Whatever's trying to come through, we can't let it." Naruto nodded, stepping forward. "I might be able to help. If sage energy bridges the gap between our worlds, maybe it can repair the damage too." The figure's retreat halted. "You would undo your own purpose. Fascinating. Perhaps you truly are ignorant of your role." "My role is to protect people," Naruto replied firmly. "In any world." He activated Sage Mode, feeling the natural energy flow around him. The dimensional weak point appeared in his senses as a wound in reality, a place where the natural order had been disrupted. Drawing on his experience sealing the rift in Konoha, Naruto extended his awareness into the breach. What he found there stopped him cold. "Something's wrong," he said, his voice tight. "There's something already coming through, not physically, but its energy." The figure raised its arms. "The awakening cannot be stopped, sage child." Lord Kagetsu stirs from his long slumber. With startling speed, Vegeta moved to grab the figure, but his hands passed through it as if through smoke. "An illusion?" Piccolo growled. "A projection," the figure corrected. "My physical form remains within the temple, where the boundary between worlds is thinnest." Naruto maintained his focus on the dimensional rift, trying to understand what he was sensing. It felt like the energy was being siphoned from their world into somewhere else. Not his home dimension, but a space between, a void where something waited. "Goku," he called, "I need your help. Can you channel your energy through me? I think I can seal this, but I need more power." Without hesitation, Goku placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Tell me what to do. Just focus your ki, but let me guide it," Naruto instructed. "Follow the path I create." As Goku's tremendous energy flowed into him, Naruto shaped it with his sage chakra, creating a barrier around the dimensional tear. The figure watched with apparent fascination as the rift began to shrink. "Impressive," it commented. "The vessel works against its purpose. But sealing one breach means little when dozens more have opened across your world." Vegeta turned his glare on the figure. "What do you mean? How many weak points are there?" "One for each tail of the beast he carries," the figure replied. 9 wounds in reality, each feeding Lord Kagetsu's strength. With a final surge of combined energy, Naruto sealed the dimensional rift. The air shimmered once more, then settled into normalcy. The oppressive feeling that had hung over the temple lessened, though it didn't disappear entirely. "It's done," Naruto said, dropping to one knee in exhaustion. "This one, at least." The figure's projected form began to fade. A temporary victory. "You have sealed the door, but not what has already passed through it. We will meet again, nine-tailed sage." As the figure vanished completely, the temple doors swung shut with a resounding boom that echoed across the mountain. "Well, that was cryptic and unhelpful," Vegeta muttered. Piccolo helped Naruto to his feet. "We need to tell Bulma about the other weak points. If there really are 8 more, we'll need a plan to seal them all." Goku's expression was uncharacteristically serious. "And we need to find out who this Lord Kagetsu is, and what he wants with Naruto and the Nine Tails." Naruto stared at the now sealed temple, a growing unease in his gut. "In my world, there's a legend about a shadow god who tried to harness the power of the tailed beasts before they were even separated into 9 entities. He was sealed away between dimensions by the first chakra users." "Could be just a coincidence," Goku suggested optimistically. "When is it ever a coincidence?" Vegeta retorted. "If this Kagetsu is what passed through the rift before we sealed it, we may have a serious problem." As they made their way back down the mountain, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that he had missed something important. The figure had spoken as if Naruto's arrival was expected, planned, as if he had a purpose he didn't understand. What connection could there be between Kurama, this Lord Kagetsu, and the dimensional rift that had brought him here? And why had the Nine-Tails' consciousness gone silent since their arrival? The communicator at Vegeta's wrist beeped. Bulma's voice came through, tense and urgent. "You need to get back here now. I'm picking up energy fluctuations across the globe, all with the same signature as the temple site. Whatever was happening there, it's accelerating." Goku placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Hang on. I'll get us back faster." Before Naruto could ask what he meant, the world around him blurred. There was a momentary sensation of moving incredibly fast while standing still, and then they were standing in Bulma's laboratory at Capsule Corp, miles away from the mountain. "Instant transmission," Goku explained, seeing Naruto's startled expression. "Pretty handy, huh?" Bulma barely looked up from her computer screens, which displayed a global map with 9 pulsing red dots scattered across it. The energy signatures all activated simultaneously about 10 minutes ago. Whatever you did at the temple seems to have triggered a response from the others. The keeper at the temple said there would be 9 weak points, Piccolo explained. 1 for each tail of the 9 tails within Naruto. Bulma glanced at Naruto with new interest. You have a 9-tailed entity inside you? That explains some of the energy readings I couldn't account for. His name is Kurama, Naruto said. He's a tailed beast from my world, a being of pure chakra. We've been partners for years, but since I arrived here, I haven't been able to communicate with him directly. But his energy is still there, Bulma confirmed. Intertwined with yours, but distinct. And somehow connected to these dimensional weak points. Vegeta studied the map. They're spread across the entire planet. Sealing them one by one will take time we may not have. Then we split up, Goku suggested. I'll contact the others. Krillin, Gohan, Tien, everyone can help. Bulma shook her head. It's not that simple. From what I observed, the seal required both Naruto's unique energy in a massive power source, in that case, Goku. I'm not sure anyone else has the right combination to seal these rifts. Then I'll go to each one, Naruto said firmly. However long it takes. And I'll go with you, Goku added. Between my instant transmission and your sealing ability, we can cover ground quickly. A new voice joined the conversation. You're forgetting something important. They turned to see a short, purple-skinned being with white hair and elaborate robes standing in the doorway. Despite his small stature, he radiated authority and power unlike anything Naruto had sensed before. Supreme Kai, Goku greeted with unusual respect. The newcomer nodded in acknowledgement before fixing his gaze on Naruto. You must be the interdimensional visitor I've sensed. Your arrival has caused quite a stir among the Kais. Supreme Kai oversees this universe, Piccolo explained to Naruto. If he's here personally, the situation is more serious than we thought. The Supreme Kai approached Naruto, studying him with ancient eyes. The energy within you, it's not of this universe, yet somehow familiar. Like an echo of the divine. Kurama isn't divine, Naruto said. At least, not in my world. He's a tailed beast, created from the 10 tails by the Sage of 6 Paths. The Supreme Kai's eyes widened. The 10 tails? Then the legends are true. What legends? Vegeta demanded. When the universes were young, Supreme Kai began, there existed beings that could travel between dimensions at will. They were neither gods nor mortals, but something in between, guardians of the cosmic balance. One of them, Kagetsu, became corrupted by the power of the void between worlds. Naruto felt a chill of recognition. The temple keeper mentioned him. Lord Kagetsu. Supreme Kai nodded grimly. In his quest for power, Kagetsu created a being of pure energy that could devour worlds, what you call the 10 tails. But before it could fulfill its purpose, Kagetsu was betrayed by his own kind. They sealed him in the void between dimensions and scattered his creation across multiple realities, fragmenting it so it could never be used as intended. So the tailed beasts in my world. Naruto began. Are fragments of Kagetsu's weapon, Supreme Kai confirmed. Meant to remain separated across dimensional boundaries. By bringing one of these fragments to a new dimension, even unintentionally, you've created a path for Kagetsu to influence our world. The implications were staggering. If the 9 tails was somehow connected to this interdimensional threat, what did that mean for Naruto's bond with Kurama? Had their partnership been part of some cosmic plan he never understood? But Kurama has helped save my world multiple times, Naruto argued. He's not some weapon for destruction. Perhaps not in the form he took in your world, Supreme Kai conceded. The fragments evolved differently in each reality. But the essence remains the same, and that essence calls to its creator. Bulma, who had been silent during this exchange, suddenly looked up from her computer. The energy signatures are changing. They're synchronizing somehow. On the screen, the 9 red dots pulsed in perfect unison, creating a pattern that seemed to ripple across the globe. It's already beginning, Supreme Kai said gravely. Kagetsu's influence grows stronger. Soon, he'll be able to reach through the weak points and into our world. Then we seal them all, Naruto said with determination. Right now. It won't be enough, Supreme Kai replied. The rifts are merely symptoms of a deeper disturbance. As long as Kagetsu can sense the fragment within you, he'll continue to erode the boundaries between dimensions. So what do we do? Goku asked. Supreme Kai's gaze remained fixed on Naruto. We must journey to the source, the void between dimensions where Kagetsu is imprisoned. Only there can we strengthen the original seal and cut off his influence permanently. And how exactly do we travel between dimensions? Vegeta asked skeptically. The same way Naruto arrived, Supreme Kai said. Through one of the rifts. But this time, with purpose and direction, guided by my knowledge of the cosmic pathways. The plan was dangerous, borderline suicidal. Yet as Naruto looked at the pulsing dots on Bulma's screen, each representing a potential threat to this world that had welcomed him, he knew there was no other choice. I'll do it, he said firmly. This started with me, and I'll finish it. Goku stepped forward. I'm going too. Sounds like the kind of fight I wouldn't want to miss. Vegeta scoffed. Of course you are, Kakarot. And since someone needs to make sure you don't get yourself killed, I'll be joining you. This isn't a field trip, Supreme Kai warned. The void between dimensions isn't meant for mortal beings. The dangers are beyond your comprehension. With all due respect, Supreme Kai, Naruto said, incomprehensible danger is kind of our specialty. He looked at Goku and Vegeta, feeling a kinship with these warriors from another world. In my dimension, I was Hokage, protector of my village. I may be stranded here for now, but that doesn't change who I am or what I stand for. Supreme Kai studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Very well. We'll depart for the strongest rift at dawn tomorrow. I suggest you all prepare yourselves as best you can. As the others discussed logistics, Naruto stepped away, moving to a window that overlooked the Capsule Corp grounds. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the unfamiliar landscape. Kurama, he whispered, reaching inward for the familiar presence. I don't know if you can hear me, but I could really use your help right now. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, faintly, like a voice across a vast distance, Kit. The single word, barely a whisper in his mind, filled Naruto with both relief and concern. Kurama was still there, still connected to him, but something was interfering with their bond. I'll figure this out, Naruto promised, both to Kurama and to himself. Whatever this Kagetsu wants, he can't have you. We're partners, now and always. As stars began to appear in the deepening twilight, Naruto made a silent vow. He would protect both worlds, the one he'd left behind and the one that had taken him in. And when this was over, he'd find a way to bridge the gap between them, not as a rift to be exploited, but as a connection to be celebrated. Behind him, Goku approached quietly. Big day tomorrow, huh? Naruto nodded. Yeah. Dimensional void, ancient evil, potential cosmic destruction. Just another Tuesday. Goku laughed. You know, you remind me of myself when I first started out. Always finding yourself in the middle of world-ending threats. It does seem to follow me around, Naruto admitted. Get some rest, Goku advised. Whatever we're facing tomorrow, we'll face it together. As Goku left, Naruto turned back to the window, watching as the first stars brightened against the darkening sky. Somewhere out there were 8 more rifts, pulsing in harmony with the sliver of Kagetsu's influence that had already slipped through. And beyond them all, in the space between dimensions, something ancient and terrible was awakening, something that saw Naruto not as an accidental visitor, but as the key to its long-awaited return. Chapter 2, Two Powers, One Path. Dawn broke over Capsule Corporation with a crimson glow that painted the compound's domes in shades of fire. Naruto stood barefoot on the dew-damp grass, eyes closed, trying to sense the energy flows Piccolo had described. "Empty your mind," the Namekian's deep voice instructed from behind him. "Don't reach for your chakra. Just feel the ki that surrounds you." Naruto took a slow breath, attempting to follow the alien's guidance. For 3 days since their encounter at the temple, he'd been training relentlessly, trying to master the fundamentals of ki manipulation. Supreme Kai had delayed their journey to the dimensional rift, claiming the cosmic alignments weren't right, but Naruto suspected he was being given time to prepare. "I can sense it," Naruto said, eyes still closed. "It's like ripples in a pond, moving through everything." "Good." Piccolo circled him slowly. "Now, don't try to grab it. Ki isn't controlled the way your chakra is. It responds to emotion, to will. It amplifies what's already inside you." Naruto nodded, focusing on the sensation. Unlike Chakra's familiar warmth, ki felt wilder, less contained, a force that permeated his surroundings rather than flowing through specific pathways. "Let it flow into you naturally," Piccolo continued. "Feel it pooling in your center." As Naruto concentrated, he felt something stir within, not quite chakra, not purely ki, but a blend that reminded him of sage energy. The orange markings of sage mode began to appear around his eyes unbidden. Piccolo noticed immediately. "You're falling back on your sage abilities. That's not what we're working on." "I'm not trying to," Naruto replied, opening his eyes in frustration. The markings faded. "It happens automatically when I reach for energy now. Like my body knows that's the bridge between the two systems." Piccolo considered this, arms folded across his chest. "Perhaps we're approaching this wrong. Instead of trying to separate the energies, we should explore how they interact." "That's what I've been saying," Naruto said with a hint of exasperation. "In my world, sage chakra is what happens when you blend your own energy with natural energy. Maybe here, it's the key to blending chakra with ki." Piccolo's expression remained stern, but his eyes showed interest. "Show me this sage mode again, but this time, pay attention to how it interacts with the ambient ki." Naruto nodded and closed his eyes once more. Rather than fighting the instinct, he allowed the sage energy to flow, feeling the familiar sensation of drawing in natural power from his surroundings. The orange markings appeared around his eyes, and as they did, something unexpected happened. The ki that Piccolo had been teaching him to sense suddenly became vivid in his perception, not just present, but brilliantly clear, like stars emerging from behind clouds. More surprising was how it responded to him, swirling toward him as if attracted to the sage energy he channeled. "It's working," he breathed, opening eyes that now combined the horizontal pupils of sage mode with a faint glow that wasn't present in his home dimension. "The ki, it's almost like it wants to join with the sage energy." "Your power level just tripled," Piccolo observed, his expression showing rare surprise. "And the quality of your energy signature has changed. It's more harmonized." Naruto looked down at his hands, seeing the familiar glow of chakra but with subtle differences. Currents of blue-white ki swirled within the golden energy, creating patterns like flowing water. "I think I've been overthinking this," he said. "Trying to use ki and chakra separately when they want to work together." He formed a simple hand seal, focusing on the blended energy. A single shadow clone appeared beside him, perfectly formed, solid, yet somehow different from the clones he created in his home world. This one seemed to shimmer slightly, as if not entirely fixed in one place. "Interesting," Piccolo said, circling the clone with a critical eye. "It's stable, but the energy composition is unlike anything I've seen. Not quite matter, not purely energy." The clone grinned, Naruto's signature expression on an identical face. "I feel lighter," it said, flexing its hands. Like I could move faster. Try it, Naruto suggested. Without further prompting, the clone dashed across the training ground. Its speed was significantly greater than what Naruto's clones could typically achieve, leaving afterimages as it moved. "Whoa," Naruto said as the clone returned. "That's new. Ki enhances physical attributes more directly than your chakra seems to," Piccolo explained. "Speed, strength, durability, all amplified by your life force." Naruto dispelled the clone, feeling its experiences return to him, the sensation of moving with ki-enhanced speed, the freedom of lighter movement. With each discovery, the gap between his old abilities and the possibilities of this new world seemed to narrow. "Let's try something more advanced," he said, gathering the blended energy in his palm. The familiar swirling sphere of a Rasengan began to form, but as ki merged with the chakra construct, it changed. The blue-white sphere grew more intense, its rotation accelerating beyond what Naruto had ever achieved before. Streams of energy extended from its surface like solar flares, creating a corona effect. "Rasengan," Naruto said, holding the modified technique aloft. "But different." Piccolo's eyes narrowed. "That's an impressive concentration of energy. Similar to Gohan's Masenko in raw power, but the structure is more refined." Naruto turned toward a training dummy at the far end of the field. With a quick motion, he launched the enhanced Rasengan. It crossed the distance in an instant, striking the target with far greater force than he had intended. The dummy didn't just break, it disintegrated, along with a section of the reinforced wall behind it. "Oops," Naruto winced. "Still need to work on control." "Indeed," Piccolo said dryly. "But the concept is sound. You're not replacing your techniques, you're evolving them." Before Naruto could respond, a familiar voice called from the edge of the training ground. "That was awesome!" Goten exclaimed, running over with Trunks close behind. "Can you teach us how to do that?" Naruto laughed, the sage markings fading as he released the technique. "I'm still figuring it out myself, kid." Trunks, always more analytical than his friend, studied the destroyed target area. "That wasn't pure ki. The energy signature was different, like when my dad uses God ki, but not Sage ki," Naruto said, the term coming to him naturally. "That's what I'm going to call it." "Sage ki," Piccolo repeated, testing the phrase. "An apt description. Your sage energy acts as a bridge, allowing your chakra and our ki to harmonize." Goten bounced excitedly. "Are you going to use it in the tournament? You could totally win with moves like that." "Tournament?" Naruto asked, looking between the boys. Trunks rolled his eyes. "The Western Regional Tournament. It starts tomorrow. Everyone's been talking about it for weeks. It's not as big as the World Martial Arts Tournament," Goten added, "but fighters from all over are coming. Even some from other universes." Piccolo nodded. "Kampa, Universe SXS God of Destruction, has apparently permitted some of his fighters to participate as a cultural exchange. His attendant Vados called it broadening their competitive experience." Naruto considered this. A tournament would be the perfect opportunity to test his new abilities against different opponents, to see how Sage Ki performed in actual combat rather than training. "I think I'll enter," he decided. "If it's open to anyone." "Registration ends at noon today," Trunks informed him. "We could take you there now if you want." Piccolo folded his arms. "It would be valuable experience. Your control of Sage Ki is improving, but nothing tests new techniques like actual combat." "Then it's settled," Naruto said, grinning. "I'm going to enter this tournament and see what Sage Ki can really do." 2 hours later, Naruto stood in a crowded registration hall, surrounded by fighters of all shapes, sizes, and apparently, species. The Western Regional Tournament, he'd learned, had more relaxed rules than the World Tournament, allowing techniques that would be prohibited in the more prestigious competition. "Name?" asked the bored-looking official at the registration desk. Naruto Uzumaki. Fighting style. Naruto hesitated. Shinobi arts, with some recent adaptations. The official barely glanced up. Planet of origin. That's complicated. Now the official did look up, raising an eyebrow. We need it for the roster. New regulations after the incident with those Frieza Force infiltrators last year. He's with us, came Bulma's voice as she strode toward the desk, Trunks and Goten trailing behind her. Earth-based training, sponsorship through Capsule Corporation. The official's demeanor changed instantly. Ms. Briefs. Of course, of course. We'll list him as Earth-trained then. Bulma winked at Naruto as the official hurriedly processed his paperwork. Being the richest woman on the planet has its perks. Thanks, Naruto said. I wasn't sure how to explain my situation. No problem. After everything with the dimensional rifts, I figured you could use something fun to focus on. She handed him a small device. Take this communicator. It'll let us stay in touch during the tournament. Once the registration was complete, they moved away from the desk, making room for the next contestant. The tournament format is simple, Bulma explained as they walked. Preliminary rounds today to narrow the field, then bracket-style elimination matches tomorrow and the next day. Finals are scheduled for day 3. And you said fighters from Universe 6 are competing? Naruto asked, remembering what Piccolo had mentioned. A few, Bulma confirmed. Part of Kampa's ongoing cultural exchange program with Beerus, though it's mostly an excuse for them to compete by proxy without destroying half a galaxy. They're really strong, Goten added enthusiastically. There's even a couple of scions. Real ones, not half-breeds like us. Universe 6 still has a scion population, Trunks explained, seeing Naruto's confusion. Unlike our universe, where they were almost all wiped out. As they talked, Naruto sensed a group of powerful energy signatures entering the registration area. Turning, he saw an entourage being led by a tall, blue-skinned woman carrying a staff, presumably Vados, the attendant Piccolo had mentioned. Among the group were what appeared to be 3 warriors, a lean purple humanoid with red eyes that reminded Naruto of the Sharingan, a shorter blue-skinned individual with an appearance that triggered murmurs from the crowd, and a young woman with spiky black hair who carried herself with unmistakable confidence. That's them, Trunks whispered. Hit, the legendary assassin. Frost, Universe SXS version of Frisia. And Caulifla, one of the Scion survivors. Naruto found his attention drawn to the female Scion. There was something familiar about her fierce expression and proud stance that reminded him of shinobi he had known, a natural warrior with something to prove. As if sensing his scrutiny, Caulifla suddenly looked in his direction. Their eyes met across the crowded hall, and for a brief moment, Naruto felt an unexpected connection, a recognition between fighters that transcended universal boundaries. Then her expression shifted to one of challenge, a smirk forming on her lips before she deliberately turned away, saying something to her companions that made the one called Frost glance toward Naruto with mild interest. Well, she seems friendly, Naruto muttered. Bulma laughed. Science. Always sizing up potential opponents. Come on, they're announcing the preliminary block assignments. The preliminaries were held in multiple arenas throughout the massive tournament complex. Naruto found himself assigned to Block C, which would compete in the East Wing. As he made his way there, he reviewed what he'd learned about the rules: victory by knockout, surrender, or ring out, no killing, and minimal property damage outside the fighting area. This rule, Bulma had explained with a roll of her eyes, was more of a suggestion, given the power levels involved. Block C's arena was a simple raised platform with a reinforced surface, surrounded by spectator seating. 32 fighters were gathered, ranging from clearly inexperienced humans to warriors with considerable power levels. Naruto noted with interest that Frost was also assigned to this block, while Caulifla and Hit were placed elsewhere. Fighters, take your positions, announced an official. Preliminary matches will begin momentarily. As Naruto moved to his designated waiting area, he felt a presence beside him. Turning, he found himself face to face with Frost, whose polite smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "You must be the interdimensional visitor I've heard about," Frost said, his voice cultured and controlled. "Quite the sensation you've caused in certain circles." "Word travels fast," Naruto replied cautiously, remembering what he'd been told about this being's counterpart in Universe 7. "Indeed." Frost studied him with calculated interest. "I'm particularly curious about the energy you wield. It's unfamiliar, even to someone who has traveled extensively throughout Universe 6. Just a different fighting style," Naruto said, keeping his explanation vague. Something about Frost's interest seemed too pointed, too specific. "Of course." Frost's smile widened slightly. "I look forward to perhaps facing you in the ring, Naruto Uzumaki. It's so rare to encounter truly novel techniques these days." Before Naruto could respond, the official called the first match, and Frost moved away with a slight bow. The interaction left Naruto uneasy, not because Frost had been threatening, but because his interest felt almost clinical, as if Naruto were a specimen to be studied rather than a fellow competitor. The preliminary matches began, and Naruto watched carefully, assessing the competition. Most fighters relied on standard martial arts, though some displayed impressive ki manipulation. When his turn came, Naruto found himself facing a burly human fighter who specialized in powerful physical attacks. "Begin," the official called, stepping back from the center of the platform. Naruto's opponent charged immediately, unleashing a barrage of punches with surprising speed for his size. Naruto weaved between the strikes, getting a feel for the man's rhythm and power. Without tapping into Sage Ki, he was still fast enough to evade, but he recognized that stronger opponents would require his new techniques. After letting the exchange continue for a moment, Naruto stepped inside his opponent's guard and delivered a precise palm strike to the sternum, not with chakra or ki enhancement, but with perfect timing and placement. The man stumbled back, surprised by the effectiveness of the seemingly light blow. "You're quick," his opponent acknowledged, dropping into a lower stance. "But let's see how you handle this." The fighter began to channel ki visibly, a white aura surrounding his massive frame. With a shout, he launched forward, the platform cracking beneath his feet from the force of his acceleration. This time, Naruto didn't dodge. Instead, he channeled a fraction of Sage Ki into his defensive posture, meeting the charge head-on. Their collision sent a shockwave across the arena, drawing gasps from spectators. When the dust cleared, Naruto stood unmoved, one hand having caught his opponent's fist mid-strike. "Impressive power," Naruto said sincerely. "But there's more to fighting than strength." Before the man could respond, Naruto shifted his grip, using his opponent's momentum to throw him toward the edge of the platform. A desperate ki-enhanced jump saved the fighter from an immediate ring out, but as he landed, Naruto was already waiting. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," Naruto said quietly, forming the hand seal. 3 clones appeared in a triangle formation around his opponent, who spun in confusion at the sudden multiplication. "What the?" The clones moved in perfect coordination, each delivering precisely timed strikes that herded the larger fighter toward the edge. When he attempted to power up again, the real Naruto appeared behind him, a light tap on the shoulder making the man turn just as a clone swept his legs from beneath him. With a surprised shout, the fighter toppled backward off the platform. "Ring out," the official declared. "Winner, Naruto Uzumaki." As the clones dispelled, Naruto offered a hand to his defeated opponent, helping him back onto the platform. "Good fight," Naruto said with genuine respect. The man accepted the hand, laughing ruefully. "Haven't been outmaneuvered like that in years. Whatever fighting style that is, it's effective." From across the arena, Naruto felt eyes on him. Frost was watching with undisguised interest, but beyond him, standing at the entrance to the arena, was Caulifla. Her arms were crossed, expression inscrutable, but the intensity of her gaze suggested she'd been analyzing every move of the brief match. When their eyes met again, she didn't look away. Instead, She gave a barely perceptible nod, acknowledgement from one fighter to another, before turning to leave, presumably heading to her own preliminary block. The rest of the preliminaries passed quickly. Naruto won his remaining matches with relative ease, though he was careful not to reveal too much of his abilities. Frost, unsurprisingly, also dominated his opponents, displaying techniques that reminded Naruto of precise surgical strikes, efficient, calculated, and never using more power than necessary. By evening, the preliminary results were posted. Naruto had qualified for the main tournament, as had Frost from Block C. The bracket pairings showed he would face a local champion in the first round, with Frost on the opposite side, meaning they wouldn't meet until the finals, if at all. Reviewing the complete bracket, Naruto noted that both Caulifla and Hit had also advanced. Caulifla's first match would be the following morning, while his own was scheduled for the afternoon. "Not bad for your first tournament in this dimension," came Bulma's voice as she approached, examining the brackets. "You looked comfortable out there." "I was holding back," Naruto admitted. "Still getting a feel for how much power I can use without overdoing it." "Smart." Bulma handed him an access card. "I've arranged accommodations for you in the competitor's lodge. Most fighters are staying there during the tournament." "Thanks." Naruto pocketed the card. "Any word from Supreme Kai about the dimensional rifts?" Bulma's expression turned serious. "They're stable for now, but he's still monitoring them closely. This tournament is a good distraction, but don't forget what we're really dealing with." "I haven't forgotten," Naruto assured her. "But maybe these few days of preparation will help me understand Sage Ki better. When we do confront Kagetsu, I want to be ready." As Bulma left to check on Trunks and Goten, Naruto made his way to the competitor's lodge, a large, comfortable building adjacent to the tournament grounds. The main lounge was filled with fighters from various planets, sharing stories and sizing up opponents for the next day's matches. Naruto found a quiet corner, content to observe for now. The diversity of fighting styles represented here was fascinating, some familiar enough that he could see parallels to taijutsu from his world, others completely alien. "So you're the one everyone's talking about." The voice came from behind him, confident and slightly challenging. Naruto turned to find Caulifla standing there, arms crossed over her red top, dark eyes assessing him directly. "Am I?" Naruto replied, matching her direct gaze. "The fighter from another dimension," she said, dropping into the seat across from him without waiting for an invitation. "Vados says your energy signature is unlike anything in our universe. And that interests you because..." A competitive smile spread across Caulifla's face. "Because I like beating the best. Can't claim I'm the strongest if I haven't tested myself against every kind of power out there." Despite her brash words, Naruto sensed something deeper in her attitude, a genuine seeker who pursued strength not just for its own sake, but as a form of self-discovery. It reminded him of his own journey. "I watched your preliminary matches," Naruto said. "You're holding back too." Caulifla's eyebrows raised slightly, surprised by his perception. "Maybe. Or maybe that's what I want you to think. Your stance shifts when you're about to use your full power, but then you catch yourself," Naruto observed. "Left shoulder drops slightly, weight transfers to your back foot." Classic tell. Now she looked genuinely impressed, though she quickly masked it with a scoff. "Analyzing my fighting style already? Worried about facing me? Just doing what any good shinobi would do." Naruto smiled. "In my world, understanding your opponent is as important as power." "Shinobi?" She tested the unfamiliar word. "That's some kind of warrior class where you're from?" "Something like that. Ninja, if that translates better." Caulifla leaned forward, suddenly more interested. "So you're trained in stealth and assassination? Doesn't seem like your style from what I saw today." "There's more to being a shinobi than stealth," Naruto explained. "It's about adaptation, strategy, using the right technique at the right moment." She studied him with renewed curiosity. Well, whatever it is, it makes your fighting style unpredictable. Those clone things you do, they're not afterimages like most speed techniques. They're solid duplicates, Naruto confirmed, seeing no reason to hide what he'd already demonstrated publicly. Each with its own consciousness, but connected to me. That could be useful, Caulifla mused, almost to herself. Then, more directly, but tricks only get you so far. Real power comes from within. I don't disagree, Naruto said. But why separate them? Power without technique is just brute force. Technique without power lacks impact. Something he said seemed to resonate with her. For a brief moment, her competitive facade softened, revealing what looked like genuine thoughtfulness. Most fighters I meet are obsessed with one or the other, she said. My universe's scions focus almost exclusively on raw power. It's refreshing to hear a different perspective. Before Naruto could respond, another fighter approached their table, Hit, the legendary assassin. His presence commanded immediate attention, a controlled power that reminded Naruto of the most disciplined ANBU from his world. Caulifla, Hit acknowledged with a nod. Vados is looking for you. Something about training restrictions during the tournament. Caulifla rolled her eyes. Probably wants to make sure I don't accidentally transform and wreck the place. She stood, then turned back to Naruto. See you in the finals, if you make it that far. As she walked away with Hit, Naruto noticed the assassin giving him a measured look, not hostile, but calculating, as if making his own assessment. The interaction left Naruto with mixed feelings. There was something about Caulifla that intrigued him, a familiar spirit of determination wrapped in an unfamiliar package. In another life, another dimension, they might have been rivals pushing each other to improve, much like he and Sasuke had been. The thought of Sasuke brought a pang of homesickness. For all the wonders of this new dimension, for all the power he was discovering, Naruto still felt the absence of his lifelong bonds. Would he ever see Konoha again? His friends? The village he had sworn to protect? Pushing these thoughts aside, Naruto focused on the tournament ahead. One step at a time. Master Sage Ki first, then deal with Kagetsu and the dimensional rifts. Then, perhaps, find a way home. That night, for the first time since arriving in this dimension, Naruto dreamed of Kurama. They stood together in a mindscape that was neither the familiar sewer system of his youth nor the bright open space of their later connection, but a strange in-between realm where shadows and light intermingled. Kid, Kurama's voice echoed, distorted as if coming through water. Something's pulling at me. Kurama. Naruto tried to move closer, but the distance between them seemed to stretch and contract unpredictably. What's happening to you? The massive fox's form flickered, sometimes appearing as the Kurama Naruto knew, other times as something older, more primal, closer to the natural force he had been before being shaped by human interaction. The void calls, Kurama rumbled. A voice from before the sage, before the separation. It knows me. Kagetsu, Naruto realized. The Supreme Kai said he created the original 10 tails that the sage split into the tailed beasts. Kurama's eyes narrowed. Names change across time and dimensions. But yes, the Shadow Lord. He seeks to reclaim what was taken from him. I won't let him take you, Naruto promised fiercely. A low, rumbling laugh came from the fox. Still the same Naruto. But this isn't about possession, Kit. It's about resonance. My chakra responds to his call. Like recognizing like. Is that why our connection has been weaker since we arrived? Kurama nodded, his form stabilizing briefly. Your sage energy protects us both. It anchors me to you, to this reality. The more you master it in this world, the stronger our bond becomes. The dreamscape began to blur, darkness encroaching at the edges. We're out of time, Kurama growled. Remember, Naruto, sage energy is the key. It exists in all dimensions, a constant in the multiverse. Master it here as you did at Mount Mayaboku, and you'll find the path forward. Wait! Naruto called as the fox began to fade. How do I stop Kagetsu? Kurama's final words came as a distant whisper, look to the Scion girl. Your paths are linked in ways even I don't fully understand. Naruto woke with a start, the dream still vivid in his mind. Dawn was breaking outside his window, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold that reminded him of Kurama's fur. The Scion girl, he murmured. Caulifla? What connection could possibly exist between him and a warrior from Universe 6? And yet, Kurama's warning felt significant, not to be dismissed as mere dream logic. With renewed purpose, Naruto prepared for the day ahead. The tournament matches would begin soon, and somewhere in the competition, he needed to find answers, not just about mastering Sage Ki, but about the mysterious link Kurama had hinted at. The tournament arena was significantly larger than the preliminary platforms, a vast white marble surface elevated 20 feet above ground level, surrounded by stadium seating that could accommodate thousands of spectators. Energy-dampening barriers had been installed around the perimeter, designed to protect the audience from stray ki blasts. Naruto arrived early, wanting to observe the other competitors in action. The first match of the day was already underway, a skilled human fighter against a reptilian warrior from a distant planet. Their techniques were impressive by most standards, but Naruto could sense they were mid-tier at best compared to the power levels he detected from fighters like Hit and Caulifla. Speaking of Caulifla, her match was scheduled third in the lineup. Naruto found a spot in the competitor's viewing area, settling in to watch carefully. If Kurama's words meant anything, understanding her fighting style might provide insights beyond mere tactical advantage. 2 matches passed quickly, then Caulifla stepped onto the arena to face a muscular fighter introduced as Rikum, former member of the Jinyu Special Forces of Universe 6. The crowd's reaction suggested this was a significant matchup. This should be interesting, came a voice beside Naruto. He turned to find Frost taking the seat next to him, his expression placid yet attentive. Rikum is quite renowned in our universe. One of the few to survive Lord Frost's, my counterparts, purge of the Frisia force after he took control. You seem well informed about your universe's history, Naruto observed carefully. Frost smiled thinly. I make it my business to know about power structures. Information is its own form of strength, wouldn't you agree? Before Naruto could respond, the match began. Rikum charged forward with surprising speed for his bulk, launching a flurry of powerful strikes that created shockwaves visible to the naked eye. Caulifla dodged effortlessly, her movements precise and economical. She's good, Naruto commented, watching how she analyzed her opponent while appearing to barely try. The science of Universe 6 evolved differently from those in Universe 7, Frost explained. Less brutally savage, more tactically minded. Still prone to battle lust, of course, but with greater control. As if to demonstrate this point, Caulifla suddenly went on the offensive. Rather than matching Rikum's power directly, she targeted pressure points and joints, each strike precisely calibrated. It reminded Naruto of Hyuga clan techniques, though without the gentle fist's chakra disruption. Interesting approach, Frost murmured. She's deliberately avoiding a power display. Saving her energy for later rounds, Naruto agreed. Smart. Despite her tactical approach, the match was clearly one-sided. After a few exchanges, Caulifla apparently grew bored with the prolonged engagement. With blinding speed, she appeared behind Rikum, delivering a kick that sent him flying toward the edge of the arena. The massive fighter managed to halt his momentum just short of a ring out, snarling in frustration. His body began to glow with purple energy as he prepared what appeared to be his ultimate technique. Rikum. Ultra, he never finished the announcement. Caulifla simply vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of him. Her palm struck his chest, a controlled burst of ki sending him flying clear out of the arena and into the protective barriers. Winner by ring out, Caulifla of Universe 6, the announcer declared as the crowd erupted. What impressed Naruto most wasn't the power, which she was still clearly restraining, but the precision. Every movement served a purpose, wasting nothing. As Caulifla exited the arena, she glanced toward the competitor's area, her eyes finding Naruto's. This time, she offered a challenging smirk and a small gesture that clearly said, "Your turn." Frost noticed the exchange. "It seems you've caught her interest." Unusual. Caulifla typically dismisses most fighters as unworthy of her attention. "We had an interesting conversation yesterday," Naruto said, deliberately vague. "I'm sure you did." Frost stood smoothly. "If you'll excuse me, I should prepare for my own match. I look forward to seeing your unique abilities in official competition." As Frost departed, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that the Universe 6 fighter was cataloging everything about him, not just as a potential opponent, but for some other purpose. His instincts, honed through years as a shinobi, warned him that Frost's interest went beyond the tournament. Several more matches passed before Naruto's turn arrived. His opponent was introduced as Shirsami, galactic wrestling champion from the Southern Quadrant, a red-skinned warrior with horns and an impressive physique. "Begin," the announcer called. Shirsami wasted no time, launching forward with surprising speed. "I've been looking forward to testing myself against the Dimensional Traveler. Don't disappoint me." Naruto sidestepped the initial charge, assessing his opponent. Shisami's power level was considerable, likely stronger than anyone Naruto had faced in the preliminaries. This would be a good opportunity to test Sage Ki in a real match. "Let's make it interesting then," Naruto replied, drawing on the blended energy he'd been refining. Orange markings appeared around his eyes as Sage Mode activated, but now with the bluish glow of Ki integration. Naruto sensed the crowd's collective intake of breath as his power level jumped dramatically. Among the spectators, he could feel the focused attention of several powerful individuals, Caulifla, Hit, and Frost, each watching with different intentions. Shirsami hesitated momentarily, clearly sensing the change in Naruto's energy. "What is this technique? Your power signature just became layered somehow." "Sage Ki," Naruto answered simply. "A blend of energies from my world and yours." Recovering from his surprise, Shirsami grinned. "Fascinating. Now show me what it can do." The Red Warrior charged again, this time surrounding himself with a fiery aura of Ki. His strikes came faster, each capable of shattering stone, but Naruto moved between them with fluid grace. Sage Mode sensory enhancement, combined with Ki's speed boost, allowed him to perceive Shisami's attacks almost in slow motion. Rather than counterattacking immediately, Naruto continued to evade, studying his opponent's style and rhythm. The crowd began to murmur, perhaps wondering if he was simply defensive. "Stop dancing and fight," Shirsami demanded, frustration evident. "If you insist," Naruto replied. In a blur of movement, Naruto formed a cross seal. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 10 clones appeared around the arena, each in Sage Mode, each with the same calm determination on their face. The crowd gasped. This was clearly different from the afterimage techniques they were familiar with. An illusion? Shirsami spun in confusion. "Test it and see," one clone challenged. Shirsami blasted a Ki bolt at the nearest clone, which dodged smoothly before landing a solid kick to his side. "Solid enough for you?" the clone asked. What followed was a coordinated assault that demonstrated the unique advantage of Naruto's shadow clones. Unlike simple duplicates, each operated with tactical awareness, communicating without words through their shared consciousness. They attacked from multiple angles, forcing Shirsami to defend in all directions. "Enough games," the warrior roared, his power suddenly spiking. With a thunderous shout, he released a dome of energy that dispelled 3 clones caught in the blast radius. "Impressive," the real Naruto acknowledged, landing lightly on the arena surface. But power isn't everything. Channeling Sage Ki into his palm, Naruto began forming a Rasengan, but different from any he'd created before. The swirling sphere contained visible currents of both chakra and ki, creating a spiraling galaxy of energy that hummed with power. Sage Art, Rasengan. Naruto called, charging forward. Shirsami met the charge head-on, surrounding his fist with concentrated ki. Crusher Ballistic. The techniques collided in a spectacular clash of energy that sent shockwaves across the arena. For a moment, they seemed evenly matched, then the unique properties of the Rasengan took effect. The spinning chakra-ki blend began to grind against Shisami's technique, destabilizing it from within rather than simply opposing it with force. With a sound like shattering glass, Shisami's ki construct broke apart. The Rasengan pushed through, striking the warrior's chest with controlled force. Naruto had deliberately reduced its power to avoid serious injury. Even so, the impact sent Shirsami skidding backward to the very edge of the arena. He teetered there precariously, using his ki to anchor himself to the surface. Not bad. He gasped, clearly winded but still determined. The remaining shadow clones surrounded him, each prepared to attack from a different angle. Shirsami glanced between them, calculating his odds. I could continue, he said finally, but I recognize superior technique when I see it. With a respectful bow, he added, I concede the match. Winner by surrender, Naruto Uzumaki, the announcer declared. The crowd erupted in cheers, clearly impressed by the display of unfamiliar techniques. As the clones dispelled, Naruto approached Shirsami, offering a hand. Good match, he said sincerely. Your power control is impressive. Shirsami accepted the handshake with a rueful smile. And your strategy is unlike anything I've encountered. Those clone techniques, they're not simple duplicates, are they? They're shadow clones, Naruto explained. Each has independent thought but shares a consciousness with me. Fascinating, Shirsami mused. In all my travels throughout Universe 6, I've never seen such an approach. It would be worth losing just to witness it. As they exited the arena, Naruto noticed several other fighters studying him with increased interest. Word of his unique abilities was spreading through the tournament, drawing attention, some curious, some cautious, some calculating. Among those watching was Caulifla, who stood apart from the other competitors, arms crossed as she leaned against a pillar. When Naruto passed, she straightened up. Interesting technique, she said, falling into step beside him as he headed toward the refreshment area. The clones are a good distraction, but that spiraling energy attack, that's your real power. The Rasengan? Naruto smiled. It's one of my signature techniques, but I'm still adapting it to work with ki. It reminds me of something my protege Kale uses, energy with rotation to increase penetration force. She studied him with newfound respect. Maybe there's more to your fighting style than just tricks. High praise, coming from you, Naruto replied with a hint of teasing. Caulifla scoffed, but her eyes held a glimmer of amusement. Don't get cocky. You haven't faced a real scion yet. Looking forward to it, Naruto said honestly. I've heard a lot about scion abilities, but seeing is believing. Well, keep winning and you might get your chance. She glanced at the tournament brackets displayed on a nearby screen. I'm on the opposite side from you, so it wouldn't be until the finals. What about hit? Naruto asked, noting the assassin's position in the bracket. Caulifla's expression turned more serious. Hit is different. His time skip technique makes him nearly untouchable for most fighters. If you face him before me, I doubt you'll make it to the finals. Time skip. The concept sounded both fascinating and formidable. He can skip time for a tenth of a second, move while everyone else is frozen, Caulifla explained. Only fighters who can predict his movements or match his speed can counter it. Naruto considered this. Sounds similar to techniques from my world that manipulate perception in space-time. Caulifla raised an eyebrow. You have counters for that kind of ability? Possibly, Naruto said, thinking of his experiences fighting Sharingan users in space-time ninjutsu. Sage mode enhances sensory perception beyond normal limits. If I can sense his intent before he moves. Interesting theory, she said, seeming genuinely intrigued. Most fighters just try to power through it, which works for someone like Goku or Vegeta, but for the rest of us. Their conversation was interrupted by an announcement calling the next match participants. Caulifla pushed off from the wall she'd been leaning against. Looks like my second match is up soon. Try not to lose before the finals, I want to test this sage ki of yours myself. As she walked away, Naruto felt again the strange sense of familiarity, as if they were reconnecting rather than meeting for the first time. Kurama's words from the dream echoed in his mind, look to the Scion girl. Your paths are linked. The tournament continued throughout the day, with fighters showcasing increasingly impressive techniques as the competition narrowed. Hit dispatched his opponents with minimal effort, his time-skip ability proving as formidable as Caulifla had suggested. Frost advanced through his matches with calculated efficiency, never revealing his full power but demonstrating precise control. By evening, the quarter-finals were set for the following day. Naruto would face a warrior named Magetta, a massive metallic being from planet Metalman. If he won, he would advance to face either Hit or another fighter in the semifinals. On the other side of the bracket, Caulifla and Frost were set to clash in what many considered the match of the tournament. As fighters dispersed for the evening, Naruto decided to find a quiet place to meditate and refine his control of Sage Ki. The tournament grounds included several gardens designed for participants to relax and prepare, and Naruto found an isolated corner beneath a strange tree with luminescent leaves. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and began gathering natural energy, focusing on the unique way it interacted with this dimension's ki. Each practice session brought new insights, new ways to blend the energies more harmoniously. After about an hour of meditation, Naruto sensed a familiar presence approaching, not Caulifla this time, but Hit. The assassin moved silently, yet his controlled power was unmistakable. Your awareness extends beyond normal sensory range, Hit observed, stopping several paces away. You detected me despite my suppressed energy signature. Naruto opened his eyes, the orange markings of Sage Mode still visible. Sage Mode enhances perception. Energy, intent, emotion, they all leave impressions in the natural energy field. Hit studied him with those penetrating red eyes. Vados mentioned your technique might have similarities to the divine arts used by the gods of destruction and their attendants. A mortal accessing such powers is unusual. It's not divine where I come from, Naruto explained, letting Sage Mode fade as he stood. Difficult to master, yes, but accessible to those willing to put in the work. Hit seemed to consider this. Your match against Shirsami was revealing. You prioritize strategy over raw power, adaptation over overwhelming force. And you're trying to get a read on my fighting style before we potentially face each other, Naruto observed with a slight smile. To his surprise, Hit's stoic expression softened marginally. Perhaps. Or perhaps I'm simply curious about a fighter from another dimension. Our universes contain countless warriors, yet true innovation in combat techniques is rare. You've been doing this a long time, Naruto guessed. Longer than most, Hit acknowledged. When you've existed for as many centuries as I have, novelty becomes valuable. The admission surprised Naruto. Centuries? You're immortal. Merely long-lived, Hit clarified. And experienced enough to recognize when something unprecedented enters the arena. His gaze intensified. Your energy signature disturbs the natural flow of this universe, not in a destructive way, but as an element that doesn't quite belong. It creates ripples. The observation hit uncomfortably close to what Supreme Kai had said about the dimensional rifts. Have you noticed anything strange lately? Energy disturbances, unusual phenomena. Hit's expression remained neutral, but Naruto sensed a slight shift in his attention. Why do you ask? Just curious, Naruto replied, maintaining a casual tone. New dimension, new energy system, I'm still learning what's normal here. Hit studied him for a moment longer, then said, "There have been disturbances in the cosmic balance recently. Vados has mentioned it. Points where the boundary between universes seems thinner." A pause. "Points that began appearing around the time of your arrival." So Hit knew, or at least suspected, that Naruto's presence was connected to the dimensional anomalies. The question was whether the legendary assassin considered this a threat or merely an interesting development. "If we face each other tomorrow," Hit said finally, "I look forward to testing the limits of your perception against my time skip. It's been some time since I encountered a technique that might counter it effectively." With that, he turned to leave, adding over his shoulder, "And if you're concerned about ripples in the universal fabric, you might wish to speak with Frost. His interest in interdimensional energy is well known among certain circles." The cryptic warning, for Naruto was certain that's what it was, lingered in his mind long after Hit had departed. Was Frost's interest in his abilities more than just tournament strategy? Could the Universe 6 fighter be connected to the dimensional rifts or even to Kagetsu? Naruto's meditation forgotten, he made his way back to the competitor's lodge. The main lounge was still busy with fighters discussing the day's matches, but Naruto's attention was drawn to a conversation happening in a corner booth, Frost speaking in low tones with two hooded figures whose energy signatures felt oddly familiar. Moving casually around the perimeter of the room, Naruto enhanced his hearing with a subtle application of sage energy. Fragments of the conversation reached him, confirmation that the sage energy can indeed bridge the gap. "Lord Kagetsu will be pleased. Tournament provides the perfect cover to observe." Before Naruto could hear more, the hooded figures suddenly tensed, as if sensing observation. One turned slightly, and beneath the hood, Naruto caught a glimpse of features that matched the temple keeper they had encountered at the dimensional rift. Frost's eyes scanned the room, and Naruto quickly averted his gaze, pretending to study the refreshment options. When he glanced back, the hooded figures were gone, and Frost was walking calmly toward the exit. Their eyes met briefly as Frost passed, the Universe 6 fighter offering a polite nod that revealed nothing of his thoughts. But the message was clear enough: Frost was involved with the Void Cult, the followers of Kagetsu that Supreme Kai had warned about. "Finding everything you need," came Bulma's voice, startling Naruto from his thoughts. "Bulma," he greeted, relieved to see a friendly face. "What brings you here?" "Checking on our interdimensional champion," she replied with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "And delivering some news. Supreme Kai contacted me, the rifts are becoming more active. Whatever's happening, it's accelerating." Naruto glanced toward the exit where Frost had disappeared. "I think I know why. Frost is working with the Void Cult, the followers of Kagetsu. I just overheard them talking." Bulma's expression turned serious. "That complicates things. Frost is Compass fighter, accusing him would create an incident between universes." "I don't need to accuse him," Naruto said. "I need to beat him. Tomorrow, Frost faces Caulifla in the quarterfinals. If she wins, great. If not, I'll face him in the semifinals, assuming I get past Magetta. And what will that accomplish? It'll force him to reveal more of his abilities, maybe his true intentions." Naruto thought for a moment. "Plus, there's something about Caulifla that might be important. Kurama, the Ninetales, spoke to me in a dream last night. He said our paths are linked somehow." Bulma raised an eyebrow. "Linked? In what way?" "He didn't say. But if the Ninetales is somehow connected to Kagetsu, and Caulifla has some role to play in all this." Naruto shook his head. "I don't know yet. But I intend to find out." "Well, don't get too distracted by tournament politics," Bulma cautioned. "Supreme Kai says we'll need to address the rifts within days, not weeks. Whatever information you're gathering needs to happen quickly." After Bulma left, Naruto returned to his room to prepare for the next day's matches. As he lay in bed, his thoughts kept returning to the fragments of conversation he'd overheard. What did Frost and the Void Cult want with sage energy? How was it connected to Kagetsu's plans? And most perplexing of all, what was Caulifla's role in all this? Morning came too quickly. Naruto woke feeling less rested than he'd hoped, the weight of multiple concerns pressing on him. Not just the tournament and his upcoming match against Magetta, but the larger threats looming in the background, Frost's mysterious agenda, Kagetsu's awakening, and the deteriorating dimensional rifts. The quarter-final matches would begin at midday, with Caulifla facing Frost in the opening bout. Naruto arrived early at the arena, finding a position with a clear view. Understanding how Frost fought would be valuable whether Naruto faced him directly or not. The crowd was significantly larger than the previous day, word having spread about the extraordinary techniques on display. As Caulifla and Frost took their positions on the arena platform, the announcer's voice boomed across the stadium, "Ladies and gentlemen, our first quarter-final match features two of Universe SX's premier fighters." In the red corner, the prodigy of the Sadala Defense Forces, master of Scion combat arts, Caulifla. The crowd roared its approval as Caulifla acknowledged them with a confident wave. And in the blue corner, diplomat, philanthropist, and martial arts master, Frost. The applause for Frost was equally enthusiastic, many spectators clearly unaware of his potential connection to interdimensional threats. As the fighters squared off, Naruto studied their energy signatures carefully. Caulifla's power was impressive, raw and vibrant, with depths she hadn't yet revealed in the tournament. Frost's energy was more controlled, layered with subtle complexities that suggested he was hiding much of his true capability. "Begin," the announcer called. Neither fighter moved immediately, both sizing up their opponent. Caulifla's stance was balanced and ready, while Frost maintained his characteristic poise. "I've been looking forward to this match, Caulifla," Frost said, his cultured voice carrying across the arena. "The scions of Universe 6 have such fascinating potential." "Save the small talk," Caulifla replied. "We both know you've been holding back in your previous matches." "So have I. Let's see what you're really capable of." Frost smiled thinly. "As you wish." In a burst of speed, he closed the distance between them, launching a precise strike at Caulifla's midsection. She blocked it effortlessly, countering with a kick that Frost evaded by millimeters. What followed was a high-speed exchange that demonstrated both fighters' exceptional skill. Caulifla's style combined traditional Scion power moves with surprisingly technical precision, while Frost fought with calculated efficiency, each movement serving multiple purposes. "They're both still warming up," Naruto murmured to himself, sensing the restrained power on both sides. After several exchanges that seemed evenly matched, Frost suddenly accelerated, his form blurring as he circled Caulifla. "Perhaps it's time to advance beyond the preliminaries," he suggested. "Show me your Scion transformation, Caulifla. I know you're capable of it." Caulifla smirked. "You first. Show me what's behind that polite mask of yours." Something flashed in Frost's eyes, a momentary glimpse of his true nature. "Very well." His form began to change, his body morphing into what Naruto recognized as a transformation similar to what Bulma had described of Frisia. His power level increased dramatically, and the temperature around the arena seemed to drop several degrees. "My combat form," Frost explained, his voice deeper than before. "Few opponents require me to assume it." Caulifla looked unimpressed. "That it? I was expecting something more dramatic." In response, Frost vanished, reappearing behind her with startling speed. Before she could fully react, he struck with a precision blow to her back that sent her skidding across the arena surface. "Speed over raw power," Frost commented. "A lesson many scions fail to appreciate." Caulifla rose slowly, a smile spreading across her face. "Not bad. But if that's your idea of speed." Her aura suddenly flared golden, her black hair rising and transforming to a brilliant yellow as her eyes shifted to teal. The transformation to Super Saiyan happened in an instant, her power level multiplying dramatically. "Then you're in for a surprise," she finished, her voice carrying a new edge of confidence. The crowd erupted in cheers, many clearly familiar with the legendary Saiyan transformation. What followed was a complete reversal of the previous exchange, Caulifla moving with such speed that Frost struggled to track her, let alone counter her attacks. A powerful combination sent Frost flying toward the edge of the arena, though he recovered before falling out of bounds. His composed demeanor had cracked, revealing genuine concern. Impressive, he acknowledged. The Super Saiyan form lives up to its reputation. Caulifla didn't waste time on banter, pressing her advantage with a barrage of attacks that forced Frost into a defensive posture. Her fighting style in this transformed state was more aggressive but no less precise, a perfect balance of Saiyan power and tactical awareness. Then something changed. As Frost defended against a particularly powerful combination, Naruto sensed a shift in his energy, something subtle yet distinct, a new layer emerging beneath his controlled exterior. Frost caught Caulifla's fist mid-strike, his expression hardening. "You forced my hand, Saiyan. Few have witnessed this form." His body began to transform again, growing slightly larger as his power level spiked dramatically. Purple bioarmor covered vital areas, and his eyes took on a reddish glow. "My ultimate form," Frost declared. "Unlike my Universe 7 counterpart, I developed this transformation through legitimate combat, not merely for destruction." Caulifla seemed momentarily surprised by the power increase, but her confidence didn't waver. "Bigger transformation, same result," she declared, charging forward. The clash that followed shook the entire arena, energy discharges forcing the protective barriers to their limits. Both fighters moved with incredible speed, their exchange visible to Naruto only because of his enhanced perception through sage energy. For a few moments, they seemed evenly matched, then Frost revealed his true nature. As Caulifla launched a powerful combination, Frost seemed to absorb the impact, his body shifting subtly to redirect the force. When he countered, his strike carried an additional element, a purple energy that briefly surrounded his fist. The moment it contacted Caulifla, Naruto sensed something wrong. Her energy flickered, as if disrupted at its core. She staggered backward, momentarily disoriented. "What was that?" she demanded, her Super Saiyan aura fluctuating. Frost smiled coldly. "A special technique of mine. Energy disruption at the cellular level." Naruto's eyes narrowed as he recognized what had happened. "He's using poison," he murmured. "Just like the temple keeper described, influence flowing between dimensions." As if confirming his suspicion, Naruto noticed a familiar energy signature emanating from Frost, not quite the void energy from the temple, but related, as if he had been exposed to it and incorporated it somehow. Caulifla shook off the disorientation, her determination evident as she stabilized her Super Saiyan form. "Nice trick. Won't work twice." She attacked again, this time more cautiously, avoiding direct contact with Frost's strikes. The strategy worked initially, allowing her to land several powerful blows while evading his contaminated counters. But Frost was adapting too. With each exchange, he seemed to analyze her patterns, predicting her movements with increasing accuracy. When he finally found an opening, his strike contained even more of the purple energy than before. This time, the effect was immediate. Caulifla's Super Saiyan aura flickered violently before disappearing entirely, her hair returning to its normal black as she dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. "What did you do?" she gasped, struggling to rise. Frost approached calmly, his transformed state radiating controlled power. "I've temporarily disrupted your key pathways. The effect will fade eventually, but for the purposes of this match." He raised a hand, energy gathering at his fingertip. "It's over." Caulifla attempted to stand, her determination evident despite her weakened state. "Not yet." With what appeared to be tremendous effort, she began to glow again, not the golden aura of Super Saiyan, but something else, a reddish energy that seemed to come from deep within. "Interesting," Frost commented, genuine surprise in his voice. "Using raw life force to compensate for disrupted ki. Desperate, and ultimately futile." Before Caulifla could complete whatever technique she was attempting, Frost moved with blinding speed, appearing behind her. A precise strike to the back of her neck ended the match, sending her crumpling to the arena floor. Caulifla is unable to continue. Winner, Frost, the announcer declared after a moment of stunned silence. The crowd's reaction was mixed, admiration for Frost's skill, but concern for the unusually decisive defeat of a popular fighter. Medical staff rushed to the arena as Frost calmly reverted to his base form, offering a respectful bow to the audience. Naruto watched as Caulifla was carried from the arena on a stretcher, her energy signature weak but stable. What troubled him most wasn't her defeat, but the nature of Frost's technique. The purple energy that had disrupted her ki had a distinctive signature that reminded him of the void energy from the dimensional rift. He's definitely connected to Kagetsu, Naruto murmured to himself. Using some form of void energy as a weapon. Before he could consider the implications further, the announcer called for the next match. Naruto would have to face Magetta in less than an hour, with the possibility of facing Frost in the semi-finals if he won. During the brief break before his match, Naruto made his way to the medical area, determined to check on Caulifla. The facility was well equipped, with healing chambers and regeneration tanks that would have amazed even Konoha's medical ninjas. "I'm sorry, competitors only," a staff member said as Naruto approached the treatment room. "I am a competitor," Naruto pointed out. "My match is up next. I just wanted to see if she's alright." After a moment of hesitation, the staff member nodded. 5 minutes. "She's stable but still recovering." Inside, Caulifla lay on a medical bed, monitoring equipment tracking her vital signs. Her eyes were closed, but they opened as Naruto entered, narrowing immediately in recognition. "Come to check out the competition?" she asked, her voice hoarse but her spirit clearly unbroken. "Something like that," Naruto replied, moving closer. "That was no ordinary technique he used on you." Caulifla grimaced. "Tell me about it." "Felt like my ki was being corrupted somehow. Never experienced anything like it." "I think it's connected to something bigger than this tournament," Naruto said carefully. "Frost isn't just fighting for the championship." "No kidding." Caulifla tried to sit up, wincing slightly. There was something off about his energy, like it wasn't entirely his. "Almost reminded me of." She paused, seeming to reconsider her words. "Reminded you of what?" Naruto pressed. She studied him for a moment, as if deciding how much to trust him. "When I was a kid, there was an incident on Sadala, our home planet. A strange energy signature that our scientists couldn't identify. It created distortions, areas where reality seemed thinner somehow." She shook her head. Frost's energy had a similar quality. Not identical, but related. The description matched what Supreme Kai had said about the dimensional rifts. "Caulifla, this is important. Did anything come through these distortions? Any entities or influences?" "Not that I know of," she replied, her curiosity clearly piqued. "Why? What do you know about this?" Naruto hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. Before he could decide, a medical attendant entered. "I'm sorry, but we need to conduct additional treatments, and your match will be starting soon." Naruto nodded reluctantly. "I'll check back after my fight." As he turned to leave, Caulifla called after him. "Hey, Naruto." When he looked back, she continued, "Beat him for me, will you? Whatever he's up to, it's not good." "Count on it," Naruto promised. The arena was packed as Naruto stepped onto the platform to face Magetta. The massive metallic being stood nearly 3 times Naruto's height, its body radiating intense heat even from a distance. Our second quarterfinal match features the mysterious newcomer with dimension-spanning techniques, Naruto Uzumaki. Facing him is the powerhouse from Planet Metal Man, the Living Forge, Magetta. Naruto studied his opponent carefully. Magetta's energy signature was unlike any he'd encountered, not traditional ki, but something more elemental, as if the being's life force was directly tied to heat and metal. This would require a different approach than his previous matches. "Begin," the announcer called. Magetta made the first move, inhaling deeply before releasing a stream of magma-like breath that covered nearly half the arena. Naruto leaped high, evading the attack with room to spare. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. 10 clones appeared, surrounding Magetta in a wide circle. The metallic giant seemed momentarily confused by the multiple targets, its head swiveling between them. Then, with surprising decisiveness, it slammed its massive fists into the arena floor, creating a shockwave that disrupted 3 clones instantly. His instincts are good, Naruto noted as he landed. Targeting the arena itself instead of chasing individual clones. Magetta followed up by spinning rapidly, becoming a whirlwind of metal that generated enough heat to distort the air around it. The remaining clones scattered, some launching kunai that merely bounced off Magetta's metallic exterior. Time to try something different. Naruto activated Sage Mode, feeling the blended Sage Ki flow through him. With enhanced perception, he could now sense subtle variations in Magetta's body, areas where the metal was thinner, joints where movement required flexibility, and most importantly, the core where its energy seemed concentrated. Aim for the joints and vents, Naruto instructed his clones. And watch for overheating patterns. The clones attacked in coordinated waves, forcing Magetta to defend from multiple angles. While individually they couldn't penetrate the metallic defenses, their purpose was information gathering rather than direct damage. Magetta responded with increasingly powerful heat-based attacks, the temperature around the arena rising dramatically. Several clones were dispelled by the intense heat alone, but each provided Naruto with valuable data about his opponent's capabilities. He overheats after 3 consecutive major attacks, Naruto observed. And his movements slow when attacking from below his center of gravity. With this understanding, Naruto formulated his strategy. 2 clones charged directly at Magetta, drawing its attention while the real Naruto circled behind. As the metallic giant unleashed another magma breath attack, Naruto noted the precise moment when its internal temperature peaked, causing small vents along its back to open and release excess heat. Now, Naruto said to himself, forming a specialized Rasengan infused with wind nature chakra. The Rasen Shuriken took shape, but different from his usual version, the wind element enhanced by ki to create a cooler, almost icy edge to the spinning blades of energy. As Magetta completed its attack, entering the brief cooling phase Naruto had identified, he struck. The Rasen Shuriken flew true, targeting the open vents along Magetta's back. Upon impact, the technique didn't try to cut through the metal, instead, it released its cooling energy directly into Magetta's superheated interior. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The rapid temperature change created a thermal shock that paralyzed Magetta momentarily, steam erupting from every vent as its system struggled to compensate. Naruto didn't waste the opportunity. With Sage Ki enhancing his strength, he delivered a powerful uppercut that connected with Magetta's temporarily vulnerable chin, lifting the massive being off its feet despite its enormous weight. The crowd gasped as Magetta toppled backward, crashing down dangerously close to the edge of the arena. The metallic giant struggled to rise, its movements sluggish as its systems recalibrated. Combining opposing elements, Naruto explained, landing in front of his dazed opponent. Hot and cold, strength and precision. Balance is key. Magetta made one final effort, gathering energy for what appeared to be its ultimate attack. Heat radiated from its body in waves as a glow built within its chest cavity. Naruto prepared to counter, forming another Rasen Shuriken, but then paused, sensing something unexpected. Magetta's energy was fluctuating wildly, the disruption from his previous attack having created an instability in its core. He's going to overload, Naruto realized. If Magetta released its full power now, the resulting explosion could injure spectators despite the protective barriers. Making a split-second decision, Naruto dismissed the Rasen Shuriken and instead created a shadow clone. Together, they formed a standard Rasengan, but poured Sage energy into it in a specific pattern. Sage Art, Stabilizing Rasengan. Naruto called, charging forward. The modified technique struck Magetta's chest just as the glow reached its peak. Instead of causing damage, the Rasengan's rotation matched Vegeta's internal energy frequency, gradually bringing it back into harmony. The dangerous buildup dissipated, releasing as harmless heat rather than a destructive blast. Vegeta stood frozen for a moment, seemingly shocked by the intervention. Then, to everyone's surprise, it gave a deep, metallic bow of respect before deliberately stepping backward off the arena platform. Ring out. Vegeta has left the arena voluntarily. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki, the announcer declared, sounding as surprised as the audience. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Naruto approached the edge of the arena where Vegeta stood. "You okay?" he asked. The metallic giant made a series of clanking sounds that Naruto couldn't understand, but the meaning seemed clear enough: appreciation for preventing what could have been a catastrophic overload. "Good match," Naruto said with a respectful bow of his own. As he exited the arena, Naruto sensed Frost watching from the competitor's area, his expression unreadable but his attention focused. The semi-finals were now set. Naruto would face Frost, while Hit would battle the winner of the final quarter-final match. The stakes had risen significantly. This was no longer just about testing his abilities or understanding Sage Ki. If Frost was indeed connected to Kagetsu and the dimensional rifts, their semi-final would be far more than a tournament match. It would be Naruto's chance to uncover whatever plot was unfolding before the rifts grew too unstable to contain. With determination hardening his resolve, Naruto began preparing for what might be the most important fight since his arrival in this dimension. Not just for the tournament victory, but for the safety of two worlds, the one he'd left behind, and the one that had taken him in. As evening fell, Naruto found himself drawn back to the medical facility. To his surprise, Caulifla was no longer in her bed. Following her energy signature, he located her on a balcony overlooking the tournament grounds, her posture suggesting she was still recovering but too restless to remain confined. "Should you be up?" he asked, joining her at the railing. "Probably not," she admitted without turning. "But I've never been good at following medical advice." Naruto smiled. "Something else we have in common." Now she did look at him, her expression curious. "You won your match." "News travels fast. The whole arena felt that energy technique you used," she said. "Not destroying Vegeta, but stabilizing him. Unusual approach." Naruto shrugged. "Seemed like the right call at the time." "It was," Caulifla confirmed. "Metal men can go critical if their core temperature fluctuates too rapidly. Could have been messy." She studied him with renewed interest. "Most fighters would have just finished him off. Easier, more certain victory." "I'm not most fighters," Naruto replied simply. "Clearly." She turned back to the view, silent for a moment before adding, "You're facing Frost tomorrow." "Yeah. Be careful," she warned, her tone serious. "What he did to me wasn't just a tournament technique. It felt wrong. Like something that shouldn't exist in our universe." Naruto considered how much to reveal. After a moment's hesitation, he decided that Caulifla deserved at least part of the truth. "You're right," he said. "Frost is using energy from the void between dimensions, the same void I traveled through to get here. He's connected to a being called Kagetsu who's trying to break through into this world." Caulifla's eyes widened slightly. "So that's what this tournament is really about for you? Not competition, reconnaissance." "Not initially," Naruto admitted. "I entered to test my abilities, to see how Sage Ki performed in actual combat. But after seeing Frost with members of a cult dedicated to Kagetsu, and the strange energy he used against me is part of this void power?" Caulifla asked, pieces falling into place. Naruto nodded. "A derivative, I think. Not pure void energy, but influenced by it." He hesitated, then added, "There's something else you should know. The Nine Tails, Kurama, a being sealed inside me, suggested that you and I have some connection to all this. That our paths are linked somehow." "Me?" Caulifla looked genuinely surprised. What would I have to do with interdimensional threats? I don't know yet, Naruto admitted. But Kurama is rarely wrong about these things. There's something about you, or maybe about science in general, that's important to understanding what's happening. Caulifla absorbed this information with remarkable composure. Well, that's more interesting than just being a tournament rival. She flexed her hand, testing her recovering strength. If there's a connection, we should figure it out. After you beat Frost tomorrow. Her confidence in his victory was unexpectedly touching. Any advice for fighting him? Don't let him touch you directly, she said immediately. That void energy or whatever it is, it disrupts ki from the inside out. And watch for his third transformation. He was holding back even in the form he used against me. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You could tell. Caulifla nodded. Scions have a pretty good sense for when someone's suppressing their power. There was another level he didn't access, probably saving it for the finals. Good to know. Naruto leaned against the railing, considering his approach. I might have an advantage he doesn't expect. Sage energy naturally balances and harmonizes other energy forms. If his void power works by disruption, then your sage ki might neutralize it, Caulifla finished, catching on quickly. That's why your stabilizing technique worked on Magetta when he was about to overload. Exactly. Naruto smiled, impressed by her tactical understanding. But I'll need to be careful. If sage energy can bridge dimensions, it might also make me more vulnerable to whatever Kagetsu is planning. They fell into a comfortable silence, watching as the tournament grounds were prepared for the next day's semifinals. After a while, Caulifla spoke again, her voice thoughtful. You know, when I first saw you, I thought you were just another fighter with some fancy techniques. She glanced at him. But there's more to it, isn't there? In your world, you weren't just a warrior. You had responsibilities. Naruto nodded slowly. I was Hokage, leader of my village, protector of my people. When the dimensional rift appeared, I did what was necessary to save them. Even though it meant being trapped in another dimension, Caulifla said, understanding in her eyes. That's what a true leader does. Something in her tone suggested personal significance. You sound like you speak from experience. She shrugged, a hint of vulnerability showing through her usual confidence. I'm considered something of a prodigy among Universe 6 scions. Natural talent, quick to master new techniques, it comes with expectations. A brief pause. Our planet looks to me as a potential future leader, but I've always focused more on getting stronger than on protecting others. The two aren't mutually exclusive, Naruto pointed out. In my experience, the desire to protect makes you stronger in ways raw power never could. Caulifla considered this. Maybe. It's just, different from how scions traditionally think about strength. Sometimes different perspectives are exactly what's needed, Naruto said. Especially when facing threats no one has encountered before. Their conversation continued as night fell completely, covering everything from fighting techniques to leadership philosophies to the nature of power itself. Naruto found himself increasingly drawn to Caulifla's unique combination of warrior pride and thoughtful analysis, so different from his own background, yet somehow complementary. When they finally parted ways, Caulifla heading back to complete her recovery while Naruto returned to prepare for tomorrow's match, something had shifted between them. No longer just tournament rivals or potential allies against a common threat, but something more personal, a connection that, as Kurama had suggested, might indeed have significance beyond either of them fully understood. Morning dawned with a strange energy in the air, not just the anticipation of the semi-finals, but a subtle disturbance that Naruto detected through his sage senses. The dimensional rifts were becoming more active, just as Bulma had warned. As he prepared in the competitor's ready room, Naruto focused on centering himself. Today's match against Frost wasn't merely about advancing in the tournament, it was about uncovering the Universe 6 fighters' connection to Kagetsu, and potentially disrupting whatever plan was in motion. The door opened, and Naruto turned expecting to see tournament officials. Instead, Hit stood there, his expression as stoic as ever. "Your match begins in 30 minutes, the assassin stated. "I know," Naruto replied, curious about this unexpected visit. Hit entered, closing the door behind him. "What I'm about to tell you violates no tournament rules, but it does breach certain professional courtesies." He paused. "Frost has been in contact with entities from beyond our universal boundary. Entities that should not be able to reach us." Though Naruto had suspected as much, hearing Hit confirm it directly was significant. "You know about Kagetsu." "I know of the disturbances," Hit clarified. "Vados has shared concerns about thin points between dimensions. And I have existed long enough to recognize when cosmic balances are threatened." "Why tell me this now?" Naruto asked. "Because your match with Frost is more than competition," Hit replied. "It has implications beyond this tournament, beyond this universe. And because—" He hesitated, uncharacteristic uncertainty crossing his features. "Because your sage energy feels familiar somehow. Like something I encountered long ago, when the universes were younger and the boundaries between them less defined." This was unexpected. "You've encountered sage energy before?" "Not precisely," Hit said. "But something related. A power that existed in balance with all things, that could bridge divides no other energy could cross." His red eyes fixed on Naruto. "The legendary assassin exists in all universes, Naruto Uzumaki. Different forms, different names, but the same role, maintaining cosmic balance through precise intervention." The implication slowly dawned on Naruto. "You've killed beings that threatened to cross between dimensions before." Hit neither confirmed nor denied this directly. "Frost's intentions are unclear, but his methods are not. The energy he used against Caulifla was derived from void exposure, controlled, but unstable. In your match, he will attempt to contaminate your sage energy, to see how it reacts. He's experimenting," Naruto realized. "Using the tournament as cover." "Precisely." Hit moved toward the door. "I have said all I can. The rest is up to you." As Hit turned to leave, Naruto called after him, "Why help me? You barely know me." The assassin paused. "Because balance must be maintained. And because, in some strange way, your presence here feels correct. As if you were meant to arrive when you did." With that cryptic statement, he departed. Left alone, Naruto processed this new information. Hit's words suggested that his arrival in this dimension might not have been entirely accidental, that perhaps larger forces had influenced the timing, if not the event itself. Before he could dwell on this further, tournament officials arrived to escort him to the arena. The semi-finals would be held in the main stadium, with an even larger crowd than previous rounds. As Naruto stepped onto the elevated platform, he saw Frost already waiting, composed and confident in his base form. The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium, "Ladies and gentlemen, our first semi-final match features two extraordinary fighters. From Universe 6, the distinguished warrior and diplomat, Frost. And his challenger, the mysterious visitor with dimension-spanning techniques, Naruto Uzumaki." The crowd roared its approval, excited by the prospect of seeing more of the unique abilities both fighters had displayed in previous rounds. Frost offered a polite bow. "I've been looking forward to this match, Naruto. Your techniques are fascinating." "Yours too," Naruto replied, meeting Frost's gaze directly. "Especially that purple energy you used against Caulifla. Not standard ki, is it?" A flicker of surprise crossed Frost's features before his composure returned. "You have a keen eye." "No, it's a specialized technique I've developed through extensive research." "Research into void energy?" Naruto suggested casually, watching Frost's reaction carefully. This time, the surprise was more evident. "You are well informed for someone new to our universe. Perhaps we have more to discuss than I anticipated." "Begin," the announcer called. Neither fighter moved immediately, the air between them charged with unspoken knowledge. Then, with a subtle shift in stance, Frost attacked, not with physical force, but with a probing ki blast that seemed designed to test Naruto's defenses. Naruto deflected it easily, using the movement to assess Frost's energy signature more thoroughly. Beneath the controlled exterior, he could sense the void contamination more clearly now, like a shadow within Frost's natural ki, influencing but not yet dominating. "You're holding back," Frost observed. "As am I. Shall we dispense with the preliminaries?" Without waiting for an answer, he transformed directly into his combat form, bypassing the intermediate stage he'd shown against Caulifla. His power level increased dramatically, but Naruto noticed something else. The void contamination grew more pronounced as well, as if the transformation allowed it greater expression. "My turn then," Naruto replied, drawing on sage energy. The familiar orange markings appeared around his eyes as he entered sage mode, but with more deliberate control than in previous matches. Rather than immediately blending sage energy with ki, he maintained a purer form, focusing on its harmonizing properties. Frost studied the transformation with undisguised interest. "So this is sage energy in its natural state. Fascinating. The readings don't do it justice." "Readings?" Naruto questioned, confirming his suspicion that Frost had been analyzing his techniques. A thin smile crossed Frost's face. "Let's just say your arrival in our universe has attracted attention from those who study cosmic anomalies." Without further exchange, Frost attacked in earnest, his speed and precision forcing Naruto immediately on the defensive. Each strike came within millimeters of connecting, testing Naruto's reactions from every angle. Naruto responded with shadow clones, creating 5 that engaged Frost from different directions. The Universe 6 fighter dispatched them efficiently, but the brief distraction allowed Naruto to analyze his attack patterns. "Those clones," Frost commented as he eliminated the last one. "Such an efficient use of energy division. In our universe, such techniques create mere images, not solid duplicates with independent thought." "Different dimensions, different rules," Naruto replied, creating more clones that circled Frost cautiously. "That's what makes this interesting, right?" Frost's eyes narrowed slightly. "Indeed. The interaction between different universal constants, it's precisely what we're here to explore." The slip was subtle but revealing, "we," instead of "I," confirming Frost wasn't acting alone. Naruto filed this away as he coordinated his clone's next attack, each approaching from a different angle with sage-enhanced taijutsu. This time, Frost countered more aggressively, his hands beginning to glow with the purple energy he'd used against Caulifla. Each clone that made direct contact with this energy immediately destabilized, their sage chakra disrupted from within. "Your sage energy is resilient," Frost observed, "but still vulnerable to void disruption." "Interesting." Naruto maintained his focus, gathering data through each clone's experience. The void energy attacked sage mode directly, creating dissonance in the harmonized natural energy, but not completely neutralizing it. "Time to test a theory." The real Naruto stepped forward, forming a Rasengan infused with pure sage energy, no ki blended in yet. "Let's see how our energies interact directly." Frost accepted the challenge, gathering void-infused ki around his fist. A direct clash of dimensional energies. Precisely what I hoped for. Their techniques collided in the center of the arena, creating a spectacular light show as the opposing energies fought for dominance. To the crowd, it appeared to be an impressive display of power; to the fighters, it was a complex interaction revealing crucial information. Naruto felt the void energy attempting to corrupt his Rasengan, creating chaotic disruptions in its rotation. But simultaneously, he sensed the sage energy having its own effect on Frost's technique, stabilizing elements of it, purifying the ki from void contamination. They disengaged, both having gained valuable insights. Frost's expression showed calculation and a hint of concern. "Your sage energy acts as a purifying agent," he noted. "It attempts to harmonize even void energy." Naruto nodded. And your void technique tries to create discord in balanced energy systems. Opposite approaches. Not opposite, Frost corrected. Complementary, in a cosmic sense. Both necessary for what's to come. The cryptic statement confirmed Naruto's suspicions further. What exactly is coming, Frost? What does Kagetsu want with sage energy? Instead of denying the connection, Frost smiled. Understanding. Balance. A return to what once was, before artificial boundaries separated what should remain whole. Artificial boundaries like the walls between dimensions. Naruto pressed. Precisely. Frost's voice took on a different quality, almost reverent. The multiverse was not always divided, Naruto Uzumaki. Once, all existed in harmony under a single cosmic order. The separation was a mistake, a fearful reaction by lesser beings who couldn't comprehend the grand design. As he spoke, Frost began his final transformation, his body morphing into something more powerful than what he'd shown against Caulifla. This form was sleeker, more refined, with pronounced purple bioarmor that seemed to pulse with void energy. Lord Kagetsu understands the true nature of existence, Frost continued. He seeks not destruction, but reconstruction, a return to cosmic harmony. His power level continued to rise, the void contamination now fully integrated with his natural ki. Your sage energy is the key, the bridge between worlds that can guide his return. Naruto's expression hardened. I've heard similar promises before. They usually come from those seeking power, not harmony. Cynicism is the luxury of those who see only one world, one reality, Frost replied. You, who have crossed dimensions, should understand better than most the artificial nature of these boundaries. Without warning, Frost launched a devastating attack, not just physically powerful, but loaded with void energy designed to corrupt Naruto's sage mode from within. Naruto evaded narrowly, feeling the corrosive effect even from proximity. This was no longer a tournament match but a battle of cosmic significance. Frost wasn't fighting to win, he was fighting to test sage energy's limits, to gather data for Kagetsu's plans. Time to show him what sage ki could really do. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 clones appeared, each entering a modified sage mode that incorporated defensive elements of ki. They attacked in perfect coordination, forcing Frost to defend from all sides simultaneously. While Frost was occupied, the real Naruto began gathering a different kind of energy, not just sage mode, not just ki, but a perfect blend that represented true harmony between the energies of both dimensions. The orange markings around his eyes took on a subtle golden glow, and his aura shifted to a crystalline quality that reflected light in impossible ways. Perfect sage ki, Naruto murmured, feeling the balanced energies flow through him without resistance. Frost, dispatching the last clone, turned to face him, and paused, genuine awe crossing his features. What is this? The readings are extraordinary. Complete harmonic resonance between chakra, sage energy, and ki. Balance, Naruto replied simply. Not forcing energies to conform, but allowing them to find natural harmony. For the first time, Frost looked uncertain. This wasn't predicted in any of our models. The sage energy was supposed to be a conduit, not a stabilizing force of this magnitude. Naruto stepped forward, the perfectly balanced sage ki radiating from him in gentle waves. That's the problem with trying to control cosmic forces, Frost. They have a way of finding their own balance. With speed that surprised even Frost, Naruto closed the distance between them. Rather than attacking directly, he placed his palm against Frost's chest, allowing perfect sage ki to flow into the Universe 6 fighter's contaminated energy system. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The void energy within Frost began to separate from his natural ki, purified by the harmonizing effect of perfect sage ki. Frost gasped, his final form fluctuating as the void contamination that had helped sustain it was gradually neutralized. What are you doing? He demanded, trying unsuccessfully to break away. Helping you, Naruto answered honestly. The void energy was corrupting you from within, influencing your thoughts, your goals. This isn't who you really are, Frost. As the purification continued, flickers of memory passed between them, Frost's initial contact with the Void cult, his gradual exposure to void energy under the guise of research, the subtle influence it had exerted on his mind, reshaping his natural diplomatic inclinations toward Kagetsu's cosmic agenda. No, Frost protested weakly, but uncertainty had entered his voice. Lord Kagetsu seeks harmony. Through destruction, Naruto finished. By breaking down the walls that maintain cosmic balance. That's not harmony, it's chaos. The process completed, Naruto stepped back. Frost fell to his knees, reverting to his base form as the last traces of void contamination left his system. His energy signature, while weakened, felt cleaner than before, his natural ki flowing without the shadowy influence that had distorted it. What have I done? Frost murmured, genuine horror crossing his features as memories clarified without void influence. The announcer's voice broke the moment. Frost appears unable to continue. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki, who advances to the finals. The crowd erupted in cheers, unaware of the true significance of what had just transpired. As medical staff rushed to assist Frost, he looked up at Naruto, clarity in his eyes for perhaps the first time since his contamination began. The Void Cult, he said urgently. They're planning something at the final dimensional rift. Today, during the finals. My defeat was meant to trigger the next phase. Naruto knelt beside him. What exactly are they planning? A synchronization ritual, Frost explained, his voice weak but determined. Using the tournament's energy output as cover, they'll attempt to harmonize all 9 rifts simultaneously, creating a pathway stable enough for Kagetsu to project his consciousness through. Not his physical form. Not yet. First his influence, then his essence, finally his physical manifestation. Frost gripped Naruto's arm. You must stop them. What I felt in the void energy, it wasn't harmony. It was hunger. As Frost was carried from the arena, Naruto spotted Bulma in the audience, already on her communicator, presumably alerting the others about this development. His next match would be against Hit, assuming the assassin won his semi-final, but the real battle would be against whatever the Void Cult had planned. Leaving the arena, Naruto was immediately approached by tournament officials informing him that the finals would begin in 2 hours. Enough time to coordinate with Bulma and the others, but not enough to address all 9-dimensional rifts simultaneously. In the competitor's area, he found Caulifla waiting, her energy signature stronger than the previous day but still not fully recovered. You did it, she said as he approached. And from what I could sense, you did more than just win a match. Frost was being influenced by void energy, Naruto explained quickly. I managed to purify his system, but the Void Cult is moving forward with their plan regardless. They're going to try to synchronize all 9-dimensional rifts during the finals. Caulifla's expression turned serious. What can I do to help? You're still recovering, Naruto pointed out. I'm a scion, she replied with a determined smile. We get stronger after each battle, especially ones we lose. Besides, she added, her expression softening slightly, if our paths really are linked in this, I should be involved. Before Naruto could respond, Bulma arrived, accompanied by Piccolo and Supreme Kai. We heard, Bulma said without preamble. Goku and Vegeta are already checking the nearest rift, and I've contacted Gohan about monitoring another. But we can't cover all 9 simultaneously. We may not need to, Supreme Kai said, his expression thoughtful. If the cult is using the tournament's energy as cover, they'll need to be relatively close to at least one rift to direct the synchronization. The 9th rift, Naruto realized. The one directly beneath the tournament grounds. That's why they arranged for Universe 6 fighters to participate, to ensure Frost would be here. Piccolo nodded. It makes sense. We find the cult members coordinating from here, we disrupt their plan at its source. But you still have the finals, Bulma pointed out. If you forfeit or act suspiciously, it could alert the cult that we're onto them. Naruto considered this. Then I compete as planned. But while I'm fighting Hit, you locate the cult members. Once you find them, give me a signal, and I'll end the match quickly, one way or another. I'll help search, Caulifla volunteered. I can sense void energy now that I know what to look for, and no one will question a competitor moving around the tournament grounds. Supreme Kai looked at her with newfound interest. Yes, your scion energy might indeed be significant in this. The scions of Universe 6 evolved along a different path than those of Universe 7, more attuned to cosmic energies rather than raw destructive power. This aligned with what Kurama had suggested about Caulifla's connection to the situation. Then we have a plan, Naruto said. I fight Hit while you search for the cult. Once they're located, we converge and stop whatever ritual they're performing. As the others dispersed to prepare, Caulifla remained behind. That technique you used against Frost, she said. Perfect Sage Ki, I heard you call it. It was beautiful. Naruto smiled, surprised by the sentiment. It felt right. Complete balance between the energies of both dimensions. Could you teach me something like that? She asked, uncharacteristic vulnerability in her question. Not Sage Mode specifically, but that harmony between different energy types. I can try, Naruto said, genuinely pleased by her interest. After we deal with this Kagetsu situation. Caulifla nodded, then did something unexpected. She placed her hand on his arm, a gesture that felt simultaneously casual and significant. Be careful against Hit. He might seem honorable, but he's an assassin at his core. If he senses what you're planning. I think he already knows, Naruto admitted, explaining Hit's visit before the match with Frost. He may be more ally than opponent in this. Still, Caulifla insisted, her hand remaining on his arm a moment longer than necessary. Watch yourself out there. As she turned to leave, Naruto felt again the strange connection between them, not just as fellow warriors or temporary allies, but something deeper, as if their energies naturally resonated with each other in ways neither fully understood. With determination setting his resolve, Naruto began his final preparations for the match with Hit, a contest that would serve as both cover and catalyst for the real battle against Kagetsu's followers and their dimensional machinations. 2 hours later, Naruto stood again in the center of the main arena, the crowd's energy at its peak for the tournament finals. Across from him, Hit maintained his characteristic calm, though Naruto sensed a subtle shift in the assassin's demeanor, a heightened awareness that suggested he understood the stakes extended beyond mere competition. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer's voice boomed, welcome to the finals of the Western Regional Tournament. 2 extraordinary fighters have battled their way to this ultimate match. In the red corner, Universe SX's legendary assassin, the fighter whose techniques transcend time itself, Hit. The crowd roared its approval, many clearly familiar with Hit's reputation. And in the blue corner, the mysterious challenger with dimension-spanning powers, whose unique energy has amazed spectators throughout the tournament, Naruto Uzumaki. As the cheers continued, Naruto scanned the audience, locating Bulma, Piccolo, and Supreme Kai in different sections, strategically positioned to monitor the crowd. Caulifla was nowhere to be seen, presumably already searching the areas beneath the stadium for signs of the Void Cult's ritual preparations. Begin, the announcer called. Neither fighter moved immediately, each assessing the other with practiced awareness. Then Hit spoke, his voice low enough that only Naruto could hear, they're beneath us. 7 cult members, gathered around what appears to be a dimensional weakness. Your friends are already moving to intercept. Naruto maintained his fighting stance, responding just as quietly, how do you know? I've been tracking them since before the tournament began, Hit replied. Their energy signatures have a distinctive emptiness to them. Similar to what I sense in the spaces between my time skip. Before Naruto could process this, Hit attacked, not at full speed, but with enough precision to make the match appear legitimate to observers. Naruto defended skillfully, their exchange creating shockwaves that rippled across the arena. We should make this look convincing, Hit suggested as they separated. But conserve your energy for what comes after. Naruto nodded almost imperceptibly, then launched his own combination, creating shadow clones that engaged Hit from multiple angles. The assassin dispatched them efficiently, his movements precise but deliberately slowed compared to his true capabilities. Time skip, Hit announced, his energy shifting in a way Naruto had never sensed before. Suddenly Hit was behind him, moving through time rather than space, landing a blow that Naruto only partially managed to block. The impact was controlled, significant enough to satisfy spectators, but not designed to cause real damage. Naruto countered with Sage Mode, enhancing his perceptive abilities. To his surprise, he found he could sense a faint trace of Hit's movement during time skip, not enough to counter completely, but sufficient to reduce its effectiveness. Interesting, Hit commented after another exchange. Your Sage energy perceives time distortion differently than standard ki awareness. Their battle continued, a carefully choreographed dance that appeared all out to observers while allowing both fighters to conserve their true strength. Through it all, Naruto maintained partial awareness of what was happening beneath the stadium, sensing flickers of void energy as the ritual apparently progressed. Then, abruptly, Hit froze mid-movement, not using time skip, but genuinely halting as his attention shifted elsewhere. Something's changed, he said, urgency breaking through his usual composure. The void signature just spiked dramatically. At that moment, Naruto felt it too, a massive surge of energy beneath them, followed by reverberations that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The dimensional rifts were responding to something, their energies synchronizing just as Frost had warned. A tremor ran through the stadium, causing spectators to murmur in confusion. The announcer's voice came over the speakers, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. We're experiencing some minor technical difficulties that our staff is addressing." "It's beginning," Hit said, dropping all pretense of continuing the match. "They've initiated the synchronization." Naruto's communicator vibrated, Bulma's signal that they'd located the cult but were encountering resistance. Before he could respond, a new energy signature manifested above the arena, a swirling vortex of darkness that reminded Naruto of the rift that had brought him to this dimension, but corrupted, tainted with void energy. The crowd's murmurs turned to gasps and shouts as the vortex expanded, casting an unnatural shadow over the entire stadium. From within its depths, a voice echoed, ancient, powerful, and unsettlingly familiar to Naruto. "At last, the ninefold bridge is formed. The barriers weaken. I see you, vessel of my creation. I see you, sage who walks between worlds." Naruto felt something stir within him, Kurama's energy responding to the voice, not with submission but with recognition and defiance. "Kagetsu," Naruto said, the name feeling ancient on his tongue. The vortex pulsed, as if pleased by the acknowledgement. "You know me, though we have never met in your brief mortal existence. Just as I know you, Naruto Uzumaki, carrier of my fragmented power." Hit moved to Naruto's side, his stance defensive. "This manifestation is premature. The synchronization shouldn't be stable enough yet for direct communication." Unless they had help, Naruto realized, scanning the arena. His eyes landed on a hooded figure in the audience, the temple keeper from their first encounter, hands raised in what appeared to be a channeling gesture. Before either Naruto or Hit could move toward the figure, the vortex expanded further, tendrils of void energy reaching toward the arena floor. Where they touched, reality itself seemed to waver, creating small pockets of distortion. "The mortal realm responds to my presence after so long," Kagetsu's voice continued. "As do you, nine-tailed fragment. Can you feel the resonance? The call of like to like." Naruto felt Kurama's energy surge protectively within him, forming a barrier against Kagetsu's influence. At the same time, he sensed another presence approaching rapidly, Caulifla, her energy signature blazing with what appeared to be righteous anger. She burst onto the arena platform, her form surrounded by the golden aura of Super Saiyan. "We've got a problem," she announced unnecessarily. "The cult members below, they're not just channeling energy. They're sacrificing themselves, converting their life force into void power." Hit's eyes narrowed. A suicide ritual. That explains the premature manifestation. The vortex seemed to notice Caulifla, its attention shifting perceptibly. The Scion catalyst, Kagetsu's voice observed. How fitting that you would find each other across dimensions. What's he talking about? Caulifla demanded, looking at Naruto. Before he could respond, the vortex pulsed again, more powerfully. The Universe 6 Scions evolved along the path of cosmic harmony, the path your Universe 7 counterparts abandoned for brute strength. Your energy signature is perfect for stabilizing dimensional transitions. Together with the Sage's bridge-making abilities. Understanding dawned on Naruto. That's why Kurama said our paths were linked. Sage energy creates the bridge between dimensions, but Scion energy from Universe 6 stabilizes it. A connection Kagetsu intends to exploit, Hit concluded grimly. The hooded figure in the audience stood, raising both arms toward the vortex. Lord Kagetsu. We have prepared as instructed. Accept our offering and return to restore cosmic harmony. Throughout the stadium, more cultists revealed themselves, each channeling energy toward the vortex. The crowd, finally realizing this was no tournament special effect, began to panic, rushing toward exits that tournament security was struggling to keep orderly. We need to close that vortex, Naruto said, entering perfect Sage Ki mode. The balanced energy flowed through him more easily than before, his body adapting to the harmonious blend of chakra, Sage energy, and Ki. How? Caulifla asked, her Super Saiyan aura intensifying. It's connected to all 9 rifts simultaneously. Hit's expression revealed rare uncertainty. Even my time skip can't affect a dimensional manifestation of this magnitude. As they considered options, Bulma's voice came through Naruto's communicator, Naruto. Supreme Kai says the rifts are fully synchronized. If Kagetsu establishes a stable connection for more than a few minutes, the dimensional barriers will be permanently weakened. The situation seemed dire, but then Naruto felt Kurama's presence strengthen within him, more clearly than at any point since their arrival in this dimension. Kit, the fox's voice rumbled in his mind. I know what to do. Instinctively, Naruto closed his eyes, entering his internal mindscape. There he found Kurama, his form stable and clear for the first time since the dimensional crossing. Kagetsu didn't create the Ten Tails, Kurama explained rapidly. He corrupted an existing cosmic entity, the original guardian of dimensional boundaries. By splitting it into the tailed beasts, the Sage of 6 Paths was trying to purify its essence, not just contain its power. So the tailed beasts were meant to be protectors, not weapons, Naruto realized. Kurama nodded. In your world, we eventually found our way back to that purpose through bonds with Jinchuriki like you. My energy remembers its original function, maintaining dimensional balance, not disrupting it. How does this help us now? The perfect Sage Ki you've developed, it resonates with my purified chakra in ways Kagetsu never anticipated. Together with the Scion's harmonizing energy. Kurama's eyes gleamed. We can reverse the synchronization, use the rifts to push Kagetsu back rather than pull him through. Back in the physical world, only seconds had passed. Naruto opened his eyes, the plan forming rapidly in his mind. Caulifla, he said urgently, I need your help. Your Universe 6 Scion energy has properties that can stabilize dimensional transitions, not just for incursions, but for sealing as well. She looked skeptical but determined. What do you need me to do? Channel your energy through me while I use perfect Sage Ki to reverse the synchronization flow. Naruto turned to Hit. And we'll need you to buy us time. Can you use time skip to disrupt the cultists' channeling? Hit nodded once. Consider it done. In a blur of movement, he vanished, reappearing near the hooded leader and beginning a systematic campaign to disable the cult members throughout the stadium. Ready? Naruto asked Caulifla, extending his hand. She took it without hesitation, her Super Saiyan aura mingling with his perfect Sage Ki at the point of contact. The sensation was extraordinary, a harmonic resonance that amplified both energies without diminishing either. Whoa, she breathed, clearly feeling it too. That's different. Focus your energy, Naruto instructed. Not against the vortex, but through me, toward the dimensional boundaries themselves. Imagine reinforcing a wall, not attacking an enemy. As Caulifla complied, Naruto reached deep within himself, drawing on Kurama's purified chakra. The Ninetales responded eagerly, his energy flowing freely for the first time since their dimensional crossing. Together, the three energy signatures, Perfect Sage Ki, Universe 6 Scion Power, and Kurama's purified chakra, created something new, a harmonic counter-resonance that opposed the void energy without directly engaging it. The vortex pulsed erratically as it sensed the changing energy dynamics. What is this? Kagetsu's voice demanded. My own creation turns against me. The vessel asserts independence. I'm not just a vessel, Naruto responded, his voice carrying the combined authority of himself and Kurama. And Kurama is not just your creation. We've both evolved beyond what you intended. The counter-resonance expanded, reaching toward the vortex with tendrils of golden-white energy that opposed the darkness without touching it directly. Where they approached, the void energy receded, forced back toward its origin point. The rifts, Supreme Kai's voice came through the communicator, they're responding to your energy. The synchronization is destabilizing. Around the stadium, Hit had systematically neutralized most of the cultists, disrupting their channeling efforts. Only the hooded leader remained active, pouring what appeared to be his life essence into maintaining Kagetsu's connection. No, the leader cried. Lord Kagetsu must return. The cosmos must be reunited. With a final surge of desperate energy, the leader collapsed, but not before sending a concentrated beam of void power directly at Naruto and Caulifla. Time seemed to slow as the attack approached. Hit appeared suddenly between them and the beam, his time skip allowing him to intercept, but even he couldn't fully neutralize void energy. The attack struck him squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward across the arena. Hit! Caulifla cried, but maintained her focus on the counter-resonance. The assassin lay motionless for a moment before rising to one knee, his normally immaculate appearance disheveled. Complete the sealing, he managed, voice strained. I'll recover. Renewed determination flowed through their connected energies. Naruto and Caulifla pushed harder, their combined power creating a wave that washed over the vortex, forcing it to contract. This is not the end, Kagetsu's voice echoed, fading but defiant. The barriers between worlds are forever weakened. I will find another way, another time. With a sound like reality itself exhaling, the vortex collapsed, dimensional energy rushing back to restore proper cosmic balance. The unnatural shadow lifted from the stadium, sunlight returning to illuminate the now empty arena platform. Throughout the structure, the remaining cult members fell unconscious as their connection to void energy was severed. Tournament security, aided by Piccolo and Bulma, began rounding them up for questioning. Naruto and Caulifla remained connected for a moment longer, their energies gradually disentangling as the immediate threat passed. When they finally released hands, both looked slightly dazed by the experience. That was. Caulifla began, her Super Saiyan form fading as she returned to normal. Yeah, Naruto agreed, understanding what she couldn't quite articulate. The resonance between their energies had created a connection beyond the physical, a sharing of essence that felt oddly familiar, as if their souls recognized each other across dimensional boundaries. Hit approached them, moving more stiffly than usual but otherwise appearing recovered. The dimensional rifts? Stabilizing, came Supreme Kai's voice as he teleported onto the platform. Your counter-resonance didn't just repel Kagetsu, it strengthened the natural boundaries between dimensions. The rifts will gradually heal themselves now. Relief washed over Naruto. So it's over. Kagetsu is sealed away again. Supreme Kai's expression remained serious. For now. But as he said, the barriers have been tested, weakened in ways that may never fully heal. And his awareness of you, of both of you, he added, glancing at Caulifla, will not fade. He will seek other methods, other agents to facilitate his return. Then we'll be ready, Caulifla said with characteristic determination. Universe 6 scions haven't had a cosmic threat to face in generations. About time we proved ourselves. Naruto smiled at her spirit, then turned to Hit. Thank you. For everything. The assassin inclined his head slightly. The tournament committee will have questions about the unfinished final match. As if on cue, the announcer's voice came hesitantly over the speakers, ladies and gentlemen, after that unexpected interruption. The tournament officials are assessing whether the finals can continue. Please stand by for further announcements. Naruto and Hit exchanged a look that conveyed mutual understanding. Whatever the tournament decided, the real victory had already been achieved. In the aftermath, as security worked with local authorities to manage the situation, Naruto found himself standing with Caulifla at the edge of the arena, watching the sunset paint the sky in colors that reminded him of their blended energies. So, she said after a comfortable silence, what happens now? You go back to your dimension, I return to Universe 6, and we pretend this cosmic connection never happened? Naruto shook his head. I don't think it works that way. Whatever linked our paths, whether Kagetsu's plans or something deeper in the cosmic design, it's part of us now. Besides, came Bulma's voice as she approached, the rifts may be stabilizing, but they're not gone. According to Supreme Kai, true interdimensional travel might actually be possible now that the boundaries have been, let's say, introduced to each other. Meaning? Caulifla asked. Meaning, Bulma explained with a smile, that visiting between dimensions might be feasible with the right technology. Technology that Capsule Corporation would be very interested in developing. The implication wasn't lost on either warrior. Their paths might continue separately for now, but the possibility of reunion remained. I'd like that, Naruto said, looking at Caulifla. There's still that technique I promised to teach you. She smiled, the expression softening her usually fierce demeanor. Perfect sage ki for science. Sounds like it could take a while to master. Might need several visits. At minimum, Naruto agreed, returning her smile. As night fell over the tournament grounds, the day's events already being shaped into legend by witnesses and reporters, Naruto felt something he hadn't experienced since arriving in this dimension, a sense of belonging, of purpose beyond just finding a way home. His path had expanded, now encompassing 2 worlds instead of 1. And somehow, that felt exactly right. Chapter 3, Shadows Between Worlds. Sunset painted Capsule Corporation in hues of amber and gold as Naruto sat cross-legged on the lawn, eyes closed in deep meditation. 2 weeks had passed since the tournament's dramatic conclusion, since Kagetsu's failed attempt to break through the dimensional barriers. The rifts had stabilized but remained, thin seams in reality that Supreme Kai monitored with growing concern. In the quiet of early evening, Naruto focused inward, exploring the connection with Kurama that had strengthened significantly since their joint effort against Kagetsu. The Ninetales' consciousness was fully present now, no longer muted by dimensional interference. Still feels strange, Kurama rumbled within their shared mindscape. The energy of this world flows differently than ours. But you're adapting, Naruto observed. The internal landscape where they communicated had changed, no longer the bright open space of their previous connection, but something new. Elements of both dimensions intermingled here, creating a hybrid realm that reflected their evolving bond. We both are, the fox acknowledged. The question is whether that's a good thing. Naruto understood the concern. Every day he spent in this dimension, every refinement of Sage Ki, seemed to alter him subtly. Not just his techniques but his very essence, as if his energy signature was gradually harmonizing with this universe's natural frequency. Supreme Kai says the modifications are superficial, Naruto reminded his partner. Core identity unchanged. Kurama's tails swished thoughtfully. Supreme Kai doesn't understand what it means to be a tailed beast straddling dimensional boundaries. Part of me recognizes this place, Kit. Not from memory, but from something deeper, like instinct. This revelation wasn't entirely surprising. If what they'd learned about Kagetsu was true, that he had created or corrupted the original Ten Tails as a multidimensional entity, then the tailed beasts might innately recognize all universes as potential homes. Their meditation was interrupted by a familiar energy signature approaching, Caulifla, returning from her brief visit to Universe 6. The Scion warrior had departed 3 days earlier to report to her superiors about the tournament's events and the potential threat Kagetsu still posed. Naruto opened his eyes as she landed on the lawn, the air distorting slightly around her as Vados, Universe SX's angelic attendant, completed the interdimensional transit before departing again with a knowing smile. "Miss me?" Caulifla asked, her casual tone belied by the warmth in her eyes. Naruto stood, unable to suppress his own smile. "The training ground's been suspiciously intact without you around." Their relationship had evolved rapidly since the tournament, the resonance between their energies creating a foundation of understanding that might otherwise have taken months to develop. Not quite romance, not merely friendship, but something with elements of both, accelerated by shared cosmic experiences. "Kampa's taking the Kagetsu situation seriously," she reported, falling into step beside him as they walked toward the main compound. "Our universe has experienced dimensional anomalies before, apparently. Nothing as direct as a cosmic entity trying to break through, but enough that there are ancient Scion legends about shadow beings from beyond the stars." "Did you tell him about our energy resonance?" Caulifla nodded. Vados was particularly interested in that part. She said something about complementary cosmic signatures and fortuitous dimensional convergence. Lots of big words that basically translate to, "this was meant to happen." The idea that their meeting might have cosmic significance beyond Kagetsu's machinations was both comforting and unsettling. Naruto had long accepted that his life was guided by forces beyond his control, prophecy, destiny, the cyclical nature of conflict, but the scale had expanded dramatically. No longer just the fate of villages or even worlds, but of entire dimensional frameworks. "Bulma's been working on something she wants to show us," Naruto said, changing the subject. "Some kind of energy monitoring system that can track dimensional fluctuations." "Leave it to Bulma to science the hell out of cosmic anomalies," Caulifla remarked with admiration. "Our researchers are still arguing about whether to classify what happened as a supernatural event or a quantifiable phenomenon." They reached the main building to find Bulma in her laboratory, surrounded by holographic displays showing energy patterns across what appeared to be a global map. Beside her stood Vegeta, arms crossed as usual, and two figures Naruto hadn't met but recognized from descriptions, a tall, blue-skinned being with a staff, and a purple cat-like entity with distinctly divine aura. "Naruto, Caulifla, perfect timing," Bulma greeted without looking up from her calculations. "May I introduce Whis, attendant to Lord Beerus, God of Destruction for Universe 7. The blue-skinned being, Whis, offered a polite bow. "A pleasure to finally meet you properly, Naruto Uzumaki. We've been most curious about your interdimensional journey." The purple cat god, Beerus, was less formal. He circled Naruto slowly, nostrils flaring as if literally sniffing out his energy signature. "So this is the dimensional anomaly that's been disrupting my afternoon naps. Less impressive than I expected." "Lord Beerus," Vegeta cautioned, "this is the one who repelled Kagetsu's incursion." Yes, prevented cosmic collapse, maintained dimensional integrity, so I've heard." Beerus waved dismissively before fixing Naruto with a penetrating stare. "But what interests me is how a mortal from another dimension carries energy that resonates with divine wavelengths." Naruto met the God of Destruction's gaze steadily. "You mean sage energy? Is that what you call it?" Beerus leaned closer, uncomfortably invading Naruto's personal space. "The natural energy that exists in perfect balance, that flows through all living things while remaining distinct from them." "That's a pretty good description, actually." Whis tapped his staff lightly on the floor, drawing attention. "What Lord Beerus is trying to ascertain, in his characteristically direct way, is whether you understand what you're channeling." Sage energy, as you call it, bears striking similarities to the divine energy that gods of destruction and supreme kais manipulate, yet you access it without divine training or status. Caulifla stepped forward. If you're suggesting he shouldn't be able to use it, quite the contrary, Whis interrupted smoothly. I find it fascinating. In your dimension, Naruto, is this sage energy commonly utilized? No, Naruto replied. It takes specific training and natural aptitude. Most who try either fail or turn to stone if they can't balance it properly. Turn to stone. Bulma looked up from her work. You never mentioned that part. Never came up, Naruto said with a shrug. Besides, I mastered it years ago. Beerus sniffed again. Not quite mastered. Not as it exists here. Your sage energy is adapted to your dimension's natural frequencies. Here, it's still finding equilibrium, creating ripples as it harmonizes with our universal constants. This confirmed what Naruto had been sensing during meditation. Is that dangerous? That, said Whis, is precisely what we've come to determine. Bulma gestured to the holographic displays surrounding them. I've been tracking energy fluctuations at the 9 rift points. They've stabilized since the tournament, but they're not closing. If anything, they're becoming more integrated with our dimension's natural energy flow. One display enlarged, showing what appeared to be real-time footage of the mountain temple they'd first visited, the site of the original rift. Energy readings overlaid the image, indicating a stable but persistent anomaly. The rifts are adapting, Whis explained. Much like you, Naruto, they're finding equilibrium with our dimension. The question is whether this represents healing or naturalization of something that should remain foreign. And whether your continued use of sage energy is exacerbating the situation, Beerus added bluntly. There it was, the concern Naruto had felt building since the tournament. His very presence, his natural abilities, might be contributing to the dimensional instability Kagetsu sought to exploit. If I'm making things worse, he began. We don't know that you are, Bulma interjected firmly. Correlation doesn't imply causation. The rifts could be stabilizing naturally, independent of your activities. Or, Vegeta countered, the use of sage energy could be maintaining connections that would otherwise close. The woman's monitoring shows clear fluctuations whenever you enter sage mode, especially near rift locations. Caulifla's expression hardened. So what are you suggesting? That he stop using his natural abilities? That he cripple himself when there are still threats out there? No one's suggesting anything yet, Whis said diplomatically. We're merely gathering information. Which is why Lord Beerus and I would like to observe Naruto's sage energy in action, particularly how it interacts with the nearest rift. A field trip, Beerus clarified, his tone making it clear this was not a request. To that dreary mountain temple. Immediately. The implications hung heavy in the air. If Naruto's abilities were indeed maintaining or widening the dimensional rifts, he faced an impossible choice: continue using his full powers to protect this world, potentially making it more vulnerable to Kagetsu in the process, or limit himself to conventional techniques and risk being unprepared for whatever came next. An hour later, they stood at the base of the mountain temple, the scene of their first encounter with the Void Cult. The area seemed abandoned, no sign of the hooded figures who had once maintained the ancient structure. Yet the temple itself pulsed with subtle energy, not overtly threatening, but undeniably present. Beerus sniffed the air disdainfully. Definitely void energy. Stale, residual, but persistent. Like old perfume you can't quite wash out, Whis agreed cheerfully, tapping his staff against the stone pathway leading up to the temple. The boundary between dimensions is particularly thin here, not just because of the rift, but because this location was specifically chosen for its natural properties. What do you mean? Naruto asked as they began ascending the path. Certain points in spacetime naturally form connections between dimensions, Whis explained. Cosmic convergence points, if you will. They exist in all universes, places where the fabric of reality folds slightly, creating natural thinning. The ancient beings who built this temple recognized that quality and harnessed it. Caulifla, walking beside Naruto, kept her senses alert for any sign of danger. So they didn't create the weakness, just exploited it. Precisely, Whis confirmed. Which suggests whoever built this understood interdimensional mechanics millennia before your modern civilizations even conceived of multiple universes. They reached the temple plateau, the massive structure looming before them just as imposing as during their first visit. The stone doors remained sealed, showing no sign they had ever opened to reveal the mysterious keeper. Beerus approached the doors, running a clawed hand over the intricate carvings that decorated the surface. Interesting. These aren't decorative, they're functional. Mathematical formulations of dimensional coordinates. Can you read them? Bulma asked, fascinated despite the potential danger. Parts, the god of destruction admitted. This section references what you might call natural frequency, the unique energy signature of a specific dimension. His finger traced a complex spiral pattern. And this appears to be a calibration mechanism for adjusting to different dimensional wavelengths. Naruto felt Kurama stir within him, the fox's attention focused intently on the carvings. Kurama recognizes some of these patterns, he said aloud. Says they resemble markings on the original Ten-Tails before it was split into the tailed beasts. This caught Beerus's interest. The entity inside you remembers its original form? How extraordinary. Most cosmic beings lose cohesion when fragmented. Kurama says it's not memory exactly. More like instinctive recognition. The way you might recognize your reflection even if you've never seen a mirror before. Whis nodded thoughtfully. Further evidence that the tailed beasts of your dimension are connected to interdimensional phenomena. Now, shall we proceed with our experiment? Naruto, if you would enter Sage Mode while remaining conscious of your energy's interaction with the environment. Taking a deep breath, Naruto closed his eyes and began gathering natural energy. The process had become more intuitive in this dimension, the ambient energy more responsive to his call. Orange markings appeared around his eyes as Sage Mode activated, his senses expanding to encompass the entire temple complex and beyond. What he perceived stunned him. The temple wasn't merely built at a thin point between dimensions, it was designed as a resonance chamber, amplifying and directing energy across dimensional boundaries. And it was active, even without the Void Cult's presence, maintaining a constant low-level connection with somewhere else. It's like a tuning fork, Naruto said, eyes still closed as he processed the sensory input. The temple structure itself vibrates at a frequency that matches multiple dimensional wavelengths simultaneously. Yes, I suspected as much, Whis said, observing the energy patterns with interest. And your sage energy, fascinating. Even with his eyes closed, Naruto sensed what had captured Whis's attention. His sage energy was interacting with the temple's resonance, creating harmonic patterns that strengthened certain frequencies while dampening others. It's responding to me, Naruto realized. Adjusting its output based on my presence. Not just responding, Beerus corrected, his tone unusually serious. Recognizing. This temple was designed to interact with sage energy specifically, or whatever equivalent existed when it was built. Naruto opened his eyes, maintaining Sage Mode as he studied the temple with new understanding. It's trying to establish a connection through me. Using my sage energy as a conduit. Bulma frowned, checking readings on a handheld device. The dimensional rift energy signature just intensified by 30%. It's definitely reacting to your Sage Mode. Could this be what Kagetsu intended? Caulifla asked, moving protectively closer to Naruto. Using his sage energy to strengthen connections between dimensions? Perhaps, Whis acknowledged. Though I suspect the original design predates Kagetsu's imprisonment. This feels older, more foundational. A subtle vibration ran through the stone beneath their feet, the temple responding to the energy exchange. The sealed doors trembled slightly, ancient mechanisms stirring after millennia of dormancy. I should stop, Naruto said, preparing to release Sage Mode. Wait, Beerus commanded, ears twitching with interest. Something's happening. Something beyond the obvious resonance. The god of destruction was right. As Naruto's sage energy continued interacting with the temple's structure, new patterns emerged in his perception, not just connections to the void where Kagetsu was imprisoned, but to other places. Familiar places. I can sense Konoha, Naruto whispered, amazement overtaking caution. Not clearly, but it's there, a dimensional frequency I recognize. My home world. Excitement surged through him. Since arriving in this dimension, the possibility of returning home had remained theoretical, something Supreme Kai and Bulma discussed in hypothetical terms. But now, through the temple's ancient technology and his own sage energy, he could actually sense the path back. Naruto, Whis cautioned, noting his intensifying focus, be careful not to establish a complete connection. Without proper calibration, dimensional tunneling is extraordinarily dangerous. With effort, Naruto restrained the instinctive desire to reach toward the familiar energy signature. It's definitely there. Stable, not fading. If this temple was designed as some kind of interdimensional waypoint, then it might offer a way home, Bulma finished, understanding the implications. But we'd need to understand the calibration system fully before attempting any transit. One miscalculation and you could end up anywhere, or nowhere. A new energy signature suddenly appeared at the edge of Naruto's sage perception, multiple signatures, actually, approaching rapidly from the surrounding forest. Not the familiar energies of allies, but something different. Void touched, like frost had been, but not fully corrupted. We're not alone, he warned, shifting to a defensive stance. Caulifla immediately tensed, scanning the tree line. How many? At least a dozen. Surrounding us. They feel like the Void cult members from the tournament, but different. More controlled, more focused. Beerus yawned dramatically, seemingly unconcerned. If they're foolish enough to interrupt a god of destruction's investigation, they deserve whatever happens next. Perhaps we should hear what they want first, Whis suggested mildly. They may have information we lack. The suggestion became moot as figures emerged from the forest, men and women in grey robes with silver trimming, more refined than the simple hooded garments of the temple keeper and tournament cultists. Their leader, a tall woman with striking white hair and eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, stepped forward with confident grace. The sage who walks between worlds, she said, her voice carrying easily across the distance. We've been expecting you to return here. The temple calls to its own. Naruto maintained sage mode, assessing the newcomers. Their energy signatures were indeed touched by void influence, but in a controlled, almost symbiotic relationship rather than the corruption he'd sensed in Frost. You're with the Void cult, he stated rather than asked. The woman smiled, the expression not reaching her unusual eyes. A crude name for an ancient order. We are the keepers of dimensional harmony, scholars and guardians of the spaces between worlds. Guardians? Caulifla scoffed. Your people tried to help Kagetsu break through and destroy our universe. Those who acted at the tournament were Severists, a radical faction that misinterprets our teachings, the woman explained, stopping at a respectful distance. They believe dimensions should be forcibly reunited under Kagetsu's guidance. We seek balance and controlled exchange, not cosmic collapse. Beerus sniffed dismissively. And why should we believe your faction is any different? Because, Lord Beerus, the woman replied, showing no fear of the god of destruction, we've maintained dimensional stability for millennia while Kagetsu has repeatedly tested the boundaries. Had we wished for his return, it would have happened long ago. Her knowledge of Beerus's identity and apparent familiarity with interdimensional threats lent credibility to her claims, though Naruto remained cautious. What do you want with me? Understanding, she replied simply. You represent something unprecedented, a natural sage from another dimension, carrying a fragment of cosmic power, who crossed the void intact. Your very existence changes fundamental equations that have governed our work for thousands of years. Whis tapped his staff thoughtfully. You speak as if dimensional boundaries are mathematical constants rather than divine structures. To those who study them properly, they are both, the woman countered. Divine mathematics, if you will. Patterns established by cosmic entities but maintained by natural laws. She turned back to Naruto. My name is Soraya, first scholar of the Seventh Circle. And I believe you may be the key to permanently sealing Kagetsu's influence without destabilizing the dimensional frameworks. The claim was bold enough to warrant attention, yet vague enough to maintain suspicion. Naruto exchanged glances with Caulifla, who looked equally skeptical. That's quite a statement, Bulma interjected. What exactly makes you think Naruto is this key? Soraya gestured to the temple behind them. This structure was built by the original dimensional guardians, beings who existed in harmony with all universes simultaneously. When Kagetsu betrayed their purpose and sought to collapse the boundaries, they scattered their knowledge across all dimensions, creating waypoints like this temple to maintain balance. She approached slowly, hands visible to show she meant no harm. The guardians infused their essence into specially prepared vessels that could maintain dimensional stability. In your world, Naruto Uzumaki, these vessels eventually evolved into what you call the tailed beasts. This aligned with what Kurama had shared, lending Soraya's words credibility despite their fantastical nature. Naruto felt the Ninetales' attention sharpen, a mixture of recognition and caution flowing through their shared consciousness. Kurama doesn't remember being a dimensional guardian, Naruto said carefully. Of course not, Soraya replied. The fragmentation was thorough, designed to protect the knowledge from Kagetsu's influence. Only by reuniting all 9 fragments in their purified state could the original understanding be restored. Beerus growled low in his throat. This sounds suspiciously like the Severist's goal of bringing fragments together for Kagetsu's return. The difference, Soraya explained patiently, is in the nature of the reunion. The Severists seek physical convergence under void influence. We seek harmonic resonance in purified state, a symphony rather than a forced collision. She focused on Naruto again. Your bond with the Ninetales has already begun this purification process, whether you realized it or not. The implications were staggering. If Soraya spoke truth, Naruto and Kurama's partnership, forged through years of conflict, understanding, and eventually friendship, might have cosmic significance beyond anything they'd imagined. Assuming we believe you, Caulifla said, crossing her arms, what exactly are you proposing? Education and cooperation, Soraya replied. Our archives contain knowledge about sage energy, dimensional mechanics, and the original purpose of the cosmic fragments. Knowledge that could help you understand your role in what's coming. And what is coming? Naruto asked. Soraya's expression turned grave. Kagetsu's attempt during your tournament was merely the first wave. The dimensional barriers were tested and, while they held, they're now more permeable than before. We've detected increased void energy signatures at all 9 rift points, subtle infiltration rather than direct assault. Bulma checked her monitoring device, frowning. She's not wrong. My instruments have been picking up energy fluctuations at regular intervals, almost like pulses. Kagetsu is patient, Soraya continued. He's existed in the void between dimensions for millennia. Having failed at direct entry, he'll now attempt gradual corruption, influencing this dimension slowly, molecule by molecule, until it resonates with void energy enough for him to simply step through. The strategy sounded disturbingly plausible. It also explained why the rifts remained stable yet active, they were becoming normalized, their foreign energy gradually integrating with this dimension's natural frequency. And you believe Naruto can prevent this? How, exactly? Whis inquired. The sage energy he wields is naturally purifying, Soraya explained. You've already seen how it cleanses void corruption, as with the fighter frost during your tournament. Applied systematically at each rift point, with proper understanding and technique, it could establish a permanent barrier that Kagetsu cannot penetrate. Or, Beerus countered, using sage energy near the rifts could further destabilize them, as our initial observations suggest. Soraya nodded, acknowledging the concern. That's the risk. Without proper training in dimensional harmonics, sage energy acts as a bridge rather than a barrier. It can strengthen connections as easily as seal them. And there was the dilemma Naruto had been sensing all along: his power, his very nature in this dimension, could be either salvation or catalyst for disaster. Using sage energy might protect this world or doom it, depending on factors he didn't yet understand. I need to know more, he decided, meeting Soraya's light-absorbing gaze. If there's a way to use sage energy to permanently seal the rifts without endangering this dimension, I have to learn it. Naruto, Caulifla cautioned, we know nothing about these people except their claimed opposition to the cult we fought. A valid concern, Soraya acknowledged. Which is why I propose a limited exchange initially. Visit our primary archive with a small group of your choosing. Review our knowledge, confirm its validity for yourself. No commitment beyond that. Beerus and Whis exchanged looks that contained an entire conversation. Finally, Whis spoke, such an expedition would be informative, certainly. And with Lord Beerus and myself accompanying you, any misunderstandings could be addressed immediately. The implied threat wasn't lost on Soraya, who bowed respectfully. The god of destruction and his attendant would be honored guests. Our archive has not hosted divine beings in over 10,000 years. That's because gods generally know better than to trust self-proclaimed keepers of dimensional harmony, Beerus muttered, though his curiosity was evident beneath the skepticism. Bulma, ever practical, raised a hand. I should return to Capsule Corp and continue monitoring the rifts. If anything changes while you're investigating these archives, you'll need immediate notification. A wise precaution, Soraya agreed. Our primary archive is shielded from most conventional detection, but we can establish a communication link that penetrates those defenses. Plans were quickly arranged. Naruto, Caulifla, Beerus, and Whis would accompany Soraya to the Keeper's archive, while Bulma and Vegeta returned to maintain surveillance from Capsule Corporation. The expedition would last no more than 24 hours, with regular communication checks to ensure everything proceeded as agreed. As Bulma prepared to depart, she pulled Naruto aside. Be careful, she warned quietly. This all sounds a little too convenient, ancient orders with exactly the knowledge you need appearing right when you need it. I know, Naruto assured her. But if there's even a chance they have information about how sage energy affects dimensional barriers, I have to investigate. I can't risk making things worse through ignorance. Bulma nodded reluctantly. Just keep your guard up. And keep an eye on Miss Void Eyes. Something about her feels rehearsed. After Bulma and Vegeta departed, Soraya led the remaining group down a path diverging from the main temple approach, winding through dense forest to a clearing where a small structure stood, a simple stone arch with no apparent door or gateway. Our transportation nexus, she explained, approaching the arch. The keepers maintain several throughout this dimension, connected to our archive through controlled spatial folding. Not quite teleportation, Whis observed, but not conventional transit either. Interesting. Soraya placed her palm against the center of the arch, causing symbols similar to those on the temple doors to illuminate along its surface. The nexus recognizes dimensional frequencies, allowing passage only to those authorized or accompanied by a keeper. The empty space within the arch shimmered, revealing not the continuation of the forest beyond but an entirely different location, a vast chamber lined with crystalline structures that glowed with inner light. Welcome, Soraya said, gesturing toward the portal, to the primary archive of dimensional harmony. Caulifla stepped closer to Naruto, speaking low enough that only he could hear. Ready for this? Not really, he admitted with a small smile. But when has that ever stopped either of us? Together, they followed Soraya through the archway, Beerus and Whis close behind. The transition was seamless, one step in the mountain forest, the next in the crystalline chamber. No disorientation, no sense of movement or distance traveled, just immediate translocation. The archive was breathtaking. Vast crystal columns rose to a ceiling so high it faded into shadows, each containing what appeared to be three-dimensional records, images, text, and energy patterns suspended in transparent matrices. Keepers in the same gray and silver robes moved among the columns, some studying specific records while others maintained the crystals themselves. Our complete knowledge of dimensional mechanics, gathered over 50,000 years, Soraya explained with evident pride. Every discovery, every interaction, every fluctuation in the cosmic boundaries, all preserved and indexed for future generations. Beerus looked around with grudging appreciation. I've destroyed civilizations with less impressive libraries, he commented, which seemed to be his version of a compliment. The knowledge relevant to sage energy and dimensional sealing is in the eastern quadrant, Soraya continued, leading them through the massive chamber. We've prepared a study area with the most pertinent records already assembled. As they walked, Naruto extended his senses subtly, not entering full sage mode but allowing enough natural energy to flow through him to assess their surroundings. The archive felt genuinely ancient, with energy patterns layered through millennia of accumulated knowledge. He detected no obvious deception or trap, though the entire facility had a faint resonance with void energy, not corruption but familiarity, as if long study had left its mark. The void influence I'm sensing, he mentioned quietly to Soraya, it's throughout the archive. She nodded, unsurprised by his perception. You cannot study dimensional boundaries without exposure to what lies between them. The void energy here is contained, purified through specific processes to allow safe examination without corruption. Like handling radioactive material with proper shielding, Caulifla suggested. An apt comparison, Soraya agreed. Though void energy is less physically destructive than psychologically invasive. It influences thought patterns, emotional responses, even memory formation. Without proper protection, researchers can develop unhealthy obsessions with interdimensional exploration. Is that what happened to the Severists? Naruto asked. Soraya's expression tightened. Partially. Their leader, Evren, was once our most brilliant scholar. He discovered methods to communicate across dimensional boundaries without physical transit, to send thoughts into the void and receive responses. Let me guess, Beerus interjected dryly. He started hearing voices that told him exactly what he wanted to hear. Essentially correct, Lord Beerus, Soraya confirmed. Evren believed he was communicating with the original dimensional guardians. In reality, it was Kagetsu, mimicking their thought patterns to manipulate Evren's research toward breaking dimensional seals rather than reinforcing them. They reached the eastern quadrant, where a circular area had been prepared with comfortable seating surrounding a central crystal pedestal. Unlike the storage columns, this crystal was clearly designed for active display and interaction. We'll begin with the fundamental principles of sage energy as it exists across dimensional boundaries, Soraya said, placing her hand on the crystal. It illuminated from within, projecting three-dimensional models of energy flow patterns that Naruto immediately recognized. That's sage mode, he said, studying the familiar yet slightly different energy circulation. But not exactly as I use it. This is the original form, Soraya explained. What you might call the interdimensional constant version. Each dimension has its own variation, adapted to local cosmic laws, but the core principles remain consistent. For the next several hours, they studied the archive's records on sage energy, dimensional boundaries, and the historical interactions between them. The information was fascinating and, as far as Naruto could determine, genuine. The keepers possessed knowledge about sage mode that aligned with everything he had learned at Mount Myaboku, yet extended beyond into applications he'd never considered. Most importantly, they confirmed what Beerus had observed. Naruto's use of sage energy near rift points was indeed creating resonance patterns that could either strengthen or weaken dimensional boundaries, depending on specific application. The key distinction, Soraya explained, displaying complex energy diagrams, is intentionality in harmonization. Unfocused sage energy naturally bridges dimensions because it exists in all of them simultaneously. But properly calibrated sage techniques can reinforce boundaries by emphasizing dimensional differentiation rather than commonality. Like tuning to a specific frequency instead of broadcasting across the spectrum, Naruto suggested, understanding dawning. Precisely, Soraya confirmed. What you've developed intuitively, your perfect sage ki technique, approaches this calibration naturally. With refinement, it could become the sealing mechanism we need. Caulifla, who had been studying the records with intense focus despite their technical nature, pointed to a specific pattern in the display. This resonance signature, it looks similar to Universe 6 Scion energy when we reach our evolved state. Soraya nodded, impressed by her observation. Yes. Universe 6 Scions retained connections to cosmic energies that Universe 7 Scions largely abandoned in favor of raw power development. It's why your energy harmonized so effectively with Naruto's during the tournament. So my people evolved specifically to work with interdimensional energies? Caulifla asked, intrigued by this new perspective on her heritage. Not specifically for that purpose, Soraya clarified, but along paths that maintained cosmic sensitivity rather than suppressing it. The Universe 7 Scion transformation channels godly ki but loses dimensional resonance. Yours preserves both. This explained why Kurama had emphasized Caulifla's importance in his dream message. Her energy signature naturally complemented Sage Mode in ways that amplified its dimensional properties, for better or worse. As their study continued into evening, Whis occasionally offered insights that suggested the angelic being possessed knowledge rivaling or exceeding the archive's records, though he seemed content to let Soraya lead the explanation. Beerus, meanwhile, alternated between apparent boredom and sudden intense interest in specific details, particularly those concerning Kagetsu's nature and limitations. So the Void Dweller can't physically manifest without a complete dimensional collapse, the god of destruction clarified during one such moment of engagement. He needs either willing vessels corrupted by void energy or a fully stabilized interdimensional corridor. Correct, Soraya confirmed. His consciousness can project through weak points, his influence can spread through contaminated individuals, but his actual being remains trapped in the void between dimensions. Then why not simply destroy these rifts entirely? Beerus demanded. A focused Hokage at each location would eliminate the weak points. Soraya's expression turned grave. Because the rifts aren't just holes in reality, Lord Beerus. They're integrated into the dimensional framework now. Destroying them wouldn't seal the boundaries, it would shatter them, potentially collapsing multiple universes simultaneously. Like removing load-bearing walls from a building, Naruto suggested. You might eliminate the openings, but bring down the entire structure in the process. A crude but effective analogy, Soraya agreed. The dimensional boundaries have adapted to incorporate these rifts. Our goal must be to transform them from potential entries to reinforced seams. As night fell outside, though within the archive's timeless environment, only chronometers indicated the passage of hours, they paused their research for a meal provided by the keepers. The food was simple but satisfying, with flavors that seemed to shift subtly as they ate, another sign of the archive's unusual relationship with dimensional constants. During this break, Naruto and Caulifla found a moment alone, stepping away from the main study area to a balcony overlooking a vast crystal garden that somehow existed within the extradimensional archive. What do you think? Naruto asked quietly. About all this. Caulifla leaned against the railing, her usual confidence tempered by thoughtful consideration. The information seems legitimate. It explains a lot about what we experienced during the tournament, about how our energies interacted. She glanced at him. But something still feels convenient about it all. Like we're being guided toward a specific conclusion, Naruto agreed, glad she shared his instinctive caution. Exactly. Everything they've shown us confirms what we already suspected, that your sage energy and my scion power together can affect dimensional boundaries. But they're very specific about how we should apply that ability. Naruto nodded, having noted the same pattern. They want us to perform a sealing ritual at each rift point, using a modified version of Perfect Sage Ki that incorporates Universe 6 Scion energy. A ritual they designed, based on theory they've provided, with no practical demonstration of its effects. Caulifla pushed off from the railing, restless energy evident in her movement. Don't get me wrong, I want to stop Kagetsu as much as anyone. But rushing into an untested interdimensional sealing technique seems reckless. Especially when my attempts to use sage energy near rifts might be making things worse, Naruto added, the dilemma weighing heavily. If the keepers were correct, he needed to either master their specific application of sage energy or stop using it entirely near dimensional weak points. Before they could discuss further, a subtle shift in the archive's energy caught Naruto's attention. Not threatening, but definitely changing, like air pressure dropping before a storm. Something's happening, he said, automatically reaching for sage mode. Caulifla tensed, sensing the change as well. In the main chamber. Let's go. They rushed back to find Beerus and Whis already alert, the god of destruction's ears twitching with irritation as Soraya and several other keepers gathered around the central crystal, which now pulsed with urgent patterns. Void energy surge detected at all 9 rift points simultaneously, one of the keepers reported, hands moving across the crystal's surface to display global readings. Synchronized pulses at increasing intervals. Kagetsu is testing the boundaries again, Soraya explained as Naruto and Caulifla rejoined them. More systematically this time, probing for weakness rather than forcing entry. The display showed all 9 rift locations pulsing with void energy, subtle but unmistakable attempts to establish stronger connections across dimensional barriers. Most concerning was the pattern, each pulse slightly stronger than the last, each interval slightly shorter, like someone gradually turning a dial toward a critical threshold. Can you communicate with Bulma? Naruto asked. Her monitoring system might have additional data. Soraya nodded to one of her colleagues, who quickly established a connection through the archive's communication array. Bulma's voice came through clearly, tension evident even through the audio link. Been trying to reach you for the past hour. The rifts are activating in some kind of synchronized pattern. Vegeta and Piccolo are at the nearest one, but there's no visible manifestation, just energy fluctuations getting progressively stronger. We're seeing it too, Naruto confirmed. The keepers believe Kagetsu is systematically testing the boundaries. Well, he's being very methodical about it, Bulma replied. Each pulse is exactly 7.8% stronger than the previous, and the intervals are decreasing by precisely 3.2 seconds each cycle. At this rate, they'll reach critical resonance in approximately 6 hours. Critical resonance? Caulifla questioned. The point at which void energy synchronizes completely with our dimension's natural frequency, Soraya explained grimly. When that happens, Kagetsu won't need to force entry, the boundaries will simply accommodate him. The implications were clear and dire. Rather than a dramatic assault like at the tournament, this was a calculated, gradual approach, like slowly acclimating to water temperature until you can enter without shock. We need to disrupt the pattern, Beerus declared. Interfere with the synchronization before it completes. Agreed, Soraya said, but direct energy attacks would only accelerate the process. We need counter-resonance, energy that cancels void frequency without engaging it directly. All eyes turned to Naruto, the unspoken solution obvious. His perfect sage ki, properly calibrated with Caulifla's Scion energy, theoretically offered exactly the counter-resonance needed. You want us to attempt the sealing ritual, he stated, seeing where this was heading. Not the complete ritual yet, Soraya clarified. Just enough to disrupt the current synchronization attempt. A temporary measure while we prepare for permanent sealing. The timing felt suspiciously convenient, a crisis arising just as they learned of a potential solution, forcing immediate application without full consideration. Yet the threat appeared genuine, confirmed by Bulma's independent monitoring. If we do this, Naruto said carefully, we start with just one rift. The original one at the mountain temple. We disrupt the synchronization there first, then assess results before attempting others. Soraya hesitated, clearly preferring simultaneous action, but nodded agreement. The primary temple would be the logical starting point. Its structure is designed to amplify dimensional energies, both void intrusion and sealing counterforce. Arrangements were quickly made. Bulma would continue monitoring all 9 rifts from Capsule Corporation, while Vegeta and Piccolo joined them at the Mountain Temple. Beerus and Whis would observe the counter-resonance attempt, ready to intervene if anything went catastrophically wrong. As they prepared to depart, Soraya provided crystal devices containing the specific harmonic patterns Naruto and Caulifla would need to generate with their combined energies, a technical guide to the counter-resonance technique. Remember, she instructed, the void energy operates like a wave. Your counter-resonance must match its frequency exactly while maintaining opposite amplitude. Perfect synchronization in perfect opposition. Like noise-canceling headphones, Naruto suggested, but for dimensional energy. An imperfect but functional analogy, Soraya acknowledged. The mountain temple structure will amplify your counter-resonance, extending its effect to the other rifts temporarily. Not a permanent solution, but enough to disrupt Kagetsu's current attempt. They departed through the same arch that had brought them to the archive, emerging once again in the forest near the mountain temple. Night had fully fallen, the moon casting silver light across the landscape, giving the temple's silhouette an otherworldly quality against the star-filled sky. Vegeta and Piccolo were already waiting, having been briefed by Bulma. The Namekian's expression was characteristically stern as he reported the latest developments. The pulses are becoming visible to normal perception, he explained, gesturing toward the temple plateau. Each cycle creates a momentary shimmer in the air, like heat distortion but with shadows moving within it. Void energy bleeding into physical manifestation, Whis commented. The synchronization is progressing faster than anticipated. They ascended to the temple plateau, where the phenomenon Piccolo described was clearly visible, rippling distortions in reality itself that appeared and disappeared in a steadily accelerating rhythm. Each pulse lasted slightly longer than the previous, the shadows within growing more distinct, more structured, as if something were gradually pushing against an invisible membrane. Creepy, Caulifla muttered, her energy flaring slightly in instinctive response to the threatening aura. Bulma reports similar manifestations at all rift points, Vegeta added, arms crossed as he glared at the distortions. Whatever's happening, it's coordinated. Soraya directed them to specific positions around the temple entrance, where carved channels in the stone platform formed geometric patterns that aligned with the original architect's design. These will help focus and amplify your counter-resonance, she explained. The temple was built for precisely this purpose, maintaining dimensional boundaries through balanced energy application. Naruto and Caulifla took their positions at opposite points of the pattern, studying the crystal devices Soraya had provided. The harmonic patterns displayed were complex but recognizable, extensions of what they had already achieved during the tournament, refined for specific dimensional frequency disruption. Ready? Naruto asked, meeting Caulifla's eyes across the distance. She nodded, her determination matching his own. Let's shut this creep down again. They began generating energy simultaneously, Naruto entering perfect Sage Ki state while Caulifla transformed to Super Saiyan, each focusing on the specific resonance pattern indicated by the crystal guides. The temple responded immediately, ancient carvings illuminating with soft blue light that traced the geometric channels connecting their positions. It's working, Soraya called, monitoring the energy patterns. The counter-resonance is establishing. Now you must synchronize completely, match wavelengths while maintaining opposing amplitude. Naruto focused intently, feeling the void pulses through his sage perception, a discordant rhythm trying to align this dimension's natural frequency with something alien and wrong. His perfect Sage Ki naturally opposed it, but needed precise calibration to create true counter-resonance. Across the pattern, Caulifla's Saiyan energy flared golden white as she pushed beyond standard Super Saiyan, accessing the unique cosmic sensitivity Soraya had described as characteristic of Universe 6 Saiyans. Her energy reached toward Naruto's, seeking the harmonization they had achieved during the tournament. As their energies connected across the temple pattern, something unexpected happened. Instead of simply establishing counter-resonance against the void pulses, they created something new, a third energy signature that encompassed both while transcending either individually. The temple's channels blazed with light, no longer merely blue but prismatic, containing all colors simultaneously. This is... Soraya's voice held genuine surprise. This is beyond counter-resonance. You're generating true harmonic integration. Is that good or bad? Caulifla called, maintaining her focus despite the unexpected development. Potentially revolutionary, Whis answered before Soraya could respond. They're not just opposing the void energy, they're transforming it. The void pulses continued, but each now triggered a corresponding wave of prismatic energy that didn't simply cancel the void but converted it, changing its fundamental properties from disruptive to constructive. The shadows within the distortions began breaking apart, losing cohesion as their basic nature was altered. Keep going, Soraya encouraged. The effect is cascading through the dimensional network. The other rifts are responding. Through sage perception, Naruto sensed the transformation extending beyond their immediate location, traveling along interdimensional pathways to affect all 9 rifts simultaneously. The void pulses weakened, their rhythm disrupted as the harmonic integration spread. Then, suddenly, resistance, strong, focused, and unmistakably intelligent. Something within the void recognized what was happening and opposed it directly, pushing back against the transformation with concentrated will. Kagetsu, Naruto recognized, feeling the malevolent consciousness through the dimensional connection. He's fighting the integration. The harmonic pattern wavered as void energy concentrated against their efforts, no longer distributed across 9 points but focused entirely on the temple location. The shadows within the distortions coalesced, forming a vaguely humanoid shape that pulsed with negative light. Fascinating, the shape spoke, its voice resonating through dimensional layers rather than physical air. The fragment and the catalyst, working together as intended, yet against their purpose rather than for it. We're disrupting your synchronization, Naruto called to the manifestation. Whatever you're planning, it won't work. A sound like stone grinding against metal, Kagetsu's version of laughter. You believe you're preventing my entry, when you're actually refining the path. Such delicious irony. Caulifla's energy flared brighter. Stop talking and start disappearing, void creep. The shadowy form turned toward her, its attention palpable even without visible eyes. The Scion Catalyst speaks. So much potential, yet so limited in understanding. Do you even comprehend what you truly are? Before Caulifla could respond, Beerus stepped forward, his divine aura flaring with unmistakable threat. Enough prattle. Return to your void, Kagetsu, or face destruction beyond your comprehension. The shadow seemed to assess the god of destruction, its form shifting slightly. The Divine One. Your kind established the boundaries I seek to dissolve. How fitting you should witness their inevitable transformation. The form turned back to Naruto. The sage understands, don't you? These rituals you perform, they don't just oppose me. They fundamentally alter dimensional properties. Each application brings greater integration, greater permeability. A cold realization formed in Naruto's mind. You want us to keep using counter-resonance. Each attempt changes the dimensional boundaries, making them more adaptable to transformation. The fragment comprehends, Kagetsu's shadow confirmed, something like satisfaction in its otherworldly voice. Opposition and integration are merely different paths to the same destination, dimensional evolution. Soraya stepped forward, her expression troubled. That's not possible. The counter-resonance techniques are designed specifically to reinforce boundaries, not alter them. Are they? The shadow questioned. Or were they designed to appear that way while achieving my purpose? Ask yourself, scholar, who truly authored the texts you've studied so devotedly. The original guardians? Or something that existed before them, that waits between worlds. Doubt flickered across Soraya's features, the first genuine uncertainty Naruto had seen from her. The archive records predate Kagetsu's imprisonment. Do they? The shadow pulsed with what might have been amusement. Or do they simply appear to, with carefully crafted chronological markers that establish the narrative you prefer? The implication was disturbing, that the Keeper's entire understanding might be based on information subtly corrupted by Kagetsu's influence across millennia, leading them to promote techniques that appeared to oppose him while actually serving his long-term goals. He's trying to create confusion, Vegeta growled. Typical manipulation tactics. Yet effective, Whis noted calmly. Because the possibility cannot be dismissed entirely. Interdimensional entities exist beyond conventional temporal limitations. What appears to be ancient knowledge could indeed be carefully constructed deception. The harmonic integration pattern weakened as uncertainty spread, Naruto and Caulifla's concentration disrupted by the shadow's claims. Sensing advantage, Kagetsu's manifestation grew more distinct, the void pulses intensifying once more. Perhaps a demonstration would be more convincing than debate, the shadow suggested. Before anyone could respond, it extended a tendril of void energy directly toward the nearest keeper, not Soraya, but a younger scholar who had accompanied them from the archive. The man screamed as void energy enveloped him, his body contorting as something invaded his very being. When he straightened moments later, his eyes had transformed to match Soraya's, light-absorbing voids that suggested direct connection to the space between dimensions. This one has served me for decades, Kagetsu spoke through the possessed keeper. Subtly guiding research, introducing specific interpretations of ancient texts, ensuring the keeper's knowledge led inexorably toward today's events. Soraya's expression reflected genuine horror. Malken has been with the archive for 30 years. He helped develop the counter-resonance theories we're using now. Indeed, the possessed keeper confirmed with a smile that stretched unnaturally wide. Such devoted service to dimensional harmony, or so you believed. In reality, every technique, every ritual you've developed based on my contributions has served a single purpose, gradual dimensional integration. Naruto maintained perfect sage ki, but shifted his focus from the harmonic pattern to direct perception of truth. Through sage energy, he could sense the void corruption throughout the possessed keeper, not recent, but deeply established, like roots that had grown through fertile soil for decades. He's not lying, Naruto confirmed grimly. This one has been corrupted for years. The void energy is fully integrated with his natural signature. The revelation sent ripples of shock through the gathered keepers. Soraya stepped back from her corrupted colleague, reassessing everything with new understanding. The counter-resonance techniques, all of them. Not all, the possessed keeper replied, still smiling that terrible smile. Just enough. Strategic modifications that appear to strengthen boundaries while actually increasing their adaptability to transformation. The difference is subtle but cumulative. So if we continue with the counter-resonance as planned. Caulifla began. You accelerate the very process you seek to prevent, Kagetsu's shadow confirmed. Each application makes the boundaries more receptive to harmonization, not destruction, but transformation into something that accommodates all dimensional frequencies simultaneously. Piccolo, who had been observing silently, finally spoke. If what he says is true, then the sealing rituals the keepers proposed would actually hasten Kagetsu's entry rather than prevent it. A classic long-term deception, Whis commented, seemingly more intrigued than concerned. Plant corrupted knowledge that appears beneficial but serves hidden purposes. Allow your enemies to implement your strategy willingly, believing they oppose you when they actually enable you. The possessed keeper turned toward Soraya, his void-like eyes reflecting nothing. You've served unknowingly, first scholar. Your dedication to dimensional harmony made you the perfect vessel for my corrected knowledge. Every treatise you wrote building on Malken's research, every ritual you refined based on his discoveries, all preparing for this moment. Soraya's composure cracked, decades of certainty crumbling beneath this revelation. If this is true, then everything we planned to do at the rifts would have opened the way, Kagetsu's shadow completed. Not immediately, but inevitably. Each application of counter-resonance increases dimensional permeability by approximately 0.3%, negligible in isolation, devastating in accumulation across 9 points over time. The void pulses continued throughout this exchange, growing stronger as the harmonic integration weakened. Without fully committed focus from Naruto and Caulifla, the pattern was dissolving, allowing Kagetsu's synchronization to resume. We need to stop the current synchronization regardless, Naruto decided, refocusing his perfect Sage Ki. But not using the Keeper's techniques. Caulifla nodded in agreement. Back to basics. What worked at the tournament? Pure opposition without fancy harmonic patterns. They abandoned the crystal guides, falling back on their instinctive connection, the natural resonance between perfect Sage Ki and Universe 6 Scion energy that had successfully repelled Kagetsu before. No complex patterns, no temple-amplified rituals, just direct opposition to void influence. The temple responded differently to this approach. Instead of the geometric channels illuminating with prismatic light, the entire structure began to vibrate, ancient stone resonating with energies it was designed to channel but in ways its creators might not have anticipated. The temple isn't designed for direct opposition, Soraya warned, regaining some composure despite the shattering revelations. It's built for harmonic manipulation, either reinforcement or transformation. Then we work around it, not through it, Naruto replied, adjusting his position to avoid the temple's channeling effect. Caulifla followed his lead, moving to stand beside him rather than across the geometric pattern. Together, they generated a combined energy field that directly countered the void pulses without engaging the temple's amplification system. The shadow manifestation flickered, its connection weakening as the synchronization was disrupted by brute force opposition rather than sophisticated harmonization. Crude but effective, Kagetsu's voice acknowledged, fading as his manifestation destabilized. It matters not. What was begun cannot be undone entirely. The boundaries have already been altered beyond recovery. With a final pulse of void energy, the shadow collapsed, the possessed keeper dropping unconscious to the stone platform. The dimensional distortions faded, the immediate synchronization attempt disrupted, but Kagetsu's parting words lingered ominously in the air. Bulma, Naruto called through their communication link, what's happening at the other rifts? Her voice came through clearly, relief evident. The synchronization pattern has broken down. All 9 rifts are returning to baseline activity levels. Whatever you did worked. For now, Caulifla added, powering down from her Super Saiyan form. The effort had clearly taxed her, though she remained standing through sheer determination. Beerus approached the unconscious keeper, nudging him unceremoniously with a foot. This one should be destroyed. Void corruption at this level can't be purified. Wait, Naruto intervened. I may be able to help him with sage energy, like I did with Frost. The god of destruction looked skeptical. After what we just learned about sage energy potentially accelerating dimensional integration. Seems risky. Direct purification is different from counter-resonance rituals, Naruto argued. It cleanses individual corruption rather than affecting dimensional boundaries directly. After a moment's consideration, Beerus stepped aside with a dismissive gesture. Your funeral if he explodes with void energy. Naruto knelt beside the fallen keeper, entering sage mode once more despite his fatigue. Through direct contact, he channeled purifying energy into the man's system, not the complex harmonic pattern Soraya had provided, but the straightforward cleansing technique he had used successfully on Frost. The corruption was indeed deep, having integrated with the Keeper's natural energy over decades rather than the relatively recent contamination Frost had experienced. Naruto felt resistance, the void influence fighting to maintain its foothold in the man's consciousness. It's too established, he said after several minutes of effort. I can weaken it, but not eliminate it completely. The void energy has become part of his fundamental signature. Soraya knelt opposite Naruto, her expression grim but resolved. Then he cannot return to the archive. The risk of continued influence is too great. She placed a hand on her colleague's forehead. I'm sorry, Malken. We failed to recognize what was happening to you. What will you do with him? Piccolo asked. There are containment protocols for void contamination, Soraya replied. Not comfortable, but humane. He'll be monitored and studied, perhaps, in time, we'll develop more effective purification techniques. As other keepers took charge of their corrupted colleague, Soraya turned to face the group, her composure restored but humility now evident beneath her authoritative demeanor. I owe you all an apology, she said formally. It appears our understanding of dimensional mechanics has been compromised for longer than we realized. The counter-resonance techniques we've developed, the rituals we proposed, all must be reconsidered in light of this revelation. You were manipulated, Whis observed, quite skillfully, over an extremely long time frame. Few organizations could have recognized such subtle corruption. That doesn't excuse our failure, Soraya replied. The Keepers exist specifically to prevent interdimensional threats like Kagetsu. Our procedures should have identified void influence within our own ranks. Beerus yawned dramatically. Yes, you failed spectacularly. The question is what happens now. Kagetsu's synchronization attempt was disrupted, but he made it clear this was merely one approach among many. And we still don't know if sage energy intrinsically helps or hinders dimensional stability, Naruto added, the central dilemma unchanged despite everything they had learned. Soraya considered this thoughtfully. What we do know is that direct opposition worked where harmonic integration failed. Perhaps the answer lies in simplicity rather than complexity, reinforcing natural boundaries rather than attempting to transform them. Like rebuilding a traditional wall instead of installing a high-tech force field, Caulifla suggested. An apt analogy, Soraya agreed. The archive contains older records, predating Malken's influence, that focus on dimensional reinforcement through natural energy balance rather than specific harmonic patterns. We should revisit these approaches. Whis tapped his staff thoughtfully. I believe I may also consult certain divine records regarding the original establishment of dimensional boundaries. The Grand Priest would have been involved in their initial formation. Plans were made to regroup the following day after everyone had rested and recovered. The Keepers would review their oldest records, purging any information potentially corrupted by Kagetsu's long-term infiltration. Whis would consult divine archives, while Bulma continued monitoring the rifts for any sign of renewed synchronization attempts. As the group dispersed, Naruto and Caulifla found themselves walking together down the mountain path, the night sky beginning to lighten with pre-dawn glow. Someday, Caulifla commented dryly. Ancient conspiracies, void-possessed librarians, and interdimensional manipulation. Makes tournament fighting seem straightforward by comparison. Naruto chuckled despite his fatigue. Welcome to my world. Or worlds, I guess. They walked in comfortable silence for a while, both processing the revelations and implications of everything they had learned. Finally, Caulifla spoke again, her tone more serious. Do you think Kagetsu was telling the truth? About sage energy accelerating dimensional integration? Partially, Naruto admitted after careful consideration. I think he was being selective with information, revealing enough truth to create doubt without explaining the complete picture. Classic manipulation, Caulifla agreed. Like claiming a medicine is poison because it contains a toxic ingredient, without mentioning that the dosage makes it harmless or that it's combined with other elements that neutralize the danger. Exactly. Sage energy probably does affect dimensional boundaries, but not necessarily in the way he implied. The context, intention, and application would all matter significantly. They reached a clearing where Whis had arranged to meet them for transportation back to Capsule Corporation. The angelic attendant was not yet present, giving them a moment of privacy in the peaceful forest setting. Caulifla turned to face Naruto directly. So what happens now? Do you keep using sage energy and risk making things worse, or stop using your primary power and definitely be less effective against whatever comes next? The question cut to the heart of Naruto's dilemma, a choice between potential risk and certain limitation, with incomplete information guiding the decision. I don't know, he admitted honestly. What I do know is that when we worked together, using our energies the way that felt natural rather than following complex protocols, that worked. Maybe the answer isn't about using sage energy or not using it, but about finding the right balance and partnership. Caulifla's expression softened. Partnership, huh? I like the sound of that. She stepped closer, the usual competitive edge in her demeanor giving way to something warmer. Whatever comes next, we face it together, Sage and Scion, dimensional tag team. The moment between them deepened, the connection that had been building since the tournament crystallizing into something neither could deny. Before either could act on it, however, reality shifted around them as Wisp appeared with a subtle displacement of air. Ah, right on schedule, the angelic being observed cheerfully. Ready to return. Lord Beerus is already complaining about missing breakfast. The interruption broke the moment, but the understanding remained. Something significant had changed between them, a recognition of possibilities beyond mere alliance against cosmic threats. As Whis transported them back to Capsule Corporation, neither Naruto or Caulifla noticed the subtle shadow that detached itself from the forest edge, moving with purpose toward a different mountain path, one that led not to the temple, but to a hidden nexus point where dimensional energies gathered naturally. There, in a small cave illuminated only by crystalline formations similar to those in the Keeper's archive, a hooded figure waited patiently. When the shadow arrived, coalescing into a vaguely humanoid form, the figure bowed deeply. The disruption was successful, the figure asked. Beyond expectations, the shadow replied in a voice that resonated oddly in the confined space. Doubt has been sown. Trust in established knowledge, shaken. And most importantly, the sage and the catalyst have been pushed closer together. Then Phase 2 proceeds as planned, the figure confirmed, adjusting the silver trim on gray robes identical to those worn by the keepers. The vessel will be acquired during their investigation of the secondary archives. Choose carefully, the shadow cautioned. Not just any companion will serve as effective leverage. It must be someone whose loss will drive the sage toward the forbidden techniques. The hooded figure nodded, understanding the importance of proper selection. I have already identified the optimal target. When the sage seeks answers in the Western Archive, we will be waiting. The shadow pulsed with satisfaction. Perfect. Let them believe they have won this round. Let them think Kagetsu's attempts grow desperate. The true synchronization approaches, not through force, but through choice. As dawn broke over the mountains, painting the sky in colors that seemed to bridge dimensions themselves, the shadow and the hooded figure finalized their plans, not for dimensional collapse, but for something far more insidious, the willing participation of those who sought to prevent it. The Western Archive awaited, and with it, the next phase in a game that had been playing out across millennia, across dimensions, guided by a patient entity who understood that the greatest victories came not through conquest, but through conversion. Back at Capsule Corporation, Naruto's sleep was troubled by dreams of shadowy corridors and crystalline knowledge that shifted meaning depending on who read it. In one particularly vivid sequence, he stood before 9 doors, each leading to a different dimension, while a voice whispered from everywhere and nowhere, "The greatest prison is one the prisoner believes is freedom. The strongest chains are those the captive forges willingly." When you come to the Western Archive seeking truth, remember, knowledge is never neutral, and those who guard it rarely serve only one master. He awoke with the memory of the dream already fading, but an intuitive understanding remained. Whatever happened next at the Western Archive would change everything, and someone close to him would pay the price for knowledge that might save 2 worlds, or doom them both. Chapter 4, Power Beyond Gods. Naruto watched dawn break over West City from the rooftop of Capsule Corporation, the sky painted in hues of lavender and gold that reminded him of Konoha's sunrises. 3 days had passed since the revelation at the Mountain Temple, the discovery that Kagetsu had been manipulating the Keepers for decades, corrupting their knowledge of dimensional mechanics to serve his own purposes. 3 days of strategic planning, of sifting truth from deception, of trying to determine which ancient texts could be trusted and which might contain subtle corruption designed to further Kagetsu's agenda. 3 days of wondering whether his sage energy was helping to protect this dimension or unwittingly weakening its boundaries. Can't sleep either, huh? Caulifla landed silently beside him, her ability to sense his location improving daily as their energies continued to resonate with one another. She wore simple training clothes, her hair pulled back in a practical ponytail rather than her usual spiky style. Too much to process, Naruto admitted. Soraya sent over more archive records yesterday, the oldest texts they have on dimensional boundaries. Bulma's been helping me separate the reliable information from potential manipulations. Caulifla sat beside him, their shoulders almost touching. Any breakthrough? Maybe. Naruto gestured toward the horizon, where the sun was just cresting the cityscape. The oldest records describe dimensions not as separate worlds that need barriers between them, but as different expressions of a single underlying reality. Meaning? That dimensional boundaries aren't walls to be broken down or reinforced, they're more like natural transitions, like shores between land and sea. Naruto struggled to articulate the complex concept. Neither hostile to the other, but each maintaining its own nature while allowing limited exchange. Caulifla considered this. So when Kagetsu talks about reuniting dimensions, he's twisting a natural truth: dimensions are already connected, just not in the way he wants. Exactly. Naruto's expression brightened at her quick understanding. He doesn't want natural connection, he wants forcible integration, turning distinct realities into a single malleable space he can control. Their conversation paused as they sensed a powerful energy signature approaching, not threatening, but unmistakably significant. A moment later, a small, floating figure appeared at the edge of the rooftop, surrounded by a subtle aura of divine authority. Grand Priest, Caulifla breathed, immediately standing at attention. Naruto rose as well, recognizing the being from Whisa's descriptions, father to all angelic attendants and direct servant of Zeno, the Omni King who ruled all universes. His presence here, unannounced, suggested matters of cosmic importance. Naruto Uzumaki and Caulifla of Universe 6, the Grand Priest acknowledged with a polite nod. I apologize for the early hour, but certain developments require immediate attention. Is something wrong? Naruto asked, instantly alert. The Grand Priest's expression remained placid. Wrong? Perhaps not. Concerning? Definitely. He gestured, and a glowing sphere of energy appeared between them, displaying what appeared to be a map of multiple universes. The dimensional disturbances centered around your arrival, Naruto Uzumaki, have attracted Omni King Zeno's attention. This was significant news. From what Naruto had learned, Zeno's attention could result in anything from curious observation to the complete erasure of universes deemed problematic. The rifts have been stable since we disrupted Kagetsu's synchronization attempt, Naruto said carefully. Bulma's monitoring shows no significant change in activity. Stable but persistent, the Grand Priest corrected. And their influence has begun spreading beyond Universe 7. He indicated points on the display where energy patterns connected across universal boundaries. The dimensional weaknesses are creating resonance patterns that affect all 12 universes, particularly along the twin pairs. Twin pairs? Naruto questioned. Caulifla explained quickly, universes that mirror each other, like Universe 6 and Universe 7. They share fundamental cosmic properties despite developing differently. Precisely, the Grand Priest confirmed. The resonance is strongest between these natural pairs, creating pathways that Kagetsu could potentially exploit to extend his influence beyond Universe 7. The implications were staggering. What had seemed a localized threat to one dimension was potentially expanding to encompass the entire multiverse. What can we do? Naruto asked, determination replacing concern. If sage energy is part of the problem, or part of the solution, the Grand Priest interjected. Which remains unclear. This situation has no precedent in cosmic records. An interdimensional traveler carrying sage energy and a tailed beast fragment, dimensional rifts that adapt rather than close, a void entity seeking not destruction but transformation. He smiled thinly. It presents a fascinating puzzle. Somehow, fascinating didn't seem the most reassuring description for a potential multiversal crisis. Zeno-sama has decided a comprehensive evaluation is required, the Grand Priest continued. Therefore, I am announcing a special tournament to be held 3 days hence, bringing together representatives from all 12 universes to address these dimensional threats. A tournament? Caulifla repeated, exchanging puzzled glances with Naruto. How does fighting each other help with dimensional rifts? The format is merely a framework for controlled interaction, the Grand Priest explained. Combat reveals capabilities and limitations more effectively than discussion. Additionally, concentrating significant power levels in one location will allow us to observe how various energy types interact with the dimensional disturbances under controlled conditions. Naruto understood the practical logic, though the approach seemed characteristically detached for divine beings who viewed mortal affairs as abstract puzzles rather than lived experiences. Will we be participating? He asked. Indeed. Naruto Uzumaki will join Universe 7's team, while Caulifla will represent Universe 6. The Grand Priest's expression revealed nothing about whether this separation was intentional or coincidental. Each universe will select 5 representatives, chosen for diversity of energy signatures rather than merely raw power. Caulifla frowned slightly. So we'll be fighting against each other? Perhaps. The Grand Priest's smile remained enigmatic. The tournament structure allows for both adversarial and cooperative challenges. What matters is demonstrating how different energy types interact with dimensional phenomena. Before they could ask further questions, the rooftop door burst open as Bulma rushed through, wearing a hastily donned laboratory coat over pajamas. Naruto. The monitoring system she stopped short, noticing their divine visitor. Oh. Grand Priest. I didn't realize, that is, welcome to Capsule Corporation. The Grand Priest acknowledged her flustered greeting with a gracious nod. Bulma briefs. Your work monitoring the dimensional rifts has been most informative. The data you've collected will be incorporated into the tournament preparations. Tournament? Bulma questioned, looking between Naruto and Caulifla with confusion. I'll explain everything, Naruto promised. But what were you coming to tell us about the monitoring system? Bulma's expression turned serious again. Right. About 20 minutes ago, all 9 rifts simultaneously pulsed with a new energy signature, not void energy like before, but something different. Almost like they were responding to a signal. The Grand Priest didn't appear surprised. The announcement of the tournament has created ripples across dimensional boundaries. Entities sensitive to cosmic shifts would naturally respond. Entities like Kagetsu, Naruto concluded grimly. Among others, the Grand Priest confirmed. The spaces between dimensions contain many consciousnesses, some slumbering, some observing, some seeking ingress. Your arrival disturbed equilibriums established over millennia. The tournament will help determine whether new balances can be achieved or if more, direct interventions will be necessary. The ominous nature of direct interventions hung in the air, unaddressed but understood by all present. I will leave you to prepare, the Grand Priest said, the glowing display dissolving as he rose higher. Representatives from all universes will gather at the Null Realm Arena. Divine attendants will provide transportation. With that, he vanished, not with flashy teleportation, but simply ceasing to be present, as if he had stepped sideways out of their reality. Well, Bulma said into the stunned silence that followed, I guess we're having a tournament. The news spread quickly. By midday, Capsule Corporation buzzed with activity as the Z-Fighters gathered to discuss the unexpected development. Goku's enthusiasm contrasted sharply with Vegeta's suspicious pragmatism, while Piccolo and Gohan focused on strategic implications. A tournament with all 12 universes? Goku grinned broadly. Man, I can't wait to see what kind of fighters they'll bring. Vegeta scoffed. This isn't one of your fighting festivals, Kakarot. It's an evaluation, of us, of the dimensional threats, and particularly of him. He jerked his head toward Naruto. I agree with Vegeta, Piccolo said, arms crossed in his customary stance. The timing is suspicious. Just as we begin unraveling Kagetsu's manipulation of the Keepers, suddenly there's a multiverse tournament centered around dimensional disturbances. You think the divine hierarchy is being manipulated too? Gohan asked, adjusting his glasses thoughtfully. Not manipulated, Piccolo clarified, but perhaps responding to pressures we don't fully understand. The Grand Priest said Zeno's attention had been drawn to the situation. The question is, why now? These rifts have been stable for weeks. Naruto had been wondering the same thing. The Western Archive, he said suddenly, remembering his dream. In my dream, there was a warning about the Western Archive being a trap. What if Kagetsu's followers are planning something there that would escalate the situation enough to draw Zeno's attention? So the tournament could be a distraction, Caulifla suggested, keeping us occupied while they implement their real plan. Or a containment strategy, Bulma added. Gather all the most powerful fighters in one place, away from the rifts, while something happens at these archives. The discussion continued as they weighed possibilities and formed contingency plans. Universe 7 needed to select 5 representatives based on energy diversity rather than raw power, a departure from typical tournament considerations. Goku is obvious, Gohan said, marking a digital board where they tracked potential team members. His ability to access Ultra Instinct represents a unique divine energy. Vegeta as well, Piccolo added. His evolved Super Saiyan Blue differs substantially from Goku's energy signature despite similar origin. I'll participate, Gohan volunteered. My mystic form's energy functions differently from standard ki or transformation-based power. Naruto, listed fourth, brought Sage Energy and Jinchuriki powers to the team. The 5th spot remained open for discussion. What about Piccolo? Goku suggested. Namekian energy has different properties than Saiyan Ki. Piccolo shook his head. I believe I would be more valuable investigating the Western Archive while the tournament proceeds. If Kagetsu's followers are planning something there, someone needs to uncover it without alerting them. I could go with you, Bulma offered. My technical expertise might help identify any traps or manipulated records. As they continued planning, Whis arrived with additional details about the tournament format. The competition would include both individual matches and team challenges, with specific focus on how different energy types interacted with controlled dimensional disturbances the divine hierarchy would introduce into the arena. Think of it as a cosmic laboratory, Whis explained. Various energy signatures, various power levels, all interacting with simulated dimensional weaknesses under observation. We're lab rats, Vegeta translated bluntly. Whis smiled enigmatically. I prefer to think of it as contributing to multiversal security research. The alternative would be Zeno-sama simply eliminating problematic elements entirely. The implied threat was clear enough that no one argued further. With the tournament framework established, attention turned to preparation. For Naruto, this meant intensive training to perfect his integration of Sage Mode with the divine adjacent ki he had been developing since arriving in this dimension. That afternoon, he found himself in a specialized training chamber beneath Capsule Corporation, designed to contain and measure energy outputs beyond what standard facilities could handle. Whis had agreed to provide guidance, his knowledge of divine energy surpassing even the most advanced mortal understanding. Your sage energy naturally resonates with divine ki, Whis observed as Naruto demonstrated his current level of integration. Not surprising, considering its fundamental properties as a bridge between mortal and natural realms. Is that why it affects dimensional boundaries? Naruto asked, maintaining the balanced state of perfect sage ki while Whis circled him, staff occasionally tapping points where energy flowed most intensely. Precisely. Dimensions are ultimately distinctions between different expressions of reality, natural, mortal, divine, void. Sage energy exists at their intersection points. Whis paused, considering his next words carefully. What you call perfect sage ki is actually approaching a state we angels recognize as harmonic resonance, the balanced flow of multiple energy types through a single conduit. Like Ultra Instinct for Goku? Naruto asked, having heard about the divine technique. Similar in transcendence, different in application, Whis replied. Ultra Instinct separates consciousness from action. Harmonic resonance unifies disparate energy sources into synchronized expression. Over hours of intensive training, Whis guided Naruto toward refining this harmony, showing him how to layer divine aspects onto his existing perfect sage ki without disrupting its fundamental balance. The results were visually subtle but energetically profound, orange sage markings gaining an iridescent quality, chakra pathways illuminated from within by something that wasn't quite light. Remarkable progress, Whis commented as they concluded the session. You adapt to new energy configurations more naturally than most beings I've trained. Perhaps a benefit of your interdimensional nature. Naruto, exhausted but satisfied, sensed truth in this observation. Since arriving in this dimension, his ability to integrate different energy types had accelerated dramatically, as if crossing between worlds had loosened whatever constraints typically limited such adaptations. What about Kurama? He asked, concerned about the Nine-Tails' unusual quiet during these transformations. His energy seems to withdraw when I access these deeper harmonies. Whis tapped his staff thoughtfully. The tailed beast fragment represents a specific cosmic energy type, one potentially connected to Kagetsu's original power. Its recession during harmonic states may be protective, preventing premature resonance with interdimensional frequencies. The implication that Kurama was deliberately holding back to protect him was both reassuring and concerning. It suggested the Nine-Tails understood aspects of their situation that remained unclear to Naruto himself. Later that evening, as preparations continued throughout Capsule Corporation, Naruto sought a moment of quiet to connect with his tailed beast partner. Sitting cross-legged in the garden, surrounded by unfamiliar plants beneath familiar stars, he turned his awareness inward. The shared mindscape had evolved significantly since their arrival in this dimension. No longer the bright, open space they had established in their home world, it had transformed into something more complex, a realm where elements of multiple realities intermingled, neither fully one nor the other. Kurama. Naruto called, moving through swirling patterns of energy that represented the interface between his consciousness and the Nine-Tails. The massive fox materialized gradually, his form seemingly composed of living flame in shades of orange and gold. His 9 tails moved independently, each trailing patterns that resembled the dimensional rifts Naruto had observed in the physical world. Kit, Kurama acknowledged, his voice resonating through the mindscape. You've been busy with the angels' training. You've been watching? Naruto asked, approaching his partner. You've seemed distant during the harmonic states Whis is teaching me. Kurama's massive head lowered to Naruto's level, crimson eyes studying him intently. Not distant. Cautious. The energies you're learning to channel, they resonate with memories I didn't know I possessed. Memories of being part of the original entity before the Sage of Six Paths separated you. The fox nodded slowly. Fragments only. Impressions rather than clear recollections. But enough to recognize patterns, and dangers. What kind of dangers? Naruto pressed, sensing his partner's uncharacteristic hesitation. Kurama seemed to gather his thoughts, tails swishing contemplatively. When you channel divine aspects through sage energy, it creates echoes across dimensional boundaries. Like ripples in still water, spreading outward. Those ripples can be felt by entities sensitive to such disturbances. Entities like Kagetsu, Naruto concluded grimly. And others. Kurama's expression turned more serious than Naruto had seen since their arrival. The spaces between dimensions aren't empty, Kit. They're inhabited by consciousnesses that exist differently than beings within established realities. Some are merely curious. Others, hungry. Is that why you withdraw when I access the deeper harmonies? To avoid creating these ripples. The Ninetales made a rumbling sound that might have been acknowledgement. My energy signature is distinctive. Connected to aspects of reality most beings never perceive. When combined with your sage harmony, it creates a beacon visible across dimensional boundaries. This explained much about Kurama's cautious approach since they arrived, not mere disorientation from interdimensional travel, but strategic restraint to avoid drawing unwanted attention. The tournament the Grand Priest announced, Naruto said, making connections. If it concentrates powerful, diverse energy signatures in one place, it creates the perfect environment for observation, Kurama finished. Not just by the divine hierarchy, but by anything sensitive to dimensional frequencies. Including Kagetsu. Especially Kagetsu. The fox shifted, his form seeming to stabilize as he committed to sharing crucial information. There's something else, something I've been remembering in pieces. About Kagetsu, about the original purpose of the being that became the Ten Tails. Naruto listened intently as Kurama described impressions that had been surfacing, not complete memories, but resonant fragments suggesting the Ten Tails hadn't been created as a weapon or tool of destruction. Rather, it had been designed as a living nexus, a conscious bridge between dimensional planes that could maintain balance through harmonic resonance. Kagetsu corrupted its purpose, Kurama explained, turning balance into dominance, harmony into control. When the Sage of Six Paths separated us into 9 distinct entities, he wasn't just containing destructive power, he was trying to preserve fragments of the original harmonizing function while preventing their reunification under corrupted influence. The revelation aligned with what Naruto had learned from the oldest Keeper archives, dimensions as natural expressions of a single underlying reality, meant to remain distinct yet connected through balanced exchange. So when Kagetsu calls himself Lord of Shadows and talks about reuniting dimensions, he's twisting a fundamental truth, Kurama confirmed. Dimensions are naturally connected, but through harmony, not domination. He seeks to corrupt that connection, to become the controlling influence across all realities. Their conversation continued deep into the night, Kurama sharing recovered impressions while Naruto connected them to what he had learned from the archives and divine sources. By the time he returned to full awareness of the physical world, dawn was approaching once more, and with it, new resolve about how to approach the coming tournament. The following days passed in a blur of preparation. Naruto divided his time between training with Whis to refine his harmonic techniques, strategic planning with Universe 7's team, and careful examination of archive records to better understand dimensional mechanics. He had limited contact with Caulifla, who had returned to Universe 6 to prepare with her own team. Their separation felt significant beyond mere physical distance, a testing of the connection that had been developing between them, now complicated by their assignment to opposing tournament teams. The morning of the tournament arrived with ceremonial formality. Whis gathered Universe 7's representatives at Capsule Corporation, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Naruto, and the 5th team member they had finally selected, Frieza, whose unique energy signature complemented the team's diversity requirements despite general misgivings about his trustworthiness. Frieza's energy functions differently from standard Ki, Whis had explained when proposing the controversial addition. His race's biokinetic manipulation offers valuable contrast in how different power types interact with dimensional disturbances. Now the former tyrant stood slightly apart from the others, his polite smile failing to mask the calculating assessment behind his eyes as they rested on Naruto. "So you're the dimensional anomaly everyone's been whispering about," Frieza remarked with manufactured cordiality. "How fascinating that a being from outside our multiverse could cause such cosmic concern." "Frieza," Goku warned, his usual friendliness edged with caution. "Remember our agreement. This tournament is about addressing dimensional threats, not creating new problems." Of course, Frieza replied, his smile never wavering. "I'm merely expressing scientific curiosity. After all, we're participating in what amounts to a cosmic experiment." Before the tension could escalate, Whis tapped his staff, creating a shimmering field around the group. "It's time to depart." The Null Realm has been specially modified for this event, expanded to accommodate representatives from all 12 universes while maintaining controlled dimensional parameters. With a sensation like passing through a series of veils, they transitioned from Earth to what appeared to be an immense crystalline structure floating in endless void. Unlike the Tournament of Power arena Goku and others had described to Naruto, this space felt deliberately partitioned, areas of different dimensional properties clearly delineated by subtle energy barriers. "Welcome to the modified Null Realm," announced the Grand Priest, appearing before the newly arrived Universe 7 team. "Please proceed to your designated preparation area. The ceremonial introduction will commence once all universes have arrived." As they moved through the vast structure, Naruto observed other universes' teams already gathered in their assigned sections. Some contained familiar entities, supreme kais, gods of destruction, angelic attendants, while others featured beings so fundamentally different from humanity that their very forms seemed to challenge conventional understanding of life. "There's Universe 6, Goku pointed out, indicating a section where Kampa, that universe's corpulent god of destruction, lounged on a floating platform while his team prepared nearby. Naruto immediately spotted Caulifla among them, along with a slender female scion he recognized from descriptions as Kale, her protégé. Hit was also present, the legendary assassin's calm demeanor unchanged from their tournament encounters. The remaining team members included a humanoid robot with distinctive energy patterns and a muscular being with red skin and horns similar to those Naruto had faced in the Western Regional Tournament. Caulifla sensed his attention, looking up to meet his gaze across the distance. She offered a subtle nod, acknowledgement between competitors that carried personal significance beneath professional recognition. He returned the gesture, aware that their next meeting might be as opponents rather than allies. Universe 7's preparation area provided space for final strategic discussions and equipment checks. Bulma had supplied specialized monitoring devices disguised as standard accessories, allowing the team to gather independent data about dimensional fluctuations during the tournament. Remember, she had instructed before their departure, we're not just competing, we're investigating. Pay attention to how the dimensional disturbances respond to different energy types, especially during combined attacks or defensive techniques. Meanwhile, Piccolo and several allies had departed on a parallel mission to investigate the Western Archive, suspicious that Kagetsu's followers might attempt something significant while cosmic attention focused on the tournament. Their absence was felt keenly as Universe 7's team made final preparations without the Namekian's strategic insight. A resonant tone signaled the gathering of all participants. Universe 7's team joined representatives from 11 other universes in the central arena, a vast circular platform subdivided into zones with different properties, surrounded by spectator areas where attendants and divine observers were positioned. The Grand Priest hovered above the center, his presence commanding immediate attention. Representatives of the 12 universes, welcome to the Dimensional Harmony Tournament. Omni King Zeno has authorized this event to address growing concerns regarding interdimensional stability. Above the Grand Priest, two childlike figures appeared in an elevated observation booth, the present and future versions of Zeno, multiverse rulers whose whims determine the fate of entire realities. Their presence underscored the gravity of the situation, elevating this from mere competition to cosmic significance. This tournament differs from previous events, the Grand Priest continued. While combat prowess remains relevant, primary evaluation will focus on how different energy types interact with controlled dimensional disturbances. He gestured, and the arena platform illuminated with complex patterns. The competition includes both individual and team challenges. Throughout the arena, we have established controlled replications of the dimensional rifts currently affecting Universe 7. Your interactions with these features will provide valuable data regarding potential stabilization or neutralization methods. The format was then explained in detail. Preliminary rounds of individual matches would establish baseline data about each participant's energy signature, followed by increasingly complex team challenges involving direct interaction with simulated dimensional disturbances. The tournament is not elimination-based, the Grand Priest clarified. All participants will complete the full sequence of challenges, allowing comprehensive data collection regardless of combat outcomes. This unusual structure reinforced the event's true purpose, not competition for entertainment or determining a strongest fighter, but systematic analysis of how diverse energies affected interdimensional stability. Preliminary matches will commence shortly, the Grand Priest concluded. Please return to your preparation areas until called. As the teams dispersed, Naruto noticed subtle energy fluctuations throughout the arena, miniature versions of the rifts he had encountered on Earth, carefully controlled but undeniably present. The divine hierarchy had effectively created a laboratory for studying dimensional mechanics, with the multiverse's strongest fighters as both test subjects and potential problem solvers. The preliminary matches began with representatives from Universes 1 and 12 facing off in a standard combat format, though with specific instrumentation monitoring energy outputs and dimensional effects. Each subsequent match followed similar parameters, establishing baseline data while allowing participants to demonstrate their capabilities. Naruto's preliminary match came midway through the sequence, pitting him against a tall, crystalline being from Universe 3, modified life form, named Pepperoni, who specialized in energy manipulation through technological enhancement. Naruto Uzumaki of Universe 7 vs Pepperoni of Universe 3, announced the Grand Priest. Please proceed to Arena Zone B, which contains a moderate-level dimensional disturbance similar to the secondary rifts on Earth. As Naruto stepped onto the designated platform, he immediately sensed the artificial rift, a controlled opening between dimensional planes that pulsed with measured frequency. Unlike the wild, adaptive rifts on Earth, this one maintained consistent parameters, allowing for standardized observation of how different energies interacted with it. Across the platform, Pepperoni adjusted what appeared to be a technological staff, its crystalline components resonating with the artificial rift. Fascinating energy signature you possess, the Universe 3 fighter commented. Neither standard ki nor recognizable divine power. Sage energy, Naruto replied, settling into a ready stance. Integrated with chakra and adapted ki. Interdimensional harmonics, Pepperoni observed with scientific interest. Universe 3 has theorized such possibilities but never encountered a natural practitioner. This should provide valuable data. The match began without further ceremony. Pepperoni immediately channeled energy through his staff, creating geometric patterns that interacted with the dimensional disturbance in controlled ways. The artificial rift responded by pulsing more rapidly, its edges becoming more defined as if strengthened by the directed energy. Naruto observed carefully before responding, noting how technological precision could effectively manipulate dimensional boundaries, valuable information given what they knew about Kagetsu's methods. Rather than entering full Sage mode immediately, he began with basic chakra techniques, creating shadow clones that approached from multiple angles. This allowed him to observe how standard chakra interacted with the artificial rift from different positions simultaneously. The results were informative. His chakra constructs experienced subtle distortion near the rift, not enough to disrupt them completely but sufficient to affect their stability. The dimensional boundary seemed to recognize chakra as foreign to this universe, creating interference patterns where the energies intersected. Pepperoni countered the clones with precise energy beams from his staff, dispatching several while analyzing their composition. Interesting. Your energy duplicates contain coherent consciousness despite being projections. Most unusual. The scientific approach to combat reminded Naruto of battles against particularly analytical opponents in his home world, those who treated fighting as data collection rather than victory pursuit. It allowed for measured escalation, each fighter revealing capabilities in controlled increments rather than committing fully from the outset. After establishing baseline interactions, Naruto transitioned to the next phase, entering standard Sage mode without ki integration. The orange markings appeared around his eyes as natural energy flowed through his system, creating immediate effects on the dimensional disturbance. The artificial rift responded dramatically, pulsing more rapidly while simultaneously becoming more transparent, as if Sage energy thinned the boundary between dimensions. Monitoring equipment around the arena registered the change, divine observers leaning forward with increased interest. As hypothesized, Pepperoni commented, adjusting his staff to emit a different frequency. Sage energy creates resonance patterns that affect dimensional stability. Now, let's see how it responds to counterharmonics. The Universe 3 fighter generated complex energy waves that intersected with the Sage-influenced rift, creating interference patterns that partially neutralized the thinning effect. It was a sophisticated response, not direct opposition but targeted disruption of specific frequency components. Naruto recognized the value of this exchange, both for the tournament's stated purpose and for his own understanding. Each interaction revealed more about how Sage energy affected dimensional boundaries and how those effects might be modified through precise application of counterbalancing forces. "Time to take this up a notch," he said, shifting from standard Sage mode to perfect Sage Ki, the balanced integration he had been refining since the Western Regional Tournament. The orange markings gained subtle luminescence, chakra pathways throughout his body illuminated with harmonized energy. The artificial rift responded with even greater intensity, now not merely thinning but actively restructuring, its edges becoming less defined while its interior developed complex patterns resembling cosmic structures. The dimensional disturbance wasn't weakening or strengthening but transforming into something more organized, more deliberate in its connection between realities. Pepperoni's equipment sparked with feedback, forcing him to adjust rapidly. "Extraordinary. Your energy doesn't merely affect the dimensional boundary, it reconfigures its fundamental properties." This confirmed what Naruto had suspected based on Keeper archives and Kurama's recovered impressions. Sage energy in its harmonized form didn't simply bridge dimensions or strengthen barriers between them, but could potentially redefine the nature of those connections entirely. The match continued with escalating energy exchanges, each fighter adapting to new information while the artificial rift responded to their combined influences. Naruto carefully avoided accessing the divine harmonic state Whis had been teaching him, saving that revelation for later stages of the tournament when strategic advantage might prove necessary. After 15 minutes of increasingly complex interactions, the Grand Priest signaled the match's conclusion. Sufficient baseline data has been collected. This preliminary match concludes without combat decision, as intended. Naruto and Pepperoni acknowledged the announcement, stepping back from their respective positions. The artificial rift gradually reset to its original parameters as external systems counterbalanced the changes their energies had induced. "Most informative," Pepperoni commented as they exited the arena. "Your Sage energy's dimensional effects deserve comprehensive study. Universe 3 would welcome scientific exchange on these matters once the tournament concludes." Assuming the dimensions remain stable enough for such exchanges, Naruto replied, his tone light but the concern genuine. As he returned to Universe 7's preparation area, Naruto found his teammates engaged in intense discussion about observations from previous matches. Gohan had created detailed notes on how different energy types affected the artificial rifts, identifying patterns that might prove useful in later challenges. "Your match was particularly revealing," Gohan told Naruto, displaying analysis on a handheld device. "The dimensional disturbance responded more dramatically to your Sage energy than to any previous competitor's power. The harmonic restructuring effect was completely unprecedented." "Not entirely unprecedented," came Whis' voice as the angelic attendant approached. "The divine hierarchy has observed similar effects in ancient records of what were called boundary architects, beings who established the original dimensional frameworks when the multiverse was young." This casual reference to cosmic history older than mortal civilizations reminded Naruto of the vast scales involved in their situation. What appeared new and unprecedented to them might well be the echo of patterns established at the multiverse's formation, now recurring through his interdimensional presence. The preliminary matches continued throughout the day, each providing new insights into how different universal energies interacted with dimensional boundaries. Particularly notable was Caulifla's match against a warrior from Universe 11, a gray-skinned humanoid named Dispo with extraordinary speed. Unlike most competitors who engaged directly with the artificial rift, Caulifla demonstrated a different approach. Her Universe 6 Scion energy naturally harmonized with dimensional frequencies without directly affecting boundaries. Rather than thinning or strengthening the rift, her power seemed to stabilize it, reducing fluctuations while maintaining distinct separation. This aligned with what they had learned about Universe 6 scions evolving along paths that preserved cosmic sensitivity. Her energy didn't bridge dimensions like Sage Mode or reinforce boundaries like Divine Key, it maintained natural equilibrium between distinct realities. When she transformed to Super Scion, the effect intensified. The artificial rift achieved a state of perfect stability, neither expanding nor contracting, neither weakening nor strengthening, simply existing in balanced relationship with surrounding dimensional space. The catalyst effect, Whis murmured as they observed. Precisely as ancient texts described. Universe 6 Scion energy acts as a stabilizing influence on dimensional transitions, not preventing them, but ensuring they maintain natural parameters rather than chaotic expansion. This explained why Naruto and Caulifla's energies had complemented each other so effectively during their encounter with Kagetsu. His sage power created bridges between dimensions, while her Scion energy ensured those bridges maintained appropriate limitations and structures. By evening, all preliminary matches had concluded, providing the divine hierarchy with baseline data about each participant's energy signature and its dimensional effects. The Grand Priest announced a rest period before the team challenges would begin the following day. Initial analysis suggests promising approaches to dimensional stabilization, he informed the gathered representatives. Tomorrow's team challenges will explore how combined energy types might address more complex disturbances. As participants dispersed to assigned rest areas, Naruto received an unexpected communication from Bulma, text appearing on the specialized monitoring device disguised as a wristband. Piccolo reports suspicious activity at Western Archive. Multiple void signatures detected. Proceeding with caution. Will update when more information available. The message confirmed their suspicions that Kagetsu's followers might attempt something significant while cosmic attention focused on the tournament. With most powerful fighters gathered in the Null Realm, Earth's rifts remained vulnerable to whatever the Void Cult had planned. Naruto shared this information with his teammates, prompting renewed discussion about potential divided focus between tournament participation and Earth's protection. We can't leave without raising suspicion, Vegeta pointed out. And if this tournament truly is gathering data that could help address the dimensional threats, our participation remains necessary. Piccolo is more than capable of handling investigation, Gohan added, though concern for his mentor was evident. And he's not alone, Krillin, Tien, and several others remained on Earth specifically to address any threats while we're here. Their discussion was interrupted by the approach of Universe SX's team, led by Caulifla with Hit and Kaba flanking her. The unexpected visit drew immediate attention, particularly from Frisia, whose polite smile took on a sharper quality. Universe 7, Caulifla greeted formally, though her eyes lingered on Naruto. We've been analyzing preliminary match data and have reached some conclusions we believe should be shared across universes. How uncharacteristically cooperative, Frisia remarked, his tone suggesting skepticism about their motives. Hit's impassive gaze shifted briefly to the former tyrant. This situation transcends universal competition. Dimensional stability affects all realities equally. What have you found? Gohan asked, always the diplomat among Universe 7's representatives. Caulifla gestured to Kaba, who activated a handheld device displaying energy analysis charts. The artificial rifts respond differently to energy types depending on how they're combined, not just their individual properties. Certain combinations produce stabilization effects greater than the sum of their parts. This aligned with what Universe 7 had observed, but Universe 6 had taken the analysis further, identifying specific harmonic patterns created when different energy types synchronized in particular configurations. The most effective combinations involve energies from different universal origins, Kaba explained, highlighting specific data points. Powers that evolved separately, when properly harmonized, create resonance patterns that naturally stabilize dimensional boundaries. Like Naruto's Sage energy and Caulifla's Scion power, Goku observed, displaying more perceptiveness than his casual demeanor sometimes suggested. Exactly, Caulifla confirmed. But not just us. Other combinations show similar potential, particularly when they represent fundamentally different approaches to energy manipulation. The implications were significant. Addressing the dimensional threats might require collaboration across universal boundaries, combining diverse energy types that had evolved independently to create harmonics that no single universe could generate alone. As they discussed these findings, Naruto sensed a subtle shift in the null realm's ambient energy, not threatening, but definitely changing. Around them, the massive structure's crystalline components seemed to resonate slightly, vibrating at frequencies just below audible perception. Others noticed it too, conversations throughout the rest areas gradually falling silent as participants became aware of the change. Divine attendants exchanged meaningful glances, while gods of destruction tensed almost imperceptibly. "Something's happening," Naruto said quietly, extending his sage perception. "Not here, but connected to here somehow." The Grand Priest appeared at the center of the common area, his expression maintaining perfect composure despite the unusual development. "Representatives of all universes, please remain calm. We are experiencing harmonic feedback from recent dimensional activities on Earth. The null realm structure is designed to dampen such effects, there is no immediate concern." Despite these reassurances, the vibrations intensified, crystalline surfaces throughout the structure developing visible ripple patterns like stone thrown into still water. The artificial rifts established for the tournament began pulsing in synchronized rhythm, responding to something beyond their controlled parameters. Naruto exchanged glances with Caulifla, both recognizing the pattern from their experience at the mountain temple. "Synchronization," he said, just loudly enough for nearby fighters to hear. "Like what Kagetsu attempted before, but more sophisticated." "Originating from Earth," Caulifla added, her enhanced psion senses detecting the dimensional echo's source. "Specifically, the Western Archive," they concluded simultaneously. Bulma's device vibrated against Naruto's wrist, displaying an urgent message: "Emergency. Void cult attacking Western Archive. Piccolo engaging but outnumbered. Multiple rifts activating simultaneously. Requires immediate response." Before Naruto could even process this information, a more dramatic development manifested. The largest artificial rift at the arena's center expanded suddenly, its controlled boundaries dissolving as external influence overwhelmed the divine containment measures. Within the destabilizing rift, shadows moved, not random patterns but deliberate, coordinated movements suggesting conscious direction. Most interesting, came a voice that resonated through dimensional layers rather than physical air, the same voice Naruto had heard at the mountain temple. A gathering of universe champions, divine observers, and the interdimensional sage, all in one convenient location. The Grand Priest moved with astonishing speed, appearing before the expanding rift with staff raised. "This incursion violates multiversal law. Return to your designated dimensional plane immediately." A sound like stone grinding against metal, Kagetsu's version of laughter. "Divine laws mean little to those who existed before them, little architect. Your barriers were always permeable to those who understand their true nature." The shadows within the rift coalesced, forming a vaguely humanoid shape composed of negative light, more defined than previous manifestations, suggesting increasing influence across dimensional boundaries. "The tournament proceeds as planned," the Grand Priest declared, his staff emitting light that temporarily stabilized the expanded rift. "This interruption will be contained." "Contained?" Kagetsu's voice seemed amused by the concept. "I am not here to interrupt your charming evaluation, merely to observe from a more intimate perspective. After all, this gathering affects my interests directly." As divine attendants worked to reinforce the rift's boundaries, Naruto activated sage perception, extending his awareness beyond physical limitations. What he sensed confirmed their worst fears. While cosmic attention focused on the tournament, Kagetsu's followers had launched a coordinated attack on the Western Archive, using artifacts stored there to amplify dimensional resonance across all 9 Earth rifts simultaneously. "He's creating a diversion," Naruto realized, sharing his insight with nearby fighters. "This manifestation is drawing attention while something bigger happens at the Western Archive." "Classic misdirection," Hit observed, the assassin's millennia of experience recognizing the tactical approach. Create a visible threat that occupies primary response forces while the true objective proceeds elsewhere. The gods of destruction had gathered near the compromised rift, their divine energy ready to intervene if the Grand Priest's containment failed. Meanwhile, Supreme Kais conferred urgently, likely communicating across universal boundaries to coordinate response. Universe 7's team gathered around Bulma's communication device, which now displayed fragmented updates from Earth. Piccolo and allies engaged in battle against void-corrupted keepers at the Western Archive, rifts throughout the planet pulsing with synchronized energy, and most concerning, what appeared to be a ritual in progress at the Archive Center. They're not trying to bring Kagetsu through directly, Gohan analyzed, reading technical data Bulma had transmitted. They're attempting to harmonize all 9 rifts with something called the Architect's Codex, an artifact supposedly containing original dimensional framework specifications. If they succeed, Whis explained, having joined their urgent discussion, they could potentially rewrite dimensional boundary properties throughout Universe 7, creating permanent pathways that Kagetsu could traverse at will. We need to get back to Earth, Vegeta declared, looking toward the gods of destruction still focused on containing Kagetsu's manifestation. This tournament is meaningless if the dimensional structure collapses while we're here. Agreed, came Caulifla's voice as Universe SX's team joined the conversation. But direct teleportation might be blocked during this disturbance. Divine transport relies on stable dimensional parameters. This assessment was confirmed when Goku attempted instant transmission, his technique failing to establish connection with Earth coordinates. Something's interfering with the dimensional pathways, he reported. I can't lock onto any energy signatures back home. As they debated options, the tournament arena itself began to change, crystalline structures fracturing along precise geometric lines, revealing what appeared to be ancient carvings beneath their polished surfaces. These markings resembled those Naruto had observed at the mountain temple, but far more extensive and complex. The null realm is responding to the dimensional resonance, Whis observed with rare concern. Its structure was established using the same fundamental principles as universal boundaries. If those principles are being rewritten through the Architect's Codex. The implication was clear, even this specially constructed realm existed within the multiverse's dimensional framework. If that framework changed significantly, nowhere would remain unaffected. Kagetsu's shadowy manifestation pulsed with what might have been satisfaction. You begin to understand, Angel. The boundaries between dimensions were never meant to be rigid. They were designed as permeable transitions, allowing controlled flow between expressions of reality. Controlled being the operative concept, the Grand Priest countered, still maintaining stabilization energy around the compromised rift. Your interpretation perverts the original design, collapsing distinct realities into chaotic integration. Perspective, Kagetsu dismissed. You call it chaos because it defies your imposed order. I call it liberation from artificial constraint. While this philosophical debate continued between cosmic entities, Naruto focused on practical solutions. If they couldn't return to Earth through conventional means, perhaps the compromised rift itself offered an alternative pathway. The synchronization connects all 9 Earth rifts to this manifestation, he explained to gathered fighters from multiple universes. It's how Kagetsu is projecting his consciousness here. That connection could potentially be traversed in reverse. Using the enemy's pathway against them, Hit noted with professional appreciation. Tactically sound, but extremely dangerous. Interdimensional transit without proper protection typically destroys mortal consciousness. I survived it once, Naruto pointed out. And I have better understanding of dimensional mechanics now, plus sage energy to shield others. Caulifla immediately stepped forward. I'm going with you. Universe 6 Scion energy stabilizes dimensional transitions, you said so yourself. This is madness, Frisia commented, though his eyes gleamed with interest rather than concern. Deliberately entering a void manifestation to reach Earth. The probability of successful transit must be infinitesimal. Higher than you might think, came a new voice as Vados, Universe SXS angelic attendant, approached. Particularly with proper divine guidance. She exchanged glances with Whis, some unspoken communication passing between siblings. After a moment, Whis nodded slightly. It could work. Sage energy creates the bridge, Scion energy stabilizes the path, and angelic guidance provides direction through void space. You're proposing to send mortals through active void manifestation? The Grand Priest questioned, overhearing despite his continued focus on containment. A small team only, Whis clarified. While the main tournament forces maintain containment here, selected representatives could traverse the connection to address the source at the Western Archive. After brief deliberation, the Grand Priest gave conditional approval, likely recognizing that conventional approaches were insufficient given the unprecedented situation. A specialized team would attempt dimensional transit through the compromised rift, while tournament proceedings shifted to containment and observation of Kagetsu's manifestation. The team composition generated intense discussion. Naruto would lead, his sage energy essential for creating stable transit. Caulifla would accompany him, her Universe 6 Scion energy providing critical stabilization. Hit volunteered his time skip abilities, which operated partially outside conventional dimensional limitations and might prove valuable in void space. From Universe 7, both Goku and Vegeta insisted on participating, their experience with divine energy forms potentially useful for maintaining cohesion during transit. Gohan would remain with the tournament forces, his analytical abilities valuable for ongoing assessment of dimensional effects. One critical consideration remains, Whis noted as preparations finalized. While angelic guidance can help direct your transit, neither Vados nor myself can physically accompany you through void manifestation. Divine energy signatures would disrupt the very pathway you seek to traverse. So we'll be on our own once we enter, Naruto confirmed, understanding the limitation. Not entirely, Vados clarified. We can establish energy tethers, connections that provide directional guidance without physical presence. Think of them as interdimensional lifelines. With time critical and Earth's dimensional stability deteriorating by the minute, final preparations were completed rapidly. The specialized team gathered before the compromised rift, now partially stabilized by combined divine efforts but still connected to Earth's synchronized disturbances. The transit will be disorienting, Whis warned as he established energy tethers connected to each team member. Void space exists between conventional dimensions, operating by different principles. Maintain focus on your destination, the Western Archive, and allow the tethers to guide your trajectory. Physical forms will experience pressure, Vados added, completing her own tethers. Your consciousnesses may perceive phenomena beyond standard comprehension. Accept these perceptions without dwelling on them, or risk becoming lost between realities. The guidance reminded Naruto of his unintentional transit to this dimension, the disorientation, the sensation of falling through endless nothing, the glimpses of realities that existed outside conventional understanding. This time, however, he would traverse the void deliberately, with purpose and preparation rather than chaotic accident. Ready? He asked, meeting each team member's gaze in turn. Caulifla stood beside him, determination evident in her stance. Let's go save your adoptive universe, dimensional boy. Goku grinned despite the gravity of their situation. Another adventure through reality itself. Man, I love this stuff. Vegeta merely scoffed at his rival's enthusiasm, though the prince's readiness for action was unmistakable. Less talking, more dimensional heroics. Hit remained characteristically composed, offering only a slight nod to indicate preparedness. As final adjustments to energy tethers were completed, the Grand Priest approached. What you attempt has not been deliberately undertaken by mortals in recorded history. Success would provide valuable insights into dimensional transit mechanisms. Failure would likely result in consciousness dispersion across void space. We appreciate the encouraging send-off, Caulifla remarked dryly. With ceremonial gravity, the Grand Priest stepped aside, indicating they were cleared to proceed. Naruto took a deep breath, entering perfect sage key state with the divine harmonic refinements Whis had taught him. Orange markings appeared around his eyes, now with iridescent qualities that reflected dimensional frequencies beyond physical light. Beside him, Caulifla transformed to Super Saiyan, her golden aura taking on subtle crystalline properties as she synchronized with Naruto's harmonic state. Their energies connected naturally, creating the foundation for stable transit through void space. "Follow my lead," Naruto instructed the others. "Our energies will create a pocket of stability around the group. Stay within that field, no matter what you perceive outside it." With resolute steps, they approached the compromised rift. As they reached its boundary, Naruto extended his sage-harmonized energy forward, creating a pathway that maintained their reality's properties while penetrating void space. Caulifla's stabilizing aura reinforced this pathway, ensuring it remained properly calibrated despite exposure to chaotic dimensional frequencies. The transition began gradually then accelerated rapidly, reality seeming to fold around them as they passed from the null realm into the space between dimensions. Colors existed here that had no names in mortal languages, geometries that defied conventional understanding, and most disconcertingly, the sense of being observed by consciousnesses that existed according to principles beyond comprehension. "Stay focused," Naruto called, his voice somehow carrying despite the absence of air. "Follow the tethers, maintain the field, and ignore everything else." Their transit through void space defied normal perception of time and distance. What might have been moments or millennia passed as they followed the angelic tethers, their combined energies creating a bubble of conventional reality within an ocean of dimensional possibilities. Throughout the journey, Naruto sensed Kagetsu's awareness, not attacking directly, but observing with interest, perhaps even facilitating their passage toward Earth. This concerned him more than active opposition would have. The void entity seemed confident that their intervention would somehow serve its purposes rather than counter them. When transition back to conventional reality finally came, it arrived with disorienting suddenness. One moment they traveled through impossible spaces between dimensions, the next, they materialized within what appeared to be a massive crystalline chamber similar to the Keeper's primary archive, but darker, more ancient, with energy patterns that pulsed with ominous rhythm throughout its structure. "The Western Archive," Naruto confirmed, recognizing descriptions from Keeper records. "We made it." Around them, evidence of recent battle was unmistakable, shattered crystal columns, energy scorch marks on ancient stone, and most concerning, bodies of both Void cult members and what appeared to be Keepers loyal to Soraya's faction. Piccolo was here, Goku observed, kneeling beside impact craters characteristic of the Namekian's energy blasts. Recently, but not anymore. The fight moved deeper into the archive, Hit stated with professional certainty, his assassins' experience reading combat patterns with expert precision. Toward the central chamber, based on energy residue patterns. Caulifla, having reverted to base form after the dimensional transit, stretched muscles tense from maintaining stability during their journey. "So what exactly are we looking for? This Architect's Codex thing?" According to Bulma's information, it's an ancient artifact containing original dimensional specifications, Naruto explained, maintaining partial sage perception to track energy signatures throughout the massive structure. If the Void cult harmonizes it with all 9 rifts simultaneously, they could rewrite dimensional boundary properties, Vegeta finished grimly. Making them permanently permeable to Kagetsu's influence. With Hit taking point, his time-skip ability allowing rapid reconnaissance without detection, they proceeded deeper into the Western Archive. Unlike the primary archive's organized layout, this facility felt more primal, its structure less concerned with cataloging knowledge than containing power, crystals that hummed with barely restrained energy, chambers sealed with protections beyond conventional understanding, and everywhere, carvings that depicted dimensional frameworks in mathematical precision. This place predates the Keeper's organization, Naruto realized, recognizing patterns similar to those Kurama had described from recovered impressions. It might even predate the current multiverse structure. An original dimensional nexus, Hit suggested, returning from forward reconnaissance. Established when boundaries were first formalized between distinct reality expressions. Their progress toward the central chamber accelerated as they sensed growing energy disturbances ahead. What they found upon arrival exceeded even their worst expectations. The archive central chamber formed a perfect dodecahedron, each of its 12 faces corresponding to a universe within the multiverse. At its center floated what appeared to be a crystalline dodecahedron in miniature, presumably the architect's codex, surrounded by a complex ritual arrangement. 9 void-corrupted keepers maintained positions around this arrangement, channeling energy that connected directly to representations of Earth's dimensional rifts. Most concerning was the state of their allies. Piccolo, Krillin, and several others who had remained on Earth were suspended in energy fields around the chamber's perimeter, their life force being systematically drained to power the harmonization ritual. Overseeing everything stood Evren, the former keeper scholar Soraya had identified as leader of the Severest faction, now so thoroughly void-corrupted that his form seemed more shadow than substance. Beside him, connected by pulsing void energy, was a familiar figure, Soraya herself, though her expression suggested reluctant participation rather than willing cooperation. The cavalry arrives, Evren observed without turning, apparently sensing their entry despite focus on the ritual. Right on schedule. Kagetsu predicted you would find a way through, sage child. Release our friends and stop this ritual, Goku demanded, his usually friendly demeanor hardened by the sight of allies in distress. Evren finally turned, revealing eyes that had progressed beyond the light-absorbing quality of regular keepers to something more fundamentally wrong, windows into void space itself. Stop. When we're so close to restoring original dimensional harmony? When the artificial constraints imposed by divine architects are finally dissolving? This isn't harmony, Naruto countered, stepping forward while assessing the ritual structure through sage perception. It's corruption, forcing dimensional boundaries to accept void influence against their natural properties. Natural? Evren's voice took on a lecturer's tone despite the situation's tension. What do you know of natural, dimensional properties, sage child? You who have existed for mere decades while these structures have stood for billions of years. While this exchange continued, Naruto sensed his teammates spreading strategically around the chamber, Goku and Vegeta positioning for potential energy attacks against the ritual apparatus, Hit preparing to use time skip to rescue suspended allies, and Caulifla establishing subtle energy connection with Naruto himself, their resonance building gradually without visible indication. I know enough to recognize perversion of purpose, Naruto replied, maintaining Evren's attention. Dimensions exist as distinct expressions of reality, connected but separate, like ecosystems that interact at boundaries without merging completely. Evren's void-corrupted features twisted into something resembling a smile. A child's understanding, but not entirely incorrect. Yes, dimensions naturally maintain distinction while allowing limited exchange, but the current boundaries are artificially restrictive, imposed by divine decree rather than cosmic necessity. Because unrestricted exchange proved catastrophic, came Soraya's voice, strained but determined despite whatever compulsion held her. The original frameworks allowed too much permeability, Evren. You know this. The archives contain records of the collapse that necessitated divine intervention. Records written by the victors, Evren dismissed. The divine hierarchy established boundaries that privileged their authority, then justified those boundaries with carefully constructed historical narratives. The debate's philosophical nature belied the practical crisis unfolding. With each passing moment, the harmonization ritual progressed, the architect's codex pulsing with increasing intensity as it synchronized with Earth's 9-dimensional rifts. Naruto, having assessed the situation through sage perception, gave an imperceptible signal to his teammates. The time for discussion had passed, direct intervention was necessary before the ritual completed. What happened next unfolded with coordinated precision. Hit activated time skip, appearing simultaneously beside multiple suspended allies to disrupt their containment fields. Goku and Vegeta launched precisely calibrated energy attacks against the ritual apparatus, targeting support structures rather than the codex itself to minimize dimensional backlash. Meanwhile, Naruto and Caulifla implemented the strategy they had been subtly preparing, combining Sage harmonic energy with Universe 6 Scion stabilization to create a counter-resonance field around the Architect's Codex, isolating it from the harmonization ritual without directly opposing void energy. The void-corrupted keepers responded immediately, abandoning ritual positions to defend against this multi-pronged attack. Shadows extended from their forms like living weapons, striking with surprising force against physical opponents while attempting to disrupt the counter-resonance field through dimensional interference. Fools! Evren raged, his form shifting further from humanity as void energy surged through him. You risk multiversal collapse through uninformed intervention. The harmonization must complete or dimensional boundaries will destabilize entirely. Pretty convenient excuse, Caulifla shot back, maintaining her focus on the counter-resonance field despite engaging two shadow-extended keepers simultaneously. Standard cult leader tactic, claim only you can prevent the disaster you're actively causing. The battle escalated rapidly, void-corrupted keepers demonstrating abilities beyond conventional combat, manipulating local dimensional properties to create gravity fluctuations, temporal distortions, and spatial irregularities that challenged even experienced fighters like Goku and Vegeta. Hit proved particularly effective, his time skip functioning partially outside conventional dimensional limitations and therefore less affected by the Keeper's manipulations. He systematically neutralized opponents with precise strikes to vital points, his millennia of assassination experience evident in each calculated movement. As the defensive line of corrupted Keepers thinned, Evren himself entered the fray, void energy coalescing around him in patterns that distorted surrounding reality. His attacks transcended physical force, targeting the dimensional stability of opponents directly, attempting to desynchronize their existence from conventional spacetime, effectively erasing them from reality itself. He's trying to push us into void space, Naruto warned, sensing the nature of Evren's technique through sage perception. Don't let the shadows touch you directly. Despite their coordinated defense, the situation grew increasingly dire as the harmonization ritual continued its progression even without the Keepers maintaining it. The process had achieved self-sustaining momentum, the Architect's Codex now pulsing in perfect synchronization with all 9 Earth rifts despite Naruto and Caulifla's counter-resonance field. It's too late, Evren declared, a note of genuine triumph entering his void-distorted voice. The harmonization has reached critical threshold. Dimensional recalibration proceeds regardless of your interference. The chamber itself began to change, crystalline surfaces developing fracture patterns identical to those they had observed in the Null Realm arena. Reality seemed to thin around them, boundaries between dimensions becoming increasingly permeable as the Architect's Codex rewrote fundamental parameters throughout Universe 7. In this moment of apparent defeat, Naruto made a critical observation through sage perception. The harmonization ritual wasn't merely connecting the Codex to Earth's rifts, but through them to Kagetsu himself, creating a two-way channel that would allow the void entity's influence to spread throughout recalibrated dimensional boundaries. It's not just changing the boundaries, he realized aloud. It's establishing Kagetsu as the controlling influence across all recalibrated connections. This insight suggested a desperate countermeasure, not preventing the recalibration entirely, which now seemed impossible, but altering the controlling influence to something other than void corruption. Caulifla. Naruto called, maintaining the counter-resonance field while developing this new approach. We need to change targets. Not the Codex itself, but the harmonization pattern. Understanding dawned in her expression as their resonant energies communicated intent beyond words. Together, they shifted their combined power, no longer attempting to isolate the Codex from the ritual, but instead introducing their own harmonized frequency into the synchronization pattern. What are you doing? Evren demanded, sensing the change in their approach. Stop. You'll destabilize the entire framework. Not destabilize, Naruto corrected, his perfect sage key state evolving further as he accessed the divine harmonic refinements Whis had taught him. Recalibrate with different parameters. The orange markings around his eyes now glowed with inner light, chakra pathways throughout his body illuminated from within by something that transcended conventional energy. Beside him, Caulifla's Super Saiyan aura developed crystalline qualities that refracted dimensional frequencies beyond physical perception. Their combined harmonics, Sage Energy's bridging function and Universe 6 Scion stabilization, created a new resonance pattern that began overriding the void-corrupted synchronization. Rather than preventing dimensional recalibration entirely, they were guiding it toward balance rather than domination, connection rather than control. No. Evren howled, abandoning all other opponents to focus his void-enhanced power against this existential threat to Kagetsu's plan. Millennia of preparation. You cannot simply rewrite cosmic design through mortal will. His attack struck with devastating force, not physical impact but dimensional disruption aimed directly at the connection between Naruto and Caulifla. For a crucial moment, their harmonized energy wavered as the void assault threatened to sever their resonance. In this moment of crisis, Naruto felt something shift within him, Kurama's presence, dormant during most recent events, suddenly surging forward with renewed purpose. The Ninetales energy manifested not as separate power but as perfect integration with the harmonic state, the dimensional fragment that had once been part of a cosmic entity remembering its original purpose. Kit, Kurama's voice resonated through their shared consciousness. The fox remembers its true purpose, not destruction, but harmonization. With this integration, the counter to Evren's void assault materialized, not opposition but incorporation, taking the dimensional disruption and weaving it into their harmonized frequency as simply another component of balanced exchange rather than dominating influence. The effect rippled outward from their position, transforming the chamber's energy dynamics fundamentally. The Architect's Codex continued pulsing in synchronization with Earth's rifts, but the nature of that synchronization changed, shifting from void-dominated recalibration to balanced harmonic resonance. Throughout the Western Archive, throughout Earth, and indeed throughout Universe 7, dimensional boundaries responded to this change. Not reinforcing artificial separation as divine decree had established, nor collapsing into chaotic integration as Kagetsu desired, but achieving something new, natural permeability governed by harmonic balance rather than external control. "What have you done?" Evren whispered, his void-corrupted form destabilizing as the harmonization pattern he had designed was fundamentally transformed. "Restored original purpose," Naruto answered simply. "Dimensions connected through balance, not dominance." The harmonization completed with sudden finality, a pulse of energy that expanded outward from the Architect's Codex, traveled through all 9 Earth rifts simultaneously, and continued beyond to affect dimensional boundaries throughout Universe 7. In the chamber, immediate effects manifested dramatically. Void-corrupted keepers collapsed as their connection to Kagetsu's influence severed, the shadows within them dissipating like mist under morning sun. Evren himself seemed to dissolve, his form losing cohesion as void energy retreated from this dimension under new harmonic parameters. "This isn't defeat," his voice lingered as his physical presence faded. "Merely, recalibration of approach. Kagetsu endures beyond your harmonic adjustments, sage child. What is written can be rewritten." As the immediate crisis resolved, attention turned to their injured allies. Piccolo, Krillin, and others who had been suspended in energy fields were weakened but alive, their life force no longer being drained now that the void-corrupted ritual had transformed. "Did we win?" Krillin asked weakly as Goku helped him to a sitting position. "The boundaries, are they safe?" "Not exactly safe," Naruto admitted, his harmonic state gradually subsiding as immediate necessity passed. "But balanced differently. We couldn't prevent recalibration entirely, but we changed its nature from void-dominated to harmonically balanced." "Meaning the rifts still exist," Piccolo concluded, his analytical mind rapidly processing implications despite physical weakness. "But they function according to different parameters now. Natural exchange rather than invasion pathways," Caulifla confirmed, her Super Saiyan form fading as she caught her breath. "Dimensions remain distinct but connected through regulated transition rather than artificial separation or forced integration." As they assisted injured allies and secured the Architect's Codex against potential future manipulation, Naruto sensed another presence approaching, Saraya, now freed from whatever compulsion Evren had placed upon her, though clearly affected by proximity to void influence. "You succeeded," she acknowledged, her light-absorbing eyes reflecting something like wonder. Not by preventing change, but by guiding it toward balance. The oldest archives suggested such possibility, but after millennia of maintaining artificial boundaries, we forgot dimensions could interact harmoniously without divine micromanagement or void corruption. The rifts will remain, then? Naruto asked, seeking confirmation of his intuitive understanding. Yes, but transformed, Soraya explained. No longer weaknesses to be exploited or wounds to be healed, but natural transition points, like coastal zones where ocean meets land, where exchange occurs within appropriate limitations. This aligned with what Naruto had sensed through the harmonization process, dimensional boundaries recalibrated not to prevent connection entirely, as divine decree had established, nor to allow unrestricted integration, as Kagetsu desired, but to permit balanced exchange governed by natural harmonic principles. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of divine representatives, Whis and Vados materializing within the chamber with expressions suggesting significant developments beyond Earth. Most impressive intervention, Whis commented, surveying the aftermath with characteristic composure. The dimensional recalibration has extended throughout Universe 7, with resonance patterns affecting twin universes proportionally to their natural connection. The tournament has been temporarily suspended, Vados added. Kagetsu's manifestation in the null realm dissipated when the harmonization pattern changed, though the Grand Priest believes this represents tactical retreat rather than definitive containment. This assessment aligned with Evren's final words, not defeat but recalibration of approach. Kagetsu endured beyond the immediate harmonization, potentially adapting to new dimensional parameters rather than being permanently sealed away. So we've bought time rather than achieved final victory, Vegeta summarized with pragmatic assessment. Significant time, Whis clarified. The new harmonic balance established through your intervention creates dimensional stability that would require extraordinary effort to disrupt. Kagetsu remains in void space, but his ability to influence conventional dimensions has been substantially reduced. And the rifts themselves? Naruto asked, his primary concern being the long-term effects on both his adoptive dimension and potential connection to his home world. Transformed rather than closed, Vados explained. They now function as regulated transition points between dimensional planes, allowing limited exchange without compromising distinct reality integrity. The implication struck Naruto immediately. If the rifts remained as transition points rather than wounds or weaknesses, they might offer potential pathways home once properly understood and navigated. Could I use them to return to my dimension? He asked directly, voicing the possibility that had lingered in his thoughts since arrival. Whis and Vados exchanged meaningful glances before the male angel responded carefully. Theoretically, yes. The recalibrated boundaries would permit intentional transit with proper preparation and guidance. However, he paused delicately. There remains the matter of your unique position in these events. What do you mean? Caulifla asked, stepping closer to Naruto with subtle protectiveness. The harmonization succeeded largely because of Naruto's specific energy signature, Vados explained. His sage power integrated with dormant aspects of the Nine-Tails' cosmic nature created the perfect counter to void corruption. This suggests his presence here may not be entirely accidental. You think I was brought here deliberately? Naruto questioned, the possibility both disturbing and intriguing. By whom? Not necessarily deliberate direction, Whis clarified. Perhaps cosmic necessity responding to growing imbalance. Dimensional frameworks sometimes develop corrective mechanisms when fundamental parameters face significant threat. This perspective reframed Naruto's entire understanding of his situation, not random accident nor malevolent manipulation, but cosmic response to growing imbalance, bringing precisely the energy signature needed to restore harmonic function when dimensional integrity faced its greatest challenge. The prophecy child yet again, Kurama rumbled within their shared consciousness. Always positioned where cosmic balance requires adjustment. The observation carried weight given Naruto's history, from chosen Jinchuriki to child of prophecy to dimensional traveler, continually finding himself at critical junctures where his specific abilities proved necessary for restoring balance against forces of disruption. As they prepared to return to the Null Realm, where the tournament would likely transform from competition to collaborative discussion of dimensional mechanics, Naruto felt Caulifla's hand on his arm, a gesture combining support, connection, and something deeper that had been developing between them. "So," she said quietly, "dimensional balance needs you here, but your home needs its Hokage." Quite the cosmic dilemma. Her perception cut directly to the heart of his internal conflict, duty to the world he had sworn to protect versus apparent cosmic purpose in this new dimension. The recalibrated rifts offered potential return pathway, yet his unique energy signature seemed integral to maintaining the new harmonic balance against Kagetsu's continued existence. "The rifts aren't going anywhere," she continued, her tone gentle despite her usual directness. "And now that they're stabilized as transition points rather than weaknesses, travel between dimensions might become possible in both directions." Naruto completed her thought, understanding the implication. Not permanent separation from his home world, but potential connection, the ability to maintain bonds with both dimensions rather than choosing between them. This possibility transformed what had seemed an impossible choice into something more nuanced, not abandoning responsibilities, but potentially expanding them across dimensional boundaries, serving as bridge between worlds just as his sage energy bridged different energy types. Their return to the Null Realm revealed significant changes, the tournament arena reconfigured from competition space to collaborative research environment, representatives from all 12 universes now engaged in systematic analysis of the dimensional recalibration and its implications for multiverse stability. The Grand Priest greeted their return with formal acknowledgement. "The intervention at Earth's Western Archive has produced unprecedented dimensional realignment throughout Universe 7, with proportional effects across twin universal pairs." While Omni King Zeno has expressed curiosity about these developments, he does not currently perceive them as threat requiring erasure. Coming from the Grand Priest, this qualified as effusive praise. Cosmic changes significant enough to attract Zeno's attention without triggering his destructive tendencies represented successful navigation of extraordinarily delicate balance. As the impromptu research summit continued, representatives from all universes contributing insights based on their unique perspectives, Naruto found himself drawn to a quieter observation area where dimensional readings from Earth's recalibrated rifts were being monitored. Through these displays, he could observe the transformation his and Caulifla's harmonic intervention had created, 9 points of regulated transition between dimensional planes, no longer chaotic wounds nor artificial barriers, but balanced exchange points operating according to natural harmonic principles rather than external control. Most significantly, one particular rift, the original mountain temple location, showed unmistakable resonance with frequencies matching his home dimension. The connection existed, faint but undeniable, suggesting potential pathway once properly understood and navigated. "You're going to try to go back, aren't you?" came Goku's voice as the Scion joined him at the observation panel. Naruto nodded, not surprised by the perceptive question despite Goku's often casual demeanor. "I have responsibilities there. People who depend on me. A village I swore to protect." "But you also have connections here now," Goku observed, glancing meaningfully toward where Caulifla engaged in animated discussion with representatives from multiple universes, her experience with harmonic stabilization making her unexpected authority on dimensional transition mechanics. "Yes," Naruto acknowledged, the simple word containing complex emotions regarding bonds formed in this dimension, not just with Caulifla, though that connection had grown particularly significant, but with many who had welcomed him into their world. Goku grinned, his straightforward approach to life cutting through complexity. "Well, good thing those rifts work both ways now, right? Being Hokage doesn't mean you can't visit. And we might need your sage tricks next time some interdimensional shadow lord comes knocking." The simple framing of what had seemed an impossible choice brought clarity to Naruto's perspective. The recalibrated rifts offered not final decision between worlds but potential connection between them, maintaining responsibilities to both dimensions rather than abandoning either. As the research summit continued and plans developed for ongoing monitoring of dimensional stability, Naruto found unexpected peace in this realization. His journey between worlds had not ended with arrival in this dimension, nor would it end with potential return to his home. Rather, it had transformed into something more significant, bridge between realities, maintaining balance through connection rather than separation. That evening, as representatives from all universes prepared for return to their respective realms following the summit's conclusion, Naruto sought out Caulifla one final time before their temporary separation. He found her at the edge of the Null Realm platform, gazing out at the endless void with uncharacteristic contemplation. "So," she said without turning, sensing his approach through their now familiar resonance, "Universe 6 calls me home while you head back to Earth. Dimensional duties pulling us in different directions again." For now, Naruto agreed, joining her at the platform's edge. But the rifts have changed. Travel between universes, between dimensions, isn't impossible anymore. She turned to face him, moonlight from some distant reality reflecting in her dark eyes. "Are you saying you'll visit Universe 6 sometime? Or that I should pop over to Earth for training sessions?" "Both," Naruto replied simply. "And more. The rifts connect my home dimension too, faintly, but definitely. I'll need to go back eventually, to fulfill responsibilities there, but that doesn't mean permanent separation from this world or its people." Caulifla's expression softened, understanding the significance beneath his words. Dimensional traveler becomes dimensional connector. Always finding the middle path between extremes. "It's kind of my thing," he admitted with a smile. "Bringing people together rather than accepting artificial separation. Why should dimensions be any different?" Their conversation continued beneath endless stars from countless realities, discussing not final farewells but future possibilities, training together across universal boundaries, exploring recalibrated dimensional transitions, perhaps eventually visiting Naruto's home world together once stable pathways were established. When they finally parted, it carried none of separation's finality but rather anticipation of continued connection across boundaries that now permitted balanced exchange rather than enforced division. Their resonance had changed something fundamental in cosmic structure, not just between them, but throughout dimensional frameworks that had stood for millennia. As Naruto prepared to return to Earth with Universe 7's representatives, Whis approached with uncharacteristic solemnity. "The Grand Priest wishes me to convey something before we depart." "What is it?" Naruto asked, sensing significance in the angel's tone. "The harmonization you achieved with the Scion Catalyst was unprecedented in recent cosmic history," Whis explained. "It resembles patterns described in the oldest records, how dimensions were originally meant to interact before conflict necessitated separation." "Meaning?" "Meaning your presence here, your specific energy signature combined with Universe 6 Scion harmonics, may represent cosmic correction to imbalance that has persisted for millennia." Whis paused, choosing his next words carefully. "The divine hierarchy does not believe your arrival was random accident, nor do they think Kagetsu orchestrated it directly. Rather, they suspect fundamental cosmic principles responding to growing imbalance, bringing precisely the energy combination needed to restore proper function." The perspective aligned with what Naruto had intuited through the harmonization process, his interdimensional journey representing not chaotic misfortune but purposeful response to cosmic necessity, bringing sage energies bridging function exactly when dimensional frameworks required recalibration from artificial separation toward balanced connection. "Does that mean I'm stuck here?" Naruto asked directly. "That returning home would disrupt the new balance?" Whis smiled enigmatically. "Quite the contrary. The recalibration you initiated has fundamentally transformed how dimensions interact, from rigid separation to regulated exchange. Your ability to move between them represents not disruption but fulfillment of that new paradigm." The implication was profound, Naruto's interdimensional potential not threatening cosmic stability but exemplifying its new balanced expression, serving as living embodiment of connections that now existed between previously separated realities. As they prepared for final departure from the Null Realm, Naruto felt Kagetsu's attention one final time, not attacking, not threatening, but observing with what might have been genuine curiosity from the spaces between dimensions. The void entity had not been defeated permanently, but his approach had been fundamentally disrupted, forced to recalibrate against harmonic balance that now governed dimensional transitions. "This isn't over, Sage Child," came the familiar voice through dimensional layers. "What has been recalibrated can be recalibrated again. Our contest merely enters new phase. Then we'll meet again," Naruto acknowledged, neither hostile nor fearful but accepting cosmic balance's ongoing nature. But on more equal terms, with dimensions connected through harmony rather than dominance. A sound like stone grinding against metal, Kagetsu's version of laughter. "Perhaps you understand better than I credited. Until our next encounter, interdimensional sage. The void watches with interest how your story unfolds." With that final exchange, the presence retreated, leaving Naruto with certainty that this represented not conclusion but transformation, cosmic balance requiring ongoing maintenance rather than permanent resolution, dimensional harmony existing not as static achievement but dynamic equilibrium requiring continuous attention. As was transported Universe 7's representatives back to Earth, Naruto gazed once more across the Null Realm's expanse, seeing not empty void but endless possibility, dimensions connected through balanced exchange, realities interacting through harmonic resonance rather than chaotic integration or artificial separation. His journey between worlds had not ended but evolved, responsibilities expanding beyond single dimension to encompass connections between them. Whatever came next, whether return to his home world, continued protection of his adoptive dimension, or development of pathways connecting multiple realities, he would face it not alone but with allies whose bonds transcended dimensional boundaries. The interdimensional sage and the Scion catalyst had changed something fundamental in cosmic structure, not ending threat but transforming approach, establishing harmony where once existed either rigid separation or attempted domination. The next phase awaited, not as final battle but continued evolution toward balance that had always been possible, if never fully realized. Across dimensional boundaries, across universal divides, new possibilities awakened, connections where once stood barriers, transitions where once loomed rifts, and throughout it all, the sage energy that bridged worlds continuing its eternal purpose, balance through harmony rather than control through force. Chapter 5, Beyond Limits Recovery and Realization, Naruto comes to terms with his connection to Kagetsu final training, mastering the perfect sage ki balance with help from both Goku and Caulifla assembly of forces, all universes unite against the common threat of Kagetsu Void Realm, journey to Kagetsu's sealed dimension between universes ultimate battle begins. Confrontation with fully awakened Lord Kagetsu allies fall, even the strongest fighters like Goku and Jiren struggle against godly. Shadow Power Perfect Sage Mode, Naruto achieves complete harmony between all energy forms strategic victory, using ninja tactics and sage abilities rather than just raw power sacrifice play. Naruto considers sacrificing himself to reseal the dimensional rifts love's intervention. Caulifla helps find another solution new guardian. Naruto accepts a role as protector of interdimensional balance epilogue. Naruto finding his place in this new world, with new bonds and purpose emotional stakes. Element, Naruto's internal struggle with his identity as someone between worlds, and his decision to fully embrace his new life and responsibilities. This outline provides a comprehensive framework for a 5-chapter novel that follows Naruto's journey from disoriented newcomer to universe-saving hero in the DBZ world. Each chapter maintains a different focus and type of conflict while building toward the ultimate confrontation. The story integrates action, character development, romance, and world building throughout. Let me now prepare this in a format to present to the human. What if Naruto was reincarnated in the DBZ verse and used sage magic to become stronger than Jiren? Story outline the end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.